Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Welcome to News Now from Fox. I'm your host for the next few hours, Pilar Arias. Happy to be here with you. Happy late Thanksgiving. If I didn't get to see you before Thanksgiving, I hope you all had a fabulous weekend together. Again, everyone, my name is Pilar Arias. I'm going to say hello here right now. Hello, good morning. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining us. Again, I hope you all had a fabulous Thanksgiving. I actually had a 4-day weekend, which is a shocker in this industry, right? And I was able to spend some quality time with loved ones, and that's really all that matters. And I did successfully make that 3-pound turkey breast in the crock pot for my first time, because normally I like an 8 to 12-pound turkey. And it was kind of weird because I usually make like a pork roast in my crock pot. So I was like, the turkey kind of tastes like pork, but I think it was one of those mind over matter things. So anyway, I'm going to get you all caught up with some top stories from across the country. Again, I hope you had a very fabulous morning. Let's take a live look now at the Capitol in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., and get you all up to speed with some of the top stories and headlines that happened over the holiday weekend. But again, thank you so much for tuning in. If you are watching us on the platform that has a chat feature, feel free to let me know exactly where you are watching from. So, what is the latest with the White House in D.C. with the Biden transition? Is it happening? Is it not? Is President Donald Trump still fighting to be able to stay there in the White House? And what else is happening on Capitol Hill in terms of coronavirus stimulus and the like? Well, I'm going to get you all caught up to speed right now on News Now from Fox. All right, everyone, so appears there's no audio here with this story. That is A-OK. I'm going to continue on with our morning news brief and take you out to Christmas tree sales. They're up.
This is it's another level. It's off the hook.
The holiday season is in full swing as Christmas tree farmers across the country say they are starting to see larger than average crowds this time of year. But with roughly 80% of Americans reporting owning a fake Christmas tree, many farmers believe the pandemic is now helping to fuel the demand for live ones.
People have been hunkered down in their homes for a long time, and they are just looking for the opportunity to get out with their family and have a fun time.
We do still have a lot of trees left, but this is how it looks like after the second weekend in December.
Some customers agree, saying COVID-19 restrictions are giving them a chance to prepare for the holidays ahead of their normal schedules.
I'm in college, and so normally I don't come home until like a week before Christmas, but I'm home so much earlier this year because of COVID, so I have more time to decorate.
But shopping during a public health crisis comes with some challenges.
We've set lower maximum capacities. We're doing reservations online ahead of time. We require a mask on the property at all times.
And although more folks are flocking to the farms, they're not lingering around for long.
So you found a tree in 6 minutes?
Oh, yeah. We made it quick this year.
If you're bringing home a tree earlier this year, experts say giving it lukewarm water can help it absorb the liquid faster and keep it alive for longer. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
One of the biggest dilemmas after our Thanksgiving feast is what to do with all of the leftovers.
All right, everyone, thanks for your patience and understanding this morning. Just trying to make sure that everything is ready to go for you right here on News Now from Fox. Again, my name is Pilar Arias. I bet a lot of us have some Thanksgiving leftovers, right? I know I do. I still have a little bit of turkey, which I'm going to make a sandwich with probably later today. I've got some mashed potatoes. I've got some stuffing. I've got some green bean casserole. It was a great feast for sure. So what do you do with those Thanksgiving leftovers? That's coming up next, courtesy of our sister station, Fox 32 in Chicago, right here on News Now from Fox.
One of the biggest dilemmas after our Thanksgiving feast is what to do with all of the leftovers. Well, Chef Cedric Harden from Chicago's River Roast restaurant is joining us with an easy, delicious recipe for turkey pot pie. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Chef.
Happy Thanksgiving, Sylvia.
Nice to see you. Okay, before we get started with your recipe, we all love the turkey sandwiches the day after, but what are some of your favorite creations that you like to make after Thanksgiving that take advantage of the stuffing, the cranberry sauce, mac and cheese, all of that good stuff?
Yeah, you always want to try to utilize everything without throwing anything away, especially this day and time. You know, everyone's kind of fighting for food, so you don't want to waste anything. So some people, they like to use their cranberry sauce as a spread on maybe like a turkey sandwich, turkey like a brie sandwich. But today I'm going to do a turkey pot pie.
Okay, so where do we begin? How much turkey do we need to make this happen?
We need maybe about half a cup of turkey, of pulled turkey.
Okay.
Which I have here. And then you need some onion, celery, garlic, and carrots. So your basic mirepoix.
Okay.
I have some green peas, some sauteed cremini mushrooms, some parsley, some thyme, and a little bit of cream of chicken soup, just to make it a little more creamier and a little bit more chickeny, if you can say.
Okay. Are these individual pot pies you're making, or is this a big pie?
Right now, I'm making an individual pot pie.
Okay.
But you can definitely do it on a larger scale.
Okay, so you're about to take all that deliciousness and you've got butter in there or oil. What are you doing?
I'm adding some butter right now.
Okay.
Because I'm going to need to add some flour to make it thicker, and just add a flavor of whole butter.
Yeah.
So I'm going to add my veggies for a little bit of the aromatics.
Okay. I got to say, I'm impressed you're using condensed soup to put in there because I always thought that was a major no-no, but it does make everything taste delicious. I remember that from my Sunday.
It tastes better.
Yeah, I remember my Sunday church lady days, and everybody would bring potluck, and that was always part of it.
Right, exactly. Because you're gonna try to add like your normal chicken stock tastes like chicken, but you want that flavorful of like what it actually is.
Yeah, love it.
So it's not that bad. It adds a little more viscosity to your pot pie.
Right. Okay. So you're stirring all that up, and how long are you sautéing that?
I'm sautéing it for about 2 minutes.
Okay.
Just to make everything soft. Right now I'm gonna add some whole thyme. I didn't even chop it. Add it right in there and let it saute for about 10 seconds. And then I'm gonna add my flour. So this is the key to making your pot pie a little thicker. So we're gonna make a roux. I'm gonna add some flour in here.
So flour, not cornstarch.
Not cornstarch. Cornstarch sometimes gives you that. You can taste it on your tongue, like this is weird. You know?
Okay, yeah.
Like it doesn't taste like taste like fake.
Yeah. Okay. So you let that saute for a bit.
Yep. And then the best way to make sure that you are making this process move faster is making sure that your stock or whatever you're using, your broth is hot. So I have it hot in my pan already.
Okay.
Once the flour and the butter is combined very well, then just add your stock to it.
Okay. Question about the stock. So do we just buy the box stock, or do we whip out the cubes and put water in it? What tastes better?
For me, what tastes better is the stock, like the box of stock. For one, it's the closest to natural as you can get. The cubes have possibly some MSG in there.
Okay.
And other things that aren't too natural.
Okay, good to know. It's just easier this way too.
I'm going to make sure we don't have any lumps and take my whisk and whisk all this together.
Okay.
And as it gets warm, it's going to thicken up. So just add a little bit of stock as you need it so it's to the consistency that you want.
Okay, for TV time purposes, shorten this up for me. Let's see what we got.
Okay, let's finish this up. So add my peas. Mushrooms.
Ooh, mushrooms, okay.
Turkey. So now you have your base here. Don't forget.
Very nice.
Chicken flavor. And then you have your puff pastry right here that you can put right on top of your.
Okay. Oh, you're using a puff pastry. That sounds delicious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So then once you put it in the oven at 400 degrees, then you have this product here.
Oh, look how gorgeous that is. Nice job.
Yeah, it takes about 30 minutes in the oven.
Actually, that doesn't seem that difficult at all. Okay. In the meantime, if I don't really want to make this myself, you guys are open this week, right? So I can come over and eat.
Yes. Yep. Yes, we can. And we have pot pie on the menu.
Oh, good.
It's chicken right now, but it'll probably switch over to turkey later.
Okay, very, very good. And there's the address right there, 315 North LaSalle Street, riverrosechicago.com is the website. Chef Cedric, happy Thanksgiving, and I hope you have a great holiday season too. Talk to you very soon.
Thank you.
Just a little tips there on what to do with your Thanksgiving leftovers. Again, I know that I have a lot of them. My name is Pilar Arias, everyone. Welcome to News Now from Fox, this Monday edition. Believe it or not, the last day of November. Are you doing any Cyber Monday shopping? I have already noticed that one major airline is doing a Cyber Monday sale. So if you're looking for some flights, you might want to check them out. A lot of people, though, still not comfortable traveling during the pandemic, so they're booking for a little bit later on. I know as someone who loves to travel myself, I've been kind of keeping tabs on how everything's going in terms of the travel industry. Of course, cruises here, not sailing, definitely impacting circumstances out here in Central Florida and on the coast, the Space Coast, in particular, Port Canaveral. But then also they were saying it might not be a great idea to book flights out flights, travel plans 3 months in advance, because so many things can change, and we are hearing news, promising news that vaccines are coming, but nothing is guaranteed just yet. So we're going to continue to monitor everything for you right here on News Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I want to show you a live look at the White House in our nation's capital. We're going to be keeping tabs on everything that happens with President-elect Joe Biden and current President Donald Trump today, as always. And what is happening with the transition? Is the transition happening at all? Well, now we think we have the audio fixed for you, and we can tell you right here on News Now from Fox.
President-elect Joe Biden coming off a busy weekend announcing new members of his administration. Sunday, the president-elect announcing an all-female communications team, including former Obama State Department spokeswoman Jen Psaki as press secretary and former Biden campaign spokeswoman Kate Bedingfield as communications director. With the team in place, Biden stressing the importance of presenting clear facts to all Americans, saying in part, quote, "Those qualified, experienced communicators bring diverse perspectives to their work and a shared commitment to building this country back better." And so far, both women are hitting the ground running, sharing what the Biden administration is expected to start working on.
For our national security and foreign policy team, agency review will be focused on fact-finding, starting with the COVID response and urgent national security issues.
Meanwhile, while taking a break from the transition on Saturday, Joe Biden fractured his right foot while playing with his dog Major. His physician calling the fracture small, saying he'll likely require a walking boot for several weeks. Biden's injury prompting well wishes from President Donald Trump. This as Mr. Trump continues his attacks on the election results.
This election was a total fraud. We go to judges and people don't want to get involved.
And the president's legal team is facing an uphill battle as Wisconsin has become the latest state to certify President-elect Joe Biden's win. Chris DeMayo, Fox News.
All right, Chris, thanks so much for that update there. Again, everyone, we're taking a live look at the White House in our nation's capital. I'm going to go on over to our sister station's website to see exactly what the temperature is like there on the East Coast. I know some of the East Coast is bracing for some weather today. It's 50 degrees in Washington, D.C. on this last day of November. But yes, looking at their radar, there is quite a bit of rain in the area. New York as well, going all the way up to Canada. We've got Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina also getting some rain. And I think we're even expecting some rain here in Orlando, Florida, a little bit later today as well. It's currently, the band is over Tampa right now and goes all the way kind of northeast there. So we're continuing on with our top stories from across the country. Let's head on over to Georgia for the latest on their recount.
The clock is ticking for election workers all over the state, rushing to meet a midnight Wednesday deadline to recount the 9 million some odd votes cast in Georgia's presidential election. Over the weekend, Fulton County reached a roadblock when one of its newly purchased Dominion servers crashed at the Georgia World Congress Center, temporarily putting the recount to a halt.
And I can assure the voters of Fulton County that's watching us that in Fulton County, Georgia, that we run open, fair, and transparent elections.
Dominion sent text to fix the issue, and Fulton has notified the Secretary of State's office about what happened. Before the crash, Fulton had recounted 88% of its ballots, including absentee, early in-person, and provisionals, with only the election day votes left.
This is a very transparent process, as you can see, with observers and monitors overseeing, looking over our shoulders to make sure that everything is above board.
Other local counties are making good progress. Gwinnett tells us it's already recounted almost 300,000 ballots. Cobb is extending its hours so it can meet the deadline, while in DeKalb, they actually took Sunday off because they're ahead of schedule.
We're trying to be transparent as possible. We're streaming it live on our website. So if you have any questions about the transparency of it, about that we're doing things right, you can always tune into our webpage and on our Twitter feed.
We're taking a live look at the gorgeous Christmas tree, everyone, outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York City. Oh, Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree. Looks beautiful. It is 6:25 in the morning. You see some New Yorkers walking on the streets out there as well, getting their week off to a start. Believe it or not, it's kind of hurry up and get the business done for the year mode for a lot of people. This week, next week, the following week, 3 weeks, full weeks prior to the week of Christmas, which falls on a Friday this year. So some people might be getting 3-day weekends as a result. Again, everyone, my name is Pilar Arias. You're watching News Now from Fox. I am joining you from Orlando, Florida, our brand new News Now from Fox East Coast hub. Oh no, looks like we lost that live picture. That's all right, that's what I'm here for, right? I would like to welcome you to please follow me on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Just search for Pilar News Now. Guarantee you'll find me, and I would love to stay in touch even when I am not hosting the show. You've got myself, you've got Rain Augustine, you've got Regina Gonzalez right here in Orlando, Florida. In Phoenix, Arizona, you've got Daytona Everett, Andrew Kraft, Mike Page, soon Christy Larson will be rejoining the group. And then in Los Angeles, California, you have Stephanie Weaver. So News Now from Fox, now a national operation. And this Friday, I have been a News Now from Fox host for 3 years. So it's certainly been exciting, humbling, and awesome to witness the growth of this show. If you are watching on a platform that has a chat feature, please like, share, subscribe. Let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us. The more, the merrier. And I like to call you all worldwide News Nowers. So again, thank you so much for being here. Okay, so we're going to continue to follow a bunch of updates from across the country today. I do want to show you again, though, the U.S. Capitol in our nation's capital. Another live look there. Want to make sure I get the right graphic up as well. If you didn't know, here on News Now from Fox, whichever face you are seeing and voice you are hearing, they are in charge of the show at the time. That includes the graphics, the audio, everything, anything that you see. Matter of fact, right now I'm going to take us all out to Times Square in New York City in just a few moments here. There you go. Not a whole lot of people, but you're seeing some taxis, at least one taxi van. Some people walking by, flags at half staff. Just wanted to take a live look while we can and show you how quickly the power and magic of News Now from Fox. Coming up next, everyone, I'm going to take you out to Milwaukee, Wisconsin for the latest on their recount updates. Let's listen in. Again, this is News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Happy Monday. Happy last day of November. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to check out those Cyber Monday deals. You and I both know there's a lot out there.
Essentially an audit process that verifies the accuracy of the balloting process that takes place on election day. I promise that this will be transparent and fair process, and it was. There was an examination of every ballot by election workers, a meticulous recounting of every ballot that was properly cast, a transparent process that allowed the public to observe, a fair process that allows either the agreed candidate who sought the recount an opportunity to observe and object to ballots that they think should not be counted. This recount demonstrated what we already know, that elections in Milwaukee County are good. What we didn't have to contend with in 2016 was a global pandemic, or an agreed candidate, in this case Candidate Trump.
All right, everyone, the audio on this is not the best, so we're going to continue on with top stories from across the country and listen in on Chuck Schumer's updates about the COVID-19 vaccine.
Live shots in the arms tonight. Okay, good morning, everybody. I hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving. I like Thanksgiving because I was born on Thanksgiving Day. Actually, I'm going to take a minute and tell you a story. Have I told this story before? Okay, so my mom went into labor at 5:30 a.m. on Thanksgiving morning. My dad drove her to the hospital in a Packard. Who's heard of a Packard? It's an old car, no more made, like a lot of American cars. The hospital was French Hospital, which was on 7th Avenue and 29th Street. It was run by an order of French nuns. Why French nuns had a hospital in the middle of Manhattan, who knows, but they did. But the location, as you'll see in a minute, is important. He gets there about 7 o'clock. They get my mom suited. By 8:30, in those days, what they did with the men is none of this touchy-feely spouse in the birth room like I had, not like that. Instead, they put him in a little room where they paced the floor, smoked cigars, and waited for the news of the blessed event, and they'd find out if it was a boy or girl, because those days you couldn't tell ahead of time. But my dad's a free spirit. He says, I'm at 29th and 7th Avenue. What's 4 blocks away? Come on. Macy's. I'll go to the parade. He went to the parade, watched it for 3 hours. Towards the end of the parade, a friend of his tapped him on the shoulder. He bumped into him and said, why don't we go into this local pub and celebrate the blessed event? P.S. I was born at 11 a.m. My dad showed up at 4 p.m., precipitating the first fight my parents had over me. But there's 97 and 92. This was the first Thanksgiving we missed with them. Oh, that's another good story. I'll tell you that in a second. I have a lot of good stories. They're 97 and 92. This is the first Thanksgiving we missed with them. So the fight couldn't have been too bad. They had their 71st anniversary in April. Here's the one story. So this time we were all separate, of course. My family, my brother's family, my sisters. We always gather with my parents at Thanksgiving. But we decided to do a Zoom where we'd all be on Zoom from our separate locations to say hello to her. She sees it. And she got mad. You're all together and you didn't invite me. No, Mom, this is Zoom. What's that? It's Zoom. We're all separate. We're just on camera together. Anyway, okay. Those are my 2 Thanksgiving stories for your enjoyment. Now we have a serious issue. And this is about vaccines. And there's an expression. Vaccines don't cure illness. Shots in the arm cure illness. Is that what yep. Vaccines don't cure a disease. Shots in the arm cure a disease. There are 2 steps to vaccines. One is producing them. And thank God we have some good news that at least 3 companies and maybe more are getting ready to produce a vaccine shortly. That's the good news. There will be a COVID vaccine very shortly. And we're here to make it clear. Getting to this point of a vaccine was hard enough, and we commend the work that was done to bring us here. But it's only half the work that needs to be done. A successful COVID rollout will require about $30 billion in federal funds to make sure the vaccine gets into people's arms, that it's distributed appropriately. And there are lots of costs. New York will need hundreds of millions of dollars to do the following 4 things, which every state must do. But New York will need hundreds of millions of dollars to do these 4 things once the vaccine is produced. Distribute the vaccine for free, educate the public, hire healthcare workers, and establish clinics. That's what they have to do, among other things. With COVID-19 waiting in the wings, federal dollars are needed if we're going to do this right and avoid the pandemic. States like New York will need funding. We all know they're short of funding now, and we're fighting for funding for them. But they will need this kind of funding explicitly. We have to make sure that we establish clinics, probably mobile ones. We have to make sure the vaccine is distributed equitably in rich, middle class, and poor areas, among people of all races, religions, creeds, and colors. So, we need to make sure that's done. The federal government is going to buy the COVID vaccine and then deliver them to the states. So the states need help to do the rest of it, to get the shots in the arms, and it takes dollars. Paying for large-scale vaccine efforts should, as usual, fall to the feds. When there's an emergency in a state, the federal government picks up the slack. So we need a solution. And today we are once again urging Leader McConnell to put the HEROES bill on the floor of the Senate. It has passed the House, and it has the money that's needed to distribute the vaccines for the clinics, for the education, for the things that we need, the mobile centers, and for the healthcare workers that are needed to distribute the vaccine. That's what we need to do. So we are hoping that the HEROES bill, which contains this and many other needs, I've talked to you about those other needs in previous press conferences, is put on the floor immediately. This should be a moment of clarity for everyone, Democrats and Republicans. This is a huge crisis. We need big relief, and among the relief we need, part of the HEROES bill, is the money to the states once the vaccine is produced to distribute it. I know the President-elect agrees with this. He supports putting the HEROES bill on the floor. I've spoken to him about it. The need is urgent. We must have Congress come together, House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans, pass the HEROES bill and get the distribution money for the vaccines to the states ASAP. Okay? Is that it, Angelo? Questions on this subject? Yes. You got to talk a little louder. Well, the HEROES bill has passed the House, but has not had support among Republicans in the Senate. Yes.
Are you scheduling more conversations with the President-elect? Have you been in touch with the transition?
I have been in touch with both the transition team and the President-elect on a variety of subjects, but usually I keep them to myself. Yes.
Given that we're in a lame duck administration right now with Trump leaving, would you ever consider putting forward a smaller stimulus package?
Look, there are so many needs. I've been here every week. We have needs for state and local government. We have needs for transit. We have needs for schools. The right thing to do and what I'm fighting for is the HEROES bill, which was scaled back $1.2 billion. Okay? Thank you, everybody. A happy Thanksgiving to one and all.
Could you hold up that phone?
Again, everyone, that was Senator Chuck Schumer's latest remarks on a COVID-19 vaccine, as well as the transition of President-elect Joe Biden into the White House. We're taking a live look now at Daytona Beach, and it's absolutely positively gorgeous. The sun is rising here on the East Coast. I have not made it to Daytona Beach just yet. I've been to New Smyrna and I've been to Cocoa. Now I gotta get to the west coast of Florida. I would love to be able to get to Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater, hopefully very, very, very soon. A lot of people who are traveling, who are choosing to be outdoors, opting to be outdoors where there's plenty of space. You can socially distance safely and breathe in some fresh air, see some sunrises, see some sunsets, and absolutely kind of different feel. I do want to let you know, I'm going to head on over to our sister station, Fox 35 Orlando. It's a weather alert day for us here on the East Coast, and that's because a blast of cold air is set to follow a line of strong storms. So today is a Fox 35 weather alert day, as strong storms will be followed by a sweeping cold front across east central Florida. The storms will bring a marginal risk for severe weather. There is a very small chance for thunderstorms, but the biggest impact will be rain, gusty winds, and much cooler air. Everyone, I'm from Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona at that. When I knew that I was moving out here to Florida and I realized humidity and heat and all that jazz, do you think I brought any of my fall or winter clothes? Do you think I brought sweaters or boots or anything? The answer is no. And I actually had to do a little Black Friday shopping myself this weekend, but I did find sweaters for $5. So, and I found some boots for a pretty good price as well. All right, so the timing of the storms moves in early this morning and will be clearing out the region by the afternoon. North Central Florida started to see showers and storms early today. They will move across the interior by 11 a.m. and by 2 a.m. it should be off the coast. So it sounds like 11 to 2 here is going to be the weather watch time for us in Central Florida. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Happy Monday. Thank you so much for being here. We've got top stories from across the country, right? This next one I have for you, a Coast Guard rescue not too far from Daytona Beach where this live picture is. An incredible rescue out on the water days after Stuart B. left Port Canaveral, which is south of Daytona Beach. He was found nearly 90 miles offshore, clinging to his capsized boat. The 62-year-old was pulled from the water yesterday by the commercial cargo ship Angeles, let's get the latest right here on News Now from Fox.
Truly an incredible rescue. Days after Stuart B. left Port Canaveral, he was found nearly 90 miles offshore, clinging to his boat that was nearly underwater. That's 62-year-old Stuart B. holding on to his capsized boat for dear life. Just about 5 feet of his 32-foot boat sticking out of the water. B. was 86 miles offshore. But he still had hope, even after more than 24 hours at sea. The crew of the commercial cargo ship Angelus finding him Sunday, throwing B. a life preserver, helping him on board, saving his life.
It is really like finding a needle in a haystack. They did an excellent job.
B. left Port Canaveral on Friday. He was reported missing when he did not return the next day. U.S. Coast Guard Command Duty Officer Veronica Dunn DePretis was part of the rescue mission, a team effort coordinating help for the search from the air and at sea. The commercial container ship found B after the U.S. Coast Guard sent out a call to crews further offshore to be on the lookout for B's boat.
The motor vessel Angelus received that EGC report, knew that Mr. B had been missing, and began looking for him. And they were lucky enough to come across him while he was on the bow of his vessel.
Saying the help from those at sea saved Mr. B's life.
It truly highlights the importance of the relationship that the Coast Guard has with the maritime community. This isn't the first time that a commercial vessel at sea has assisted in one of our cases, and it surely wouldn't be the last either.
His guardian angels, allowing B to be home for the holidays with his loved ones this year.
It is encouraging when we have such wonderful outcomes, and it being near the holidays, of course, that makes it even more, exciting. But yeah, I mean, everybody can go home and be happy with the work that was done today.
B is still on that container ship. He's staying aboard until the crew gets back to land on Tuesday. Reporting from Port Canaveral, Stephanie Buff-Monty, Fox 35 News.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much for that update there. Again, everyone, my name is Pilar Arias. Happy Monday. Happy last day of November. We are glad that you were spending it with us right here on News Now from Fox. We currently have about 700 people watching on the platform that has a chat feature. I am chatting with you this morning. I ask you questions all the time. That's what I do. I ask questions for a living. Feel free to let me know where you are watching from. Now, I can't give your username specifically a shout out, but I can say there's someone checking in from Michigan, there's someone checking in from Pennsylvania and the like. So let me know where you're watching from this morning. All right, we're going to stay here on the East Coast. I'm going to take you out to Daytona Beach, Florida next. Right there we had the gorgeous live picture, right? Matter of fact, I still have it. I can bring it up for you right here as quickly as possible. Here we go, right there. And yes, sometimes you're going to see me looking down, and that's because I've got a bunch of different buttons I need to press here on the News Now from Fox set. So the sun is rising here in Daytona Beach. Matter of fact, I was just told that there was actually a tornado warning in Tampa this morning. Cold front moving through that I've been talking to you about. WTVT, rainy beach camera, I'm being told. Might be able to get that for you in just a bit. But yes, this is the coldest air in Central Florida since January, February. That is on its way right now. All right, everyone, so back out to Daytona, and that's because police provided an update on a fatal shooting. Let's listen in.
Let me know when you're ready. All set? All right. Well, my name is Jakari Young. I am the Chief of Police, and here we go again. So today we responded to 849 Derbyshire Road in reference to a person shot. Upon arrival, we discovered our victim laying on the basketball court, and he was shot at least 3 times. According to witnesses, there was no argument and there was no fight that preceded the shots being fired. We have one person in custody right now. We're not going to release his name until we confirm his involvement in this, and we're currently seeking an additional suspect. Again, once this shooting occurred, both of my subjects, they fled northbound from the park. My victim is John Phillips. He's a black male. His date of birth is 6/23 of 01. And I just want to put this out there. I appreciate the community members that have reached out to me in reference to this spree of shootings that we've been experiencing here as of late. There will be a community meeting tomorrow night at the Midtown Cultural Center located at 925 George Ingram Boulevard. And this meeting is for the community to come out and help be a part of the solution. We cannot be everywhere all the time. This spree of shootings, they've been occurring at unusual times. We're used to dealing with shootings that may occur in the early morning hours, say after the bars close, after the nightclubs close, but these have happened at unusual times. We're dealing with the shooting that happened at 10:30 in the morning. We're dealing with another one that happened at 11:30 in the morning, and now we have this one that happened at 3 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon. All over foolishness. What we're being told right now, and all information is preliminary at this time and subject to change, but what we're being told right now that this one, again, was possibly a dispute over a female, a relationship gone sour, and a female. This is the second or third one of this nature. So again, there will be a meeting tomorrow night at 6 p.m. at the Midtown Community Center, and I'm asking all community leaders, all clergy, anybody that is legitimately concerned about what's going on in this community to meet me tomorrow night at the Midtown Community Center. Not just to listen to me talk, but to come with questions as well as potential solutions to what's going on, because this can't all be on us. This can't all be on the police. I had a grandmother in the lobby downstairs ask me, what is the police going to do to keep my grandchild safe? Again, we are out here around the clock. We have been running operations daily and nightly, and we're still dealing with this uptick in shooting. So again, we cannot be everywhere at once, and I'm reaching out to the community for their support. I'm appreciative of those that have reached out to me over the past week, and we've gotten a lot of information that have come in reference to these shootings, and that's why we've been able to clear them. But if they keep occurring, we need to find out why they continue to occur. Yes, we dealt with the same type of a spree last year around the Thanksgiving holiday. I know this has been a rough year with COVID and everything else going on, but that cannot be an excuse for the violence that's occurring right now. And we're going to do everything in our power to put a stop to it, but we can't do it on our own. We need the community's support. So again, I'm encouraging everybody that's just as upset about this as we are to meet me tomorrow night at the Midtown Community Center. Again, the address is 925 George Ingram Boulevard. Any questions?
So you said that both of the suspects, so the person, one of the people that you have in custody is a suspect?
He's a suspect, but we're not going to release his name at this time until we confirm his involvement in it.
Anything that could help us, that help the community kind of identify who this other suspect is that you guys are looking for, or is he already known to you guys?
Deputy Chief, you want to answer that?
The person that we're looking for right now is already known to us, and we're getting some sort of cooperation, not exactly on where he's at, but kind of places he may be.
And are you concerned that this person is armed?
Yes, of course. We have not recovered any firearm that was used in this. The person that we have detained right now doesn't have a firearm with him, so obviously there still is a firearm out there, and we would assume that it's with our other suspect, yes.
And are these folks known to you from any prior criminal activities?
The second person that we're looking for, I couldn't tell you. I have not looked at their criminal history. The first person is, that first person's known to us.
Chief, could you just weigh in on this? I mean, I know this happened at a basketball court,
Mm-hmm.
a public place, and like you said, there's been these uptick of shooting. Something like this happening in a public place, I mean, what's the risk of that? And what do you want to get across to this?
Well, this is random, and again, these are people that know each other. This isn't a stranger walking up to another stranger and just shooting and killing them. These are people that are involved in disputes with one another. So I don't feel that there's a huge concern for the everyday average citizen to have someone just walk up and shoot him. Anything could happen. You could always have an innocent bystander, God forbid, that gets hit. But what we're dealing with are people that know each other, and there's a beef, there's an argument, there's tension between the two of them, and it's resulting in gunfire. That's what we're dealing with.
And because something, like you said, can always happen, do you worry about kind of the disregard for other lives, and when you have a sports complex or a park where other people could be or very well may have been?
Most definitely, and that's why we're out here. That's why we're stepping up our efforts. We're not going anywhere. We're going to continue to be out here, but that's my message to the community, is that we can't be everywhere at all times. So if you see something that doesn't look right, if you see someone walking down the street and look, they're carrying a firearm or anything, give us a call, because if we can get there to prevent something like this from happening, that would obviously be the goal.
What do you think it says about the fact that, like you said, some of these have been occurring in broad daylight when there are more people out and about?
Yeah, they're occurring in broad daylight, but a couple of these are inside. One of them was inside of a business. The other one was inside of a residence. And when you have those, there's absolutely nothing we can do about those. When you have two people inside of a business, a private business or a private residence, that get into an argument, and the next thing one pulls out a gun and shoots the other. There's absolutely nothing we can do to control that.
I'm not sure if you might have this in front of you, but do you guys know at this point how many shootings have occurred in the last week or this last week?
I don't have that specific number in front of me. I believe we're at about 5, and 3 of them have been fatal. Is that correct?
Shootings total, I believe there were 5 incidents. We had 8 people shot, 3 fatal. Now we're up to our 4th. So what is that? 6 shootings, 4 fatals, 9 people shot.
I'll put it to you this way.
Yeah.
Too many. Way too many.
And what are you hoping comes out of this community meeting? Are you planning for this to maybe be part of a series of meetings? What sort of...
If it needs to be a series of meetings, it will be a series of meetings. We're looking for fresh ideas, new ideas, because again, I think we do a very good job of protecting our community as a whole. I don't have a lot of concern about us being able to solve these incidents, and a lot of that is because of the cooperation that we gain from the community. There's really no lack of cooperation from the community after these shooting incidents happen, but I'm looking for fresh ideas as to what we can do on the front end and what the community can do to help us prevent further shooting incidents.
And are the 2 suspects around the same age as the victim? 19 years old is...
Yeah, pretty much that is another trend we're looking at. Pretty much all of these are early 20s, late teens to early 20s.
I'm not sure about I don't know if you know this either, but are any of the weapons, I don't know if the weapons you've recovered, are they like stolen weapons that shouldn't be on the streets in the first place?
We don't know that. We don't know that. Not at this time.
Do you mean generally in the shootings?
Yeah, like in all these shootings, like any weapons you recovered, I know if they're like...
Yeah, we don't know that at this time. Anything else?
I just wanted to confirm the name and DOB of it's 62301?
Yes, John Phillips, 62301.
And standard spelling for
Yes. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was the latest from Daytona Beach, Florida. Police there, the chief calling for a community meeting after 9 days of deadly violence. The latest, they're investigating the shooting death of a 19-year-old who was found dead at a park. I believe you heard them say on the basketball court. Investigators said John Phillips was found lying on the basketball court of the park on Derbyshire Road yesterday afternoon. At that news conference, Daytona Beach Police Chief Jakari Young said Phillips was shot 3 times. As of last night, police said they had 1 person in custody and are still looking for an additional suspect. Chief Young said the shooting was possibly over a dispute involving a woman. So yes, we are hearing there's a lot of violence going on in Daytona Beach, Florida right now, and the police chief has called for a community meeting. I'm going to take you back out live again to Times Square in New York City. Here's a live look right there. We're continuing on with our top stories from across the country that involves everything coronavirus related. So next I'm going to take you out to Santa Clara County in California for their COVID-19 latest. It looks like health officials are going to be making an appearance in this news conference. But again, you're watching News Now from Fox. Thank you so much for being here.
Today, I have some sobering news to share, and I know that this news is not what any of us would like to hear, nor is this situation one that any of us would like to be in. But nevertheless, here we are. And I also know that many people living in our county have been making extraordinary sacrifices over the last many months, since February, and now we are asking everyone to do more, even more. The decisions that we are making today are extraordinarily difficult ones, far more difficult than they were when we made similar decisions in March. However, we have come to a place where our cases and our hospitalizations are so high that we must do something to settle things down. I have been sounding the alarm about our rising case rates and hospitalizations for some time, and we are now at a critical inflection point. In fact, what we do or what we don't do starting today may mean a matter of life and death for many living in our county. So our case rates and our hospitalizations continue to surge. We have a few graphs here to show you. I'm going to tell you what I see, and I want to show you what I see. I want the public and all of you to know and to see what we know and what we see and why we're making the decisions that we're making. This is our epidemic curve that you've seen many times, and you can see that over there on the far part of the curve in November, our case rates have been surging since the beginning of November. In fact, we now have the highest case rate of any county in the San Francisco Bay Area. Just today, we had 760 new cases, far shattering any previous record by over 200 cases. Those cases were from people who had their specimens collected, 95% of them over the last 5 days, so these are recent cases. In addition, and our next slide, our next graphic, these are hospitalizations. All of our hospitals combined, these are the number of people with COVID in hospital beds over time, and you can again see the very sharp rise that's been occurring in November. Today, the number of people with COVID in hospitals across our county is 239. That is also a record. We have never had that many people in with COVID requiring hospitalization ever in the pandemic to date. People hospitalized with COVID, that number has more than doubled since November 12th, as you can see there. We had just 110 on November 12th, and we now have 239. And most concerning, many of our hospitals, we can go to the next one, have very little remaining capacity in their ICUs. And this is particularly in hospitals serving communities that have been most heavily impacted by COVID. This pandemic is like a high-speed train. and our projections tell us that we are on target to derail by around the 3rd week of December if we don't apply brakes right now with all our collective might. To further complicate our situation, we also have many added challenges at this point in the pandemic. These projections that we have, they don't account for the fact that our hospitals typically fill with patients this time of year, whether it be from cold and flu or for other reasons. So there's even less capacity to absorb a surge in COVID patients. These projections that we have also don't take into account Thanksgiving, where many people did gather and many people did travel, and we anticipate that this is going to create a surge, also not accounted for in our current projections. In addition, whereas in the past, in the spring and in the summer, when we were surging, we would always know that there would be healthcare workers, travelers from other parts of the country that could come in and help if we needed. And right now, as you know, every part of the country is experiencing a COVID surge as we are. And so we must plan to ensure that we are able to take care of ourselves with the healthcare workers currently in our hospitals. So this is our hospitalizations are a significant concern, and they are the primary driver for the decisions that we are making. We want to ensure, as always, that everyone who needs care, be it because they are ill with COVID or have a heart attack or stroke or a trauma victim or simply need to deliver a child, that they have access to the best health care available with trained staff to care for them. And so today we are between an extreme rock and a hard place. Of course, we will be continuing our focused measures to control COVID, our testing, our contact tracing, our outbreak investigations, isolation, quarantine, education, public communication, enforcement. All of those things we will continue to do. Yet we must do more. We must take broader measures, because our focused measures, as we've seen, are no match for the tsunami of cases and hospitalizations that are coming. So we will continue to go all in, and we are asking everyone in the community to stand with us and to do the same. So today we are announcing a tightening of our directives, and James will discuss these details. This is not a shelter-in-place order as I issued in March, but nevertheless, the broader message is simple, and that is that we urge everyone to stay home to the greatest extent that you can. Please stay home. Do not go out unless it is for essential reasons or essential purposes.
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will see you when you return.
I want you to know that we do not ask people to take these measures lightly. We do not put these restrictions on businesses lightly. These are extraordinarily painful and difficult decisions, but it is a matter of life and death, and we must slow this train or it will derail. But I am confident that together we can do this, we can beat it back, we have done it before, and we will do it again. Thank you so much, and I'm going to turn it over to James to provide further detail.
As Dr. Cody noted, we are making a number of changes in the existing directives that we have in place to help try to bring down the increase in cases and hospitalizations here in Santa Clara County. I'm going to walk through what some of those key changes are, and of course they'll be available on our website. We have an executive summary that we're putting out. These changes will go into effect on Monday and will remain in place until at least December 21st. First and most significantly, we are across the board reducing the capacity in indoor facilities that are open to the public. Specifically, stores and all other facilities open to the public will be limited to a 10% capacity indoors. Grocery stores, drugstores, and pharmacies, however, will be allowed to operate at 25% capacity indoors. And that's to ensure sufficient access to food and medicine. In addition, to help make these capacity limitations real, all facilities open to the public must establish a metering system to ensure that the applicable capacity limits are not exceeded. So, for example, they can achieve that by posting somebody at the entrance to count those entering or exiting. Again, these capacity limits will be applying across the board to indoor facilities open to the public. For outdoor gatherings, we'll continue to allow outdoor gatherings, and the state allows them for First Amendment purposes, such as religious services or protests, even in the purple tier. However, the maximum will be reduced to 100 people. For professional, collegiate, and youth sports, all recreational activities that involve physical contact or close proximity with persons outside of one's household, including all contact sports, will be temporarily prohibited. People can continue to engage in other outdoor athletic or recreational activities that don't involve direct contact or close proximity. Card rooms, both indoors and outdoors, will be temporarily closed. Hotels and other lodging facilities will be only open for essential travel or for use to facilitate isolation and quarantine. And we're issuing a new mandatory directive related to travel that discourages any leisure or non-essential travel and requires a quarantine for 14 days upon return to the county if you've traveled from more than 150 miles away. Healthcare workers who are traveling into the county to provide care to patients or those traveling into the county to obtain treatment are exempt from this requirement. Our hope is that these measures, layered on top of the measures that the state has taken with the purple tier closures and the additional measure that the state has taken for the 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. limitation on only allowing essential businesses and activities to be open, our hope is that these additional measures will bring down the rate of growth such that our hospitals will not be overwhelmed. I want to reemphasize some of the numbers that Dr. Cody already mentioned. 760 new cases today. That's a new record. 215 more cases than our last record from just a few days ago. 239 hospitalizations, including 59 new hospitalizations yesterday, 71 of whom in our ICUs. Again, record number of hospitalizations. These are not records that we want to have here in Santa Clara County. And together, we believe that if we strictly adhere to these safety protocols, we can once again rein in this surge, ensure that access to health care is available, and help keep our community safe and avoid countless serious illnesses and death. We'll now turn it over to Dr. Clifford Wang, Chair of the Department of Medicine at Valley Medical Center.
Well, good afternoon. I just came from the COVID unit, and we are all feeling and seeing the impact of COVID-19 in our ICUs and our medical surgical units. Our staff, physicians and nurses and other staff, are working round the clock, doing extra shifts to care for all the patients. It's a stressful time, but we know that we're heading into probably one of the most toughest periods of the pandemic. because we're getting hit both with COVID and non-COVID cases. This is one of the busiest times of the year. It's a time when we're just starting to see the flu early on, but we haven't even seen its apex yet. We have to be open to other patients that have other conditions, heart attacks, strokes, accidents. We really need to protect the healthcare system from being overwhelmed and overburdened, overcrowded. It's the lifeline of our community. So we really need your help to really decrease the spread of this condition, COVID-19, so that we can keep our doors open to all patients during this time. Please wear a mask, physically distance, avoid large gatherings, and try to stay at home as much as you can. We really appreciate your help. We're counting on the whole community. Please help us during this time. Thank you. Elizabeth is going to share with you as well from O'Connor Hospital.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Bruley, and I am the manager of the emergency department at O'Connor Hospital. Like other hospitals in this county, we have seen a concerning increase in the number of patients admitted with COVID into our hospitals. We need to be sure that our hospitals have enough space and staff to take care of these patients. Those with COVID, as well as patients with other illnesses. It is important for us to take measures to decrease the community spread of COVID to ensure that our hospitals can be there to take care of everyone. Thank you very much for your support.
We will now open up for the question and answer portion of it. Please let us know if you have a question. We'll call on you. We'll start with the Silicon Valley Business Journal.
Question for Dr. Cody. Would you clarify explicitly what you meant by the metaphor you used early on when you said by the third week of December, cases could derail? Are you talking about hospitals reaching capacity to handle COVID? What exactly are you saying?
To clarify, the current trends that we have, both the rise in cases and the resulting hospitalizations, we work with a number of academic partners to do projections to anticipate how many hospital beds we will need to care for COVID and other patients. Those projections are all converging and tell us that around the third week of December, at our current trends, we are likely to run out, meaning that when those running out of our regular beds, and after that we would have to go into surge beds, which is a different way of staffing and operating than the regular beds that we have across our hospitals.
Just a follow-up on that. At that point, are you talking about a situation where doctors have to make decisions? Some people can be treated and some can't, or are you talking about moving into some expanded mode?
That's when we move into surge, and actually Dr. Ahmad Kamal is in the best position to talk about what that means if you have further questions.
Next we'll go to KGO TV.
Yeah, so what's the impact of professional sports, teams like the 49ers, the group travel, in and out?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave those questions because it's particularly applying our directive to those situations, and I'm going to turn it over to James Williams.
What is the capacity of the beds right now?
So for beds, I'm going to direct you to Dr. Kamal. So maybe we'll bring up Dr. Kamal and run through those questions.
So we've been working with our hospitals since the beginning of this pandemic to come up with plans as to what to do in such a scenario. Hospitals have developed surge plans to deal with an influx of patients. However, we have to understand that these surge plans depend on adequate staffing. At the current time, given the state of the pandemic throughout the country, staffing shortages are very real. So we have to be cognizant of the fact that the hospitals cannot do this by themselves. We as a community must take steps to prevent the transmission of COVID so that hospitals are able to keep up. In answer to your questions, we are hoping to never get to the point where doctors need to make the very difficult decisions you alluded to. That is why we are taking the steps today that we need to do.
Next question for KPIX, please.
What's the impact of professional sports?
So the update today to the Professional Sports and Collegiate Sports Directive will temporarily suspend activities that require direct physical contact or interaction in Santa Clara County. So that means that for those teams, they will not be able to play games or have practices where they have direct contact within the county.
Is that including the 49ers?
Yes.
Have you contacted the team?
We have been in touch with and will continue to be in touch with all of the affected parties, including sports teams.
And what did they say?
I'm not going to comment on what other entities.
If we can move and let other people have a chance to have questions, and move on to KPIX next, please.
Sure. So the question's about outdoor dining. Outdoor dining will remain open. We have some very stringent rules in place with respect to outdoor dining, including spacing between tables and many other requirements. As you probably know, we continue to be in a pretty significant effort with respect to compliance, and those efforts will continue not just this weekend but going forward. And we believe that if there is appropriate, strict adherence to those protocols, the outdoor dining at this time couldn't continue. Yes, that is correct. Yes. Sure. Thank you for that question, because that is, I think, one of the most significant new pieces. It's a new directive related to travel. Any persons entering into Santa Clara County, whether they are residents who traveled and have now returned, or others who are coming in to visit, will need to quarantine for 14 days if they've come from a point of origin more than 150 miles from the county. And the intent behind that is we recognize that there are people from adjacent locales who live and work across county lines. The requirements will have to be provided to travelers upon arrival. So we're requiring transit facilities where people may be coming from greater than 150 miles. So, for example, the airport or train stations, to affirmatively provide the quarantine information to those travelers so that they know upon arrival, and to also provide notices to publicize that requirement. There are other states that have put in place various forms of quarantine measures. We are very concerned about, of course, the situation more broadly across the United States and elsewhere in California. And we have been repeatedly discouraging travel. I think you've heard that now several times at several previous press conferences. But this is another step to try to keep the community safe when folks are engaging in travel. Well, one piece of it is the change also to the directives related to hotels and similar lodging facilities, where they can only be used for either the purposes of, for essential purposes or for isolation and quarantines. That's a piece of it. But, it's part of our overall enforcement efforts. We have actually had most people in this community take these measures very seriously, and I think people will recognize what a pivotal and critical time we are in right now.
Yeah, despite all these changes that you've announced, am I clear that there's been no change to tier status?
Correct. So the question was about the tier status, which is from the state. The state has this 4-tier system: purple, red, orange, yellow. We remain in the purple tier under the state framework, and so all of the state's purple tier restrictions remain in effect here locally. So for example, under the purple tier, the state prohibits indoor dining. Under the purple tier, the state prohibits a number of other indoor activities, such as indoor family entertainment centers. All those state prohibitions remain in place. This is an additional protective layer on top of that state framework. If I recall the number correctly, I believe we are at 476 deaths. And unfortunately, we know that number will rise in the coming days, given the number of patients in the hospital and given the rising case counts. Deaths lag the rise in cases, and they lag the rise in hospitalizations. So that's something we're extremely concerned about. You know, we don't want to see more death in our community as a result of COVID.
Channel 2. You mentioned the spike in the most recent spike is not by something fast as we've seen. Is that just a little early that's going to come back when everybody starts to come back to this area next year?
So the question is, this spike in cases, the 760 cases that we have today, what does that mean with Thanksgiving and travel and gatherings related to Thanksgiving? These are, of course, cases where the specimen was collected before Thanksgiving, and so it doesn't reflect what may be happening or may have happened in the last few days. And we are extremely concerned, as Dr. Cody mentioned, that we're going to see those numbers climb even further. This virus, like many, grows exponentially if unchecked, and that exponential growth is what has us most concerned.
So you got a declining rate of America to see the vaccine. It is coming, as the federal government said.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
Is declining rate to receive the vaccine as the federal government?
So the question is whether we're ready to receive the vaccine. We have a whole team in the Emergency Operations Center that's focused on logistics issues related to the vaccine, so that we are absolutely in a position when it arrives in the county to be able to distribute it and to work with healthcare providers to ensure that distribution. There are a lot of different vaccines out there and several that are in the final stages. They all have different characteristics, and we're aware of that and taking that into account in all of our logistical planning.
KPI?
A little bit of lull here, everyone, in the questioning
The question
in
is
Santa Clara County,
about
California.
businesses and the impact of these capacity reductions holiday shopping season. You know,
All right, everyone, I want to update you. Our sister station, Fox 2 KTVU, is reporting that the 49ers may need a temporary home because of the new COVID-19 rules right there in Santa Clara County, California. Again, the San Francisco 49ers and other teams may need to find a temporary home after the county on Saturday banned all contact sports from holding games and practices for the next 3 weeks as a result of COVID-19. County officials issued the directives in response to rising cases of the coronavirus in the area. The rules taking effect today and again will last for 3 weeks. The 49ers have home games scheduled for December 7th against Buffalo and December 13th against Washington at Levi Stadium there in Santa Clara. The team also practices at that site in the county. The team had no immediate comment on the new rules. So a lot of impact there in Santa Clara County, California. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute break. We will see you when you return.
The 10% capacity with metering so that as much as possible, folks can still go in. They're not closed completely like a full shelter in place would be. But there's no doubt it's extraordinarily challenging for the entire community. It's extraordinarily challenging for our healthcare providers, absolutely for affected families, and emphatically as well for business owners and for workers. This is an unprecedented pandemic, and no life in this county is untouched. So the question is, if you are merely transiting through Santa Clara County, are you subject to the 14-day quarantine? And the answer is no. If you are actually in transit through to some other destination, it would not apply. But if you are coming here to stay here, it would.
Anything else? Any last questions?
Thank you.
The capacity of the beds. The capacity of the beds.
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
As of yesterday, there were approximately 70 ICU beds reported unoccupied in hospitals. We have to keep in mind that on top of that, many hospitals have 5 or fewer beds. This means that their ability to take care of additional patients, whether they be for COVID or other critical health conditions, is quite limited. We are very concerned particularly about that, which is one reason for the steps today.
Quick question. Eye doctors, dentists, all that's open? Will further help?
Yeah, all healthcare operations remain open, and they remain open under both the state framework and locally, just as they did during shelter in place.
We'd like to thank everyone for coming. We'll be available for questions in other languages afterwards. And thank you for attending and helping us spread the word about all the information today.
All right, everyone, again, good morning. Happy Monday. My name is Pilar Arias. You are watching News Now from Fox, coming to you live from our brand new East Coast News Now from Fox hub in Orlando, Florida. Isn't it beautiful? Eventually, me, Rain, and Regina will be able to show you around the new digs here, our new home. It is a brand new, beautiful studio. But as of right now, since we just launched here last week, this is the only vantage point we've got for you. But pretty soon, some exciting times here at News Now from Fox. We're continuing on with our top stories from across the country. Next, let's talk Cyber Monday. Did you do any Black Friday shopping? Surprisingly, a lot of stores were closed on Thanksgiving evening, which was kind of new. But Black Friday still went on. Lots of people hit up the outlet stores out here in Orlando. I know that for a fact because I actually did try to go on Black Friday to the outlets myself and was only able to make it in a few stores that typically really don't have those Black Friday deals. It was just being out to be out, I guess. But again, I hope you are having a great day. Thank you for starting off your morning, your week with us right here on News Now from Fox. So let's take a look about those Cyber Monday deals and exactly what's going on, thanks to our sister station, Fox 13 in Tampa.
Friday, then Small Business Saturday, and today is Cyber Monday, putting a cap on that big holiday spending weekend. And a lot of that shopping was probably done online over these past couple of days, but with Cyber Monday, there's a little bit of strategy and a little bit of planning involved to make sure you get exactly what you want at the best prices. Before you start making your purchases this morning, the best thing to do is to have a plan, know what it is you're looking for, and know how much you're willing to spend before you start looking for those deals. This This will help you stay focused, find those deals faster, and also help you to avoid making purchases that you might regret later. Before you add that item to your cart, however, make sure you're getting the best deal. A lot of different stores will have different prices for those hot ticket items, so using a price checking tool will help you to compare prices from multiple different retailers at a time to make sure you're getting the most bang for your buck. A few other things to remember while you're shopping this morning: if you shop with your browser in private or incognito mode, you might have a chance to score a few extra deals. That's because retailers tailor their deals and offers to your shopping history. So if they don't know who you are, you could end up saving a few extra bucks. If you're hoping to stay in your budget, try to resist those add-ons when it comes time to check out, and also keep a close eye on your bank accounts and credit card statements, as scammers are working extra hard, especially on Cyber Monday. Another thing to keep in mind this morning while you're shopping that could end up saving you a few extra bucks is consider signing up for those text offers or email offers. Sometimes they'll send you a coupon code once you sign up for that first time. You can always unsubscribe later. I know it can get annoying, but having a few extra bucks to save on top of those Cyber Monday deals could end up paying off. Reporting in Tampa, Elizabeth Fry, Fox 13 News.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for that. Here's a live look at Times Square in New York City. Looks like those rain bands are starting to move through. As for here in Central Florida, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. should be the time that we see rain moving through the area. We're going to stay on the East Coast here on News Now from Fox. Take you out to our next top story. This one's about a crowded mall food court, thanks to our sister station Fox 29 in Philadelphia.
Good morning. Now, remember, for months now, we've been told that the shared sacrifices, the social distancing, the economic restrictions, all associated with coronavirus, are a shared sacrifice we have to make to try to get people healthy and safe as soon as possible. And for the most part, everyone has been on board. But recently, this weekend, pictures from behind me at the Christiana Mall in Newark, Delaware, have some businesses questioning whether or not they're facing more severe restrictions than others, and they have concerns. Now take a look at pictures from the Facebook page of the Delaware Restaurant Association. It shows photos of Black Friday at the food court here at Christiana Mall. Now remember, Delaware restaurants are currently limited to 30% capacity, but the packed food court certainly looks to be well beyond that. The state officials pointed out that technically the food court wasn't violating the rules, although they haven't exactly explained why. But even so, restaurant owners say that the 30% rule is crushing them and raising questions because they feel the rules seem so random and they feel they're not based on evidence.
I think the reason why it's been brought to everyone's attention is restaurants in Delaware were just reduced to 30%. Restaurants in Philadelphia are reduced to 0%. And so it's on everyone's mind, and it's on our workers' mind. And we had staff at the mall on Friday texting saying, hey, what gives? You know, we have shifts reduced next week. We can't make as many tips, yet the mall's packed.
Now, in response, Delaware officials did say that they're going to change the restrictions here at the mall and at food courts and limit them to 100 people. Restaurant owners say ultimately that wasn't their goal. They weren't trying to create more restrictions for others. They were trying to figure out a way to safely lessen the restrictions that are currently in place, or at least have the opportunity to talk to Delaware officials and try to prove that the safety protocols they've put in place are safe enough to allow them to expand. It's a balancing act between trying to figure out a way to keep people safe and healthy, but also try to survive economically through the holiday season. So we shall see. Here in Newark, Delaware, I'm Bill Anderson for News Now from Fox.
Bill, thank you so much. We really appreciate that. News Now from Fox is not possible, everyone, without our sister stations across the country. It is a huge team effort here. We're taking a live look at Daytona Beach right here in Florida. So you see me, you see Rain, you see Regina, you see Mike Pace, you see Daytona Everett, you see Andrew Kraft, you've seen Christy Larson. She will be back here in the month of December. I can confirm that. I have spoken to her, and she has gone through a very exciting and happy life change, and she is a News Now from Fox host that if you follow on social media mostly on Instagram, but she's also on Facebook and Twitter as well. You will get some life updates from Christy Larson there. She posts some adorable things, I must say. So she will be returning as a News Now from Fox host. And then you've got Stephanie Weaver in Los Angeles, California. So we are nationwide. We are worldwide. We are covering everything that matters to you News Nowers, wherever you are. We're all about live, raw, unfiltered, unedited. And that's just exactly what we do here. We are going to take you out next to Fox 6 Milwaukee, speaking of sister stations and the team effort right here, to get an update on COVID-19 vaccines. And then we're probably going to listen to New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio's latest update. Again, this is News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. If it's live, if it's breaking, you'll find it here.
With promising news on the COVID-19 vaccine front, it'll likely still be a while before vaccines are available for the general population, and likely even longer for kids. Fox 6's Bill Miston live tonight with what doctors are urging for parents as we all wait for more vaccine breakthroughs. Bill?
Good evening, Mary. Those doctors, well, they're urging vigilance, especially those here at Aurora Health, especially as it's going to be a number of months before those vaccines are widely available, especially those for kids. So far, Pfizer, Moderna, and now this week AstraZeneca reporting the COVID-19 vaccines they've developed are effective and safe based on early data from late-stage trials. Last month, Pfizer getting permission to test its vaccine in U.S. kids as young as 12. But doctors say it will be a while before we know how effective the vaccines are in children.
It's really important for us to communicate as a healthcare community. Do not let your guard down.
Doctors like Aurora Children's Health Medical Director Kevin Dahlman pushing for kids to be included in vaccine research trials to try and shorten the window between knowing which vaccines are safe and effective and getting them into the arms of kids.
We want to be able to enroll the pediatric population in the similar size studies to show the safety and efficacy of the vaccines.
Still, Dahlman predicts that it might not be until the middle of next year that widespread vaccination of kids will even be possible. But just because a number of promising vaccines are on the horizon doesn't mean to throw away proper hygiene practices.
We still need to make sure that we're encouraging masking, social distancing, hand washing. We want to make sure that we stay as healthy as possible. We want to make sure that we're limiting or eliminating exposure altogether if and when possible.
And it's important to note that once there are safe and effective vaccines approved and available for wide distribution, that those vaccines will only be as effective at slowing and stopping this pandemic as if everyone takes them. Reporting in Glendale tonight, Bill Miston, Fox 6 News.
All right, Bill, thank you. With promising news on...
All right, Bill, thank you. Here's a live look at the U.S. Capitol in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. I'm going to show you a gorgeous live picture we have from the Fox News headquarters out in New York City. Take a look at this, everyone. Oh, such a beautiful Christmas tree with a star on top and the ornaments and the lights. And it's not just the Christmas tree that's lit up. There's other trees in the area as well that have lights on them. Absolutely, positively gorgeous. And you see New Yorkers there starting off their day, starting off their week. It's 7:37 here on the East Coast. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute break. When you return from that break, we'll be listening in on New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio providing his latest update. Again, this is News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Happy Monday. Happy belated Thanksgiving. It's Cyber Monday, too. Don't forget to log in for those deals. I'm a couponer, so I definitely look for those deals.
I hope everyone had joyous and safe Thanksgiving, and even though this Thanksgiving was definitely different, I hope you got to feel the warmth and the love of your family and friends. However you did that, I hope you got to feel it, and I hope it will help sustain you in the weeks ahead. We're here today with a major announcement regarding our school system. And I want to start with just a moment of reflection on what we have been through up to now. You go back to this summer. Chancellor Carranza and I were adamant that we believed reopening our schools was the right thing to do, that our kids needed it. Parents had a lot of concerns, educators and staff had a lot of concerns. A lot of people said it could not be done, but we believed it could be done and it could be done safely. And we became one of the few major cities in America to reopen our schools. In fact, by far, of course, the biggest school system in America. What we did, a lot of people looked at with amazement. And that's a credit to our educators and our staff, everyone at the Department of Education, our custodial services team, food services, school safety, everyone who was a part of that. They believed they could do it, and they did. And we kept our schools safe. And we did it in real life conditions. We proved that schools could be extraordinarily safe because we put a tremendous number of health and safety measures in place, created that gold standard of combined health and safety actions that worked. What we didn't know back in July and August, we do know now that these steps work and they keep kids safe and they keep the whole school community safe. But we also said at the time that we would set a strict standard and we would live by it. And if we hit 3%, we'd have to reevaluate the whole situation. We did, of course, hit 3%. We did a temporary closure of our schools. And then we went about the work immediately of resetting the entire equation and trying to determine a path that would be sustainable. Regardless of the challenges we faced, we needed something sustainable that could link us up to the time when we would have the vaccine widely distributed. And so we focused on increasing the health and safety measures, doubling down on the things that work, making them even more stringent and exacting. I had conversations with our stakeholders, conversations with the state. I've had a number of conversations with the governor. We've been working through how do we take all those good lessons of health and safety and amplify them with new measures. So that is exactly what we now will put in place. We will have testing that is going to go from monthly in every school to weekly in every school. We will have consent forms required for attendance. I want to emphasize this. Students will not be able to attend school unless they have a consent form on record, period. This is something for everyone's health and safety. And as we open school in phases, and I'll go over the phases in a moment, wherever possible, we will, in schools that have the ability, go to 5-day-a-week instruction. Now, this is for the students who already were in blended learning or the ones who opted in recently. For any school that does have the space and the ability to move to 5-day-a-week in-person instruction for those kids, that will now be the preferred model. So we'll have in-person instruction for those who are part of that approach, remote for all other kids. The Situation Room will also, of course, continue to do its extraordinary work, and this has been one of the big X factors. The Situation Room has allowed us to keep each individual school safe with very exacting follow-through on every reported case and quick action to address what the ramifications of the case would be, whether it means in some cases a classroom needs to be closed for a period of time or even a whole school. That approach has worked. That will stay strong. Obviously, all the social distancing rules, mask wearing, everything that's worked before, but with these new measures. So that is the basic approach, and now here's the important news. Beginning the week of Monday, December 7th, New York City Public Schools will begin to reopen. We will begin with elementary schools, K to 5, and our pre-K, 3K public school centers. And then later that week, on Thursday, December 10th, our District 75 special education programs. So New York City Public Schools will be reopening in phases starting on Monday, December 7th. Now, we are focusing on the younger grades. Let's be clear. Focusing on the younger grades on that Monday. All K-5 programs, whether they're standalone or part of a bigger school, those grades will come back, and those pre-K, 3K centers. Why? Because we know, first of all, studies consistently show that younger kids are having less of a negative experience, and there's less concern about the spread when it comes to younger kids. Also, the demands that our parents are going through, and I feel for all our parents who are experiencing so many challenges right now, how important it is for them to have their younger kids in school, how important it is at that age, both educationally and socially, but also in terms of how parents juggle all the challenges in their life. And then District 75. We have a little bit of extra work to do to get District 75 programs back up and running, but as I said, Thursday, December 10th. District 75 school special needs program, so crucial. We want to be there for those kids and their families that go through so much. We've heard from those families, they need this back, so we will get that up and running. Now that's going to be the vast majority of the city. Those levels we're going to address in the future of middle school and high school, but we're not ready for those yet. That's just the plain truth. We will work to get to that day, but we're not there yet. I do want to address schools that happen to be in the orange zone areas of the city. Now, it's just a small part of the city right now. But we will work to open those schools as well, following the very clear state guidelines. The state guidelines require a lot. We will work to meet those goals and reopen those schools as early as the week of December 7th. Some particular work that has to be done there, but we're going to go to that work immediately and see what we can do to get as many of those open as possible. Look, whatever happens ahead, we want this to be the plan going forward, because we now believe we know what we didn't know back in the summer. We know what works through actual experience. And we know that if you put a heavy emphasis on testing and you continually reinforce those health and safety measures, you monitor carefully with the Situation Room, we know we can keep our schools safe for the duration and link up to that day.
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you when you return.
Speak about why this is so important and how we are going to make it work. Someone who believed from the beginning that we could reopen the nation's largest school system and has been a strong voice throughout for finding the way to keep it open and do it the right way. Our Chancellor, Richard Carranza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we made the painful decision to close schools temporarily, we did it with the health and safety of our students and staff at the forefront of our minds. We are seeing cases rise across our city, which is why we're increasing testing in tandem with continued rigorous interventions. And as you've mentioned, our Situation Room is performing heroically to act on positive cases when they do arise. Our schools have been remarkably safe, and it's important that we're taking good care to keep them that way while New Yorkers do everything we can to stop the spread. Getting our children back in school buildings is one of the single most important things we can do for their well-being, and it's so important that we do it right. With these new measures in place, I and the entire team is confident that we're on track to safely and successfully keep our schools open for the duration of this pandemic. I once again will add my voice to yours, Mr. Mayor, and implore upon all New Yorkers, please follow the medical advice. Please limit your interactions. Please wear your mask. If you want schools to open and stay open, it's upon all of us to do our share to keep them open. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chancellor. And we're going to be talking about that a lot. A lot of people have been saying right field. A lot of parents, we've heard your voices loud and clear. You wanted schools back open, but we're going to ask everyone to be a part of that, everyone to participate to make it work. And we'll be talking about that this week and beyond. Okay, now, in that very same vein, what can you do? Every parent, we need you to get that consent form for testing in. I want to be very, very clear. For any child to be in a classroom going forward, they either will have to have a testing consent form on file or appropriate medical exemption from a doctor. If folks have a concern, they need to talk to a doctor, we will facilitate that through health and hospitals. But literally every single student who will be in person will need that. We'll get you the exact number, but it's in the neighborhood of about 330,000 kids who will qualify to be in person. But it can only work if everyone has a consent form on file. So, parents, if you are one of the parents that really want your kid back in school and you already were in blended learning or you signed up during the opt-in period, here's what you need to do. You have to go online. Please do it right away. Go to mystudent.nyc, fill out that testing consent form. The other acceptable option is for the child to bring it on their first day of school when we come back. But we need this to happen to keep everyone safe. This was a crucial part of resetting the entire equation, that this would be a strict rule, and every parent who cares about getting their kid back in the classroom, help us by getting that form in. Okay, let's go over today's indicators. 1, the daily number of people admitted to New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19. Threshold 200 patients. Today's report 130 patients. Confirmed positivity level of 48.12%. Number 2, new reported cases on a 7-day average. Threshold 550 cases. Today's report 1,636 cases. And number 3, percentage of people testing positive citywide for COVID-19. Threshold 5%. Today's report, the daily is not yet ready because we've had an aberrantly low number of tests come in. Obviously, it's a holiday, so we don't feel we have an accurate measure. We'll put that up as soon as we have something accurate. We do have a clear picture on the 7-day rolling average. That is 3.9%. Okay, let's have a few words in Spanish. Estamos trabajando fuerte para cumplir la promesa de abrir nuestras escuelas de nuevo lo más pronto posible. Hoy anunciamos que las escuelas para nuestros estudiantes más jóvenes van a abrir por fases y de forma segura. Vamos a seguir trabajando fuerte para que todos nuestros niños estén seguros y reciban la educación en persona que se merecen. With that, let's turn to our colleagues in the media. And please let me know the name and outlet of each journalist.
Hi all, we'll now begin our Q&A. With us today is Schools Chancellor Richard Carranza, Health Commissioner Dr. Jay Chachki, and Senior Advisor Dr. Jay Varma. With that, we'll go to Jillian from New York One.
Hi, Mayor. Thanks for taking my question today. I guess I'll start with, it seems like we're no longer using the 3% threshold as something to close schools. Will anything replace that? Is there a figure at which you'll want to close schools citywide again, or is this an entirely different approach?
Jillian, it's a new approach because we have so much proof now of how safe schools can be. And this has come from real life experience in the biggest school system in America, right here in New York City. And so when you combine all the measures we've had before, that gold standard of health and safety measures, plus the Situation Room, plus the new testing and other standards we're putting in place, we feel confident that we can keep schools safe. We'll continue to work with the state on any other standards going forward, but right now we think this is the best way to move ahead because it's been proven. Go ahead.
As far as middle and high school goes, I know you're saying that there's no timeline for that. What's the reason for that delay? Is it to scale up the testing capacity, or are you going to use that space potentially for other grade level students? I know that's been suggested. What's the reason for the phasing in?
Jillian, you're right. The amount of testing is a crucial piece of the equation. So since we're moving to weekly testing, that's going to take a lot of capacity. We wanted to make sure we can do that consistently and well, and that's why it's important to go by phases. Also, again, the need levels for District 75 for younger kids, the need is even more intense to be there in school. And we know that the health realities for the youngest kids have been the most favorable. So all of those reasons are why we're doing it now. We look forward to the day when we can move to middle and high school, but we're just not able to do that yet.
Next is Eliza from the New York Times.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, Eliza, how you doing?
Hi, I'm okay. How are you?
Good, thank you.
First, I have a math question, then I have a broader question. How many kids are actually eligible to go back the week of the 7th? Because I know it's not the whole universe of 300,000 because middle and high schools won't be open.
Yes, the 330,000 or so is everyone, you're right. For elementary, K to 5, for pre-K, 3K, for D75, we're going to confirm that number to you. I believe it's around 190,000. And anyone from that universe will be able to come back again with the consent form on file.
Great. And so I just wanted to ask, I mean, we're going to have maybe, 200,000 to 300,000 kids who have 5 days a week, which is, fantastic for those families. Are you concerned that we have a third of the system now with semi-regular school and, many, many more kids, hundreds of thousands of kids that have all remote indefinitely? Do you have concerns about the sort of disparities there between the two parts of the system?
I'll start and I'll turn to the Chancellor. Of course, we want the day to come soon where everyone could be back in the classroom together. That would be the optimal. But we really tried to emphasize the rights of parents and families to make a choice from the very beginning. The first thing the Chancellor did a survey of parents to find out what they wanted, going way back to the summer. And we have adjusted as we've gone along according to the needs of parents to the maximum extent possible, while putting health and safety first, obviously. Let's be clear. Some schools will be able to go to 5 days a week right away. Some have already done it. Some have been planning for this moment. We'll be able to do it right away. Some will need more time to get ready. So it's not all going to happen on the first day. I want to be very, very clear. But the model now for pre-K, 3K, for K to 5, for D75, for any school that can do it, that has the right space and staffing to move to 5 days a week as quickly as possible. For some, that will be as early as Monday, December 7th. To your disparity point, Eliza, yes, I'm very concerned about that, but I also know that if we do this right, we'll be able to serve the families who want to be in person better. And for the families that are remote, the day will come when the health situation changes substantially, particularly with the vaccine. And then we're going to rework the equation again. That will be another time when we reset the equation and offer people new opportunities. Go ahead, Chancellor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll only add that our goal, Eliza, always is to serve as many students in person on as many days as possible. That's our goal. Understanding some of the physical constraints with some of our school buildings, understanding that not everyone will have the space. We obviously are very concerned about any kind of disparity and are working very hard to make sure that we're really solving for those disparate circumstances. That being said, this is another reason why it was so important for families to indicate whether they wanted in-person learning, and we set a hard deadline, because that has actually given principals now the opportunity to look at how many students are actually coming, and because they have solid numbers, they're able to, in many cases, reprogram and get more days of in-person instruction in place. So again, we will always have as a goal to serve as many students on as many days as possible, given the parameters, given the geography of the buildings, etc.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Next is Rima from Chalkbeat.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, I guess almost. I just wanted to make sure I understand.
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute break. When you return, News Now from Fox host Regina Gonzalez will be joining you for the next hour. My name is Pilar Arias. I'll see you again at 9 o'clock Eastern, all the way until 11, until we pass things off to our friends and colleagues at the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, Rima, very good question, and the answer is completely different. To get the school system open, we set a particularly stringent standard. And the Chancellor and I and the health team talked about this a lot. There was a lot of concern. There was a lot of doubt. We certainly understood why people were so concerned. It was something we had never done before. But throughout September, October, into November, we proved that our schools could be safe. The previous approach doesn't apply anymore. It's a new approach now, where we're doing much more testing. We're requiring the consent forms. And we now know also the situation room, which was only an idea when we started, that's been an extraordinarily powerful tool. So with all those pieces coming together, we're convinced we can keep schools safe and do it in a sustainable manner. So this is a whole new approach now. Go ahead, Rima.
Yeah, I guess just to follow up on that. So to be clear, will it work in the way that it's been working with the school by school closures? So if, for example, in your weekly testing, if you have a number of people who test positive, then would that trigger like a classroom closure or a building closure? Like how would that work at this point?
The way the situation room has been working up to now, that will continue. And there'll always be an investigation. If they find something that requires temporary closure, there's always an investigation to determine the larger ramifications, and then acting accordingly on what the Situation Room and our test and trace team finds. That's been tremendously effective. We're going to stick with that. Go ahead.
Next is Sydney from Gothamist.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for taking my question. I want to ask about the testing mandates, the weekly testing mandates. Could you detail how much more testing that would actually be compared to what you all are doing now? And does this have enough locations and supplies to carry out that testing? And how will those locations and supplies be added to meet the new mandate?
Yeah, this is part of what we have really had to focus on in the last week or so, is perfecting this approach. A lot of conversations over the last few days, over this weekend, to make sure that everything was lined up. The answer is yes. Part of what we found is because we've been expanding testing capacity constantly in New York City, that we now had a lot more we could utilize in schools. Again, we're going from a monthly requirement to a weekly requirement. But we're also going to do it to begin in many fewer schools because we are not yet ready to move forward with middle or high school. So the answer is yes. We have the capacity and the logistical reach to do weekly testing in every one of the schools that will be open. And we think that's going to make a huge difference in terms of helping us assure everyone that we can keep them safe and keep the school community moving forward. Go ahead.
Okay, and then my other question is also on testing. Will all the students who return the week of December 7th be tested before returning? And then will the weekly testing be all the students or a certain percentage? Could you detail that as well?
The weekly testing will be modeled on the approach that has been used on the monthly basis up to now. So it'll be 20% of the kids in the school. That will be done on a weekly basis. There will not be pre-testing. It will be done every week that school is in session. For a school in the orange zone, we'll follow state rules, and whatever additional measures we have to follow as a result, we will.
Next is Steve from WCBS Radio.
You say Steve?
Steve,
are you there?
Steve, are you there?
Steve? I don't hear Steve.
Okay, Steve, we'll come back to you.
Let's get back to Steve.
We're going to go to Jen from WNBC next.
Hey, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking with you from here at 30 Rock, where the Christmas tree is up and it's going to be lit this week. So I'm hoping you could give us some information about how.
Wait a minute, we lost you, Jen. Jen,
are you there? Okay, we're going to come back.
We're going to come back to Jen. Okay, at least we know her topic. Okay. Who's that?
One
of those days.
We're going to try Steve again. This is Steve from WCBS Radio.
Hey, is this working now?
There you go, Steve. How you doing?
Good. I hope you had an all right Thanksgiving, given the circumstances.
Definitely. How about you, Steve?
Yeah, it was all right. A lot of video calls, a lot of phone calls. Did the best we could. First, I wanted to ask about any more chances for parents to opt in. Obviously, the last opt-in period was in the context of numbers rising. We're getting close to 3%, so it seemed like the overarching kind of feeling was, what's the point right now if schools are just around the corner from closing? So for parents who see this new plan and see some amount of confidence in this new plan, would there be any opportunity for them to get back in on this?
It's a great question, Steve. First, it is important to note that even with the backdrop you talked about, over 30,000 parents decided they did want to opt in during that period, and we're going to honor that, of course. I think the simple answer is, let's get this new approach going. Let's work our way up through it and get the health situation addressed, particularly through the vaccine, which could be coming as early as December. And obviously will take some months to play out, but we need to see what's going to be happening with the vaccine. When the health situation clearly improves, that is obviously the right time to do another opt-in, because then we're going to be having a whole different set of circumstances where we'll be able to accommodate more kids. But a lot has to be worked out between now and then. Go ahead, Steve.
Sure. So another question kind of related to that old 3% threshold. I know back when previous plans were announced, you had organized labor partners sitting next to you there from UFT, CSA. I wanted to know how big of a role they played in this new plan. And, obviously they may not be as satisfied as they were before because there's not that hard threshold that they had liked.
We've worked very closely with both those unions and DC 37 and the Teamsters who represent school safety, the custodial unions, everyone throughout. And I think one of the things that's been very clear is folks wanted school to keep moving forward and be open so long as it could be done safely. There's been a lot of consultation. One of the crucial things we heard from our union partners was more testing and required consent forms or medical exemptions. That's been crucial to this plan. So, I think as per usual, people are going to be watching carefully and raising whatever concerns they have, but there's been a lot of good dialogue about what it would take to make this work. And a lot of focus on the Situation Room. I think the success of the Situation Room, and I want to do a shout out here to Commissioner Melanie LaRocca, the Buildings Department, who's led the way with a great team at the Situation Room. One of the things our labor partners have really focused on is that has been a big, really good X factor in this equation, and one of the things that gives them faith that we can keep things safe.
We're going to go back to Jen again. Jen from WNBC.
Thank you. Apologies for the audio issues here. In any case, what I was saying, Mr. Mayor, was if you could please give us a sense of how the city's going to control crowds around the tree, and will that include any street closures here around 30 Rock? Thanks.
Thank you, Jen. Important question. First, we've been working with the state on the right way to approach this, and we have agreed on a ticketing plan. Details will be announced later on today or tomorrow. And the idea is we're going to really limit the number of people by using a ticketing approach. Obviously, we'll have substantial presence out there from NYPD and other agencies to keep people safe. We expect some efforts to make sure there's ample space like we did in previous years where we closed off some lanes of traffic. But again, remember, we want to make really clear to people not to come out in large numbers and to be really smart about distancing. So we're going to adjust those plans to achieve that goal.
We have time for two more.
Wait, do you have a follow-up, Jen?
Sorry.
Yeah, just one quick follow-up. So there will be street closures, but it sounds like you're encouraging people, not to come out and see the tree in large numbers and to wear masks, obviously, and distance from others if they're here.
Jen, 100%. Look, let's take a parallel of the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade, which came off very successfully. The message I put out, Macy's put out, is this is not a spectator event like it's been in the past, and we all need to stay safe and we need to avoid crowds, and people really honored that. I'd say the same thing here. If you get a ticket, great, go see it. There'll obviously be distancing, people will be wearing masks. If you're walking by the area, great, you'll see it. But what we do not want and can't have is large crowds of people trying to get close. It's just not safe. It's not like, I don't need to tell anyone, but I'm going to say it again, it's just not like holidays we've gone through before. Let's get through 2020. Let's turn the page. In 2021, we can all get back there to celebrate the tree the right way. But this year is less is more.
We do have time for two more now. First, we're going to go to Katie from the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, happy Sunday, Mayor de Blasio and everybody. My first question is about the capacity of teachers for more in-person education. I know there were so many teachers who got remote accommodations through the calendar year. So if you and the Chancellor want to discuss the teaching, staffing, and what you will plan if you need to make changes.
Thank you, Katie. I think the important point here is as we move to 5-day-a-week instruction, it actually will simplify things in the schools. And I think teachers and certainly both of the unions, UFT and CSA, have been excited by this prospect. It's going to allow things to be simpler and more manageable at the school level. I'll have the Chancellor speak to it because he's been a teacher, he's been a principal, he's been everything in the school systems. So go ahead and talk about that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Katie, it's a really good question. And part of the timeline that the mayor had talked about in terms of some will be ready to go right on December 7th. Some schools will need a little bit more time. That's part of the calculus involved with reprogramming schools. So in some cases where you've had one teacher and 3 students, now there's an opportunity for that school to reprogram and maybe have 7 or 8 students, which is still medically advisable, in that classroom. And then it frees up another teacher to perhaps take more students and create another classroom based on how many parents and students have chosen in-person learning. That's the kind of school-by-school, classroom-by-classroom analysis that our principals will be doing. Some have already done. And then that will determine how we reallocate, if you will, what teachers are doing, not only in person, but in a remote setting as well. So I would also agree with what the mayor has said, in that in some cases this is going to simplify. Instead of having 3 different modalities, in person, blended, and then fully remote, in some cases you'll have just 2 modalities, which then is less complicated to program as well. It's not going to be completely easy. It's still a Herculean task for our principals and our school communities, but this is an exciting opportunity for those families that have chosen in person to have more days of in-person learning.
Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you. And my second one, I think it was sort of already asked, but we were collectively confused by the answer, and it's about the 2-case building closure policy and other policies that had been in place for closure. How will that change? Will it change? And if so, what will it change to when we, if there are inevitable cases of COVID in buildings?
Yeah, Katie, I'm confused by the confusion you're expressing. So let's try again. Maybe you can just outline to me. What I said was the Situation Room will continue to operate the way it has. So tell me what the issue is you need clarification is.
Oh, I mean, will it still be, I think it's 2 cases will close a building for amount of time. Will that remain the same?
There's more to it than that, and there always has been. There's a bunch of different scenarios, Katie, throughout, and the most important point is when there's a case, there's an investigation, and the investigation leads to different outcomes depending on if cases are linked or not, or where they find the origin of the cases to be. So it's not just one size fits all. It's based on the specifics of the investigation. We're going to take that same approach and continue to apply it because it's worked.
Last is Shant from the Daily News.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Mayor. I know that you're saying you're going to rely on the Situation Room to evaluate potential school closures, but I'm still trying to just kind of grasp the shift away from, tying school opening to, a specific COVID threshold citywide. I mean, is this now more of an art than a science? Just any thoughts in that vein?
Sean, it's a fair question, but what I'd say is the biggest X factor here is that we learned through experience what it would take to keep schools safe, and we proved it over and over. The combination of all the safety measures in the schools, plus the Situation Room, and then the determination that with additional testing, that would be such a careful conservative model that this would now be the sustainable model. The idea of the hard number made a lot of sense back in the summer when we had not yet experienced all this. Now that we've experienced it, we think this approach, using all these measures to make it work, is the sounder approach. I've had this conversation with the governor. Our teams have talked. We all agreed that we have a different reality than what we had in the summer, and that this is now the way forward and the best way to protect everyone. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, thanks for that. So, I mean, in light of everything that's happened the past few weeks and you and your team coming up with this new approach, do you at all regret shutting down schools on November 19th?
Sean, let me just say, I know parents really were concerned and were very frustrated. And I felt bad about it for sure, and I didn't want to do it. But I felt we had to keep the commitment we made, and we had to come up with something new. And it took a lot of work to figure out what would really be sustainable. Because again, now the goal, Sean, this is to your previous question as well, is that this will be the model for the duration. That this is what is going to take us through to when we have a vaccine. And when we can start to then open up a lot more in our schools. we do not want a situation where there was constant changes. We're trying to get to something as consistent as possible, based on real experience, which really has opened up the possibilities for us because we learned so much. So, no, I felt very bad about it, and I felt, pained. I didn't want to do that to kids or parents, but I felt we had to keep our commitment, and we had to come up with something stronger and more stringent and more sustainable. And I really believe this plan will be the way that we can move forward from this point on. Okay, everyone, look, I'll finish with this point. It all comes down to you in the end. This is what we've learned over and over from the coronavirus, is that government has such an important role to play, setting the standards and giving people constant updates and guidance and leaning on the data and the science constantly. But nothing works without the people. So we need you to make this new approach work. This is the approach that could take us all the way through to when we have the vaccine widely distributed. It's still possible to bring back our schools for a
Good morning, everyone. Regina Gonzalez here. Thank you for watching News Now from Fox and waking up with us on this Monday, November 30th, Cyber Monday. You're taking a look right here at some taped playback of the White House Christmas decorations. It is that time of year. We have had some debate on whether or not you can get into the holiday spirit before Thanksgiving. And I did. My tree is up, but now all the decorations are coming forth in the White House. You can see this beautiful butterfly tree. Got some beautiful glistening lights. Are you a white light Christmas person, or are you a rainbow light type of person? Anyways, we just wanted to give you that picture. It is coming to us from our Fox News team, and we like to bring you the live, the raw, and the unedited here on News Now from Fox. Again, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to pop myself here on camera in just 1 second. Say hello to you all. Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Regina Gonzalez in with you for the next hour, giving Pilar Arias a little bit of a break. We are bringing you all the latest coverage on this Monday, November 30th. A lot of Cyber Monday coverage, a lot of COVID-19 restrictions, again, still being implemented in specific places. You were just watching an update from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, who actually mentioned that New York City schools will be reopening in specific phases following him closing them just about a week ago as coronavirus cases surged in that area. So I do want to bring you a shorter, more condensed version, thanks to our sister station Fox 5 New York up there, in case you're just tuning into our show on this Monday morning. We did just play the whole briefing for you, but instead we do have a condensed version. So I do want to bring you that story here on News Now from Fox. Again, if you are new to our show, we are a front row seat to all of the latest live events, breaking news, and stories happening across our nation. Again, big news today. How are COVID-19 restrictions affecting people in cities, states around our country following the Thanksgiving holiday? So let's head over to Fox 5 New York for all the latest updates on New York and New Jersey.
We're not in the end zone yet.
A call to stay and fight from Governor Phil Murphy as climbing COVID cases in New Jersey are expected to skyrocket through the year's end.
I would just beg folks, particularly in the holiday season, particularly before we get to a vaccine, don't let your hair down. Keep your guard up. And remember, in particular, intergenerational spread from an asymptomatic, healthy young person to grandma, grandpa. That is our biggest fear.
Governor Murphy also saying a statewide shutdown remains on the table. In New York, Governor Andrew Cuomo is trying to stick to tightening restrictions in microclusters. Statewide, the positivity rate has shot up to 4.27, the highest since May.
You're going to see the rate going up through the holiday season, which ends after the New Year's.
Bleak projections spanning the United States. Top federal health officials forecasting the post-Thanksgiving spike will come in the form of infection, death, and strains on hospital systems that are already struggling.
We may see a surge upon a surge. We don't want to frighten people, but that's just the reality.
We know people may have made mistakes over the Thanksgiving time period. So if you're young and you gathered, you need to be tested about 5 to 10 days later, but you need to assume that you're infected and not go near your grandparents and aunts and others without a mask. We're really asking families to even mask indoors.
But there does appear to be some light at the end of the tunnel. The Surgeon General predicting millions of vaccine doses will be available before the end of 2020.
I personally am incredibly optimistic. December 10th is when Pfizer will be submitting its EUA. That's the plan. December 18th is when Moderna is scheduled to submit its EUA. That's the plan for Moderna. And within 24 to 48 hours after submitting their EUA, we, from a federal perspective, have promised and have set everything up so that we can quickly review those EUAs and hopefully start sending out vaccines, again, within 24 to 48 hours.
All right, everybody, that was just an update from our sister station, Fox 5 New York, the latest from New York and New Jersey and their COVID-19 restrictions in place. I'm taking you to a live picture over Times Square in New York City. You could see a lot of people back on the roads. A rainy day in New York here on this Monday, November 30th. Again, we do want to bring you another condensed update on the latest from the New York City school systems. In Mayor de Blasio's latest briefing, he did announce that they will be reopening in phases. So we do, again, want to bring you that update from Fox 5 New York. Guys, thank you so much for waking up with us here on News Now from Fox. Again, I'm Regina Gonzalez, in with you for about another hour. So let's get the latest on New York City schools from Fox 5 New York.
We will have testing that is going to go from monthly in every school to weekly in every school. We will have consent forms required for attendance.
Mayor Bill de Blasio and Chancellor Richard Carranza laying out their new plan, focused on getting elementary and preschool students back in their classrooms first. 5 days a week where possible, with special education programs resuming in person on December 10th. It's welcome news for this parent.
So I do think it is the right answer for the greater good. I just wish that there was a little bit more preparation for the going back and forth. But at the end of the day, I'm hopeful that it'll just create more resilient kids.
But TalkBeat New York reporter Rima Amin says the new plan's focus on the youngest students may leave others behind.
We've seen some folks saying, well, why don't we instead focus on 5-day in-person instruction for the most vulnerable students, meaning students in temporary housing, English language learners.
Governor Cuomo saying the mayor made the, quote, right decision.
It's literally safer for a child and a teacher to be in the school than in the community.
The United Federation of Teachers is on board too, saying, quote, while schools in the city's high-impact red and orange coronavirus zones will continue to abide by the state's 3% closing rules, we are supportive of a phased reopening of schools in other neighborhoods, as long as stringent testing is in place. This strategy, properly implemented, will allow us to offer safe in-person instruction to the maximum number of students until we beat the pandemic.
We will have testing that is going.
All right, everybody, that was the latest from Fox 5 New York on New York City schools reopening in phases beginning this week. Now, we did bring you the latest update from Mayor Bill de Blasio a little earlier here on News Now from Fox. We do typically hear from him around 10 o'clock every weekday morning, sometimes a little later, sometimes a little earlier. You never really know. But when we do see that live report, we will bring it to you here on News Now from Fox. Staying on this topic of learning remotely, heading back to school, reopening in phases, it's been a very original, strange year for children and their parents when it comes to remote learning. So our sister station, Fox Washington, actually did a segment on how dads are feeling about remote learning and helping their kids do their schoolwork while staying at home and abiding by certain COVID-19 restrictions. So we do want to hear from a panel of dads out of Washington State here on News Now from Fox. Again, thank you so much for waking up with us. I'm Regina Gonzalez. To Washington we go.
Hey guys, welcome back. We're doing another Dad to Dad segment. I'm a dad, and these guys are dads as well. We got Kyle Roadheaver, Andy Mormon, Sean Chitani, Derek Jennings, and we're talking about online schooling. All these dads here have kids that are schooling from online. So Derek, let's start off with you. How have your kids handled online schooling so far? Are there any struggles, or are they liking it?
Both of them, I think, would prefer to be back in school. And, you know, it was a struggle in the spring. It's much better this fall as they're going through. I don't think they're as motivated as if they would have been in school, but they're getting their stuff done. They're doing okay.
Overall, they're doing okay. Kyle, what about your kids?
Yeah, I've got one daughter who I think the online schooling actually maybe works better for, and one that needs the interaction for sure. But, you know, for the most part, they're making it, and they're taking accountability and responsibility for their own school day, which is actually kind of nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, there are some positives to this, I guess. Sean, what about you? How are your kids handling online schooling?
Yeah, so I've got three. I've got a high schooler, then I got two middle schoolers. A high schooler, he's doing great. You know, he's pretty on task kind of guy. He's getting it done, taking care of it. My younger two, you know, my youngest is just starting middle school, so she's kind of trying to figure things out and the whole thing. But, you know, much like Kyle said, I think that they're figuring it out, and they're doing the things that they need to be doing. And I think in a lot of ways, it's kind of taught them to be responsible in different ways. You know, logging into a meeting, you know, I don't know how much they're actually learning, but, you know, it's kind of interesting to think back to when we were doing this, or when this was all happening in the spring. I thought, oh my gosh, if we're doing this in the fall, there's no way, you know, this is never going to work. And here we are, you know, we're in the spot now, and it's kind of cool. You know, they each have their own room, their desks in their rooms and stuff, and they're able to have their space to do their meetings and be responsible.
Yeah, I was going to say it's going to be pretty interesting to see when they do go back to school, the differences. But Andy, what about you? How are your kids doing for online schooling?
I'm there. I mean, yeah, I would echo that this fall has been, I think that they've been set up for success. I think that I have two youngers in elementary school, and the structure and everything, I think that they've learned how to tell time. They've learned how to figure out when they're supposed to be on a call, and making sure they're on there. They're wizards at Zoom. You know, I think that I'm probably more concerned about some of the social stuff. I think that I have an 8th grader who, you know, 8th grade is when you gain the confidence that will sustain you in your freshman year, you know, and so I think that's been my big concern as a dad, is the social piece of that happens, especially in middle school, that it really kind of sets you up for your high school years. So education-wise, great. I think that the social piece will be one that'll be interesting to see how it plays out in the future.
Kyle, you said you mentioned that your kids are they're doing well overall, but are you noticing that in terms of the social aspect? Are you seeing that too?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially my second one, who's 6. She's a social being, right? She wants to be around other people. She wants to interact with other people. I think it's a huge thing for her to be able to create her own social identity. The other one's a little more introverted, but even her, she still needs that interaction as well. And I agree with Andy that when you get up to be middle school age, that's such an important age for those social interactions and setting you up for social life in the near future after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, dads, that's all the time we have for this segment. But Kyle, Andy, Sean, and Derek, thanks again for joining me for this Dad to Dad segment. And guys, back over to you.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on this Monday, November 30th. Thank you so much for waking up with us here on News Now from Fox. You were just watching a panel out of our Fox station in Washington, the state of Washington, talking to a panel of dads talking about their experience with remote learning, helping their children learn from home. It's been a very original, strange year for children. I do feel for them. I have a sister in medical school who is doing physics, bio, all of those classes from Zoom and remotely for the most part. So again, very strange year for children. We did just bring you the latest from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio on their schooling system and their reopening phases. They will be reopening in certain phases beginning this week. I'm bringing you this live picture of Times Square in New York. You see some cars on the road. A lot of people heading back to work after a long holiday weekend. I also want to bring you this live picture that we have of the White House. Again, a live, raw, and unedited look at everything going on across the country. And this is the live picture we have right now, guys. A very foggy, dreary day in Washington, D.C. Really, like a lot of storms happening across the East Coast. I know we're having some rainy weather here in Orlando, Florida. We are located in Lake Mary, Florida, specifically a little north of Orlando here for our News Now Orlando hub. But I did want to bring you to DC and switch gears a little bit. Guys, if you were taking a long weekend to see family for Thanksgiving, maybe do some Black Friday shopping and then planned on returning to work, whether you are driving and more specifically, if you are flying, we do have a report courtesy of our sister station, Fox 5 DC, talking about how a lot of places are requiring testing after traveling for Thanksgiving. So we do want to bring you that report here on News Now from Fox. Thank you so much for watching. And let's get the latest from Fox 5 DC.
Well, the TSA reports about 5 million people screened at airport checkpoints nationwide in just the last week alone, not even including numbers from Sunday yet. And those are pretty big numbers considering how few travelers we had early on in the pandemic. But it is going to be about a week or so before we know the impact on the coronavirus spread. The Wednesday before Thanksgiving is typically the busiest travel day of the year, closely followed by the Sunday after, and that does not include travel on the rails and the roads. White House Coronavirus Response Coordinator Dr. Deborah Birx urged people who did travel this Thanksgiving to assume they may have been exposed to the virus. Flyers at Reagan National Airport told us they took lots of precautions and a calculated risk.
We took a COVID test before we went there and made sure that we were negative, and then did not leave our house for 7 days after we found out we were negative. And then when we were there, we didn't eat or drink anything on the plane. We came later. We walked right on. And then when we got off, we went right to his family's house and didn't leave again. And same thing coming back.
I just knew the risk that I was taking, and I was taking it. I just kept my mask on. I kept hand sanitizer, and whoever I sat next to, I offered them some, and they took it, and that was it.
Dr. Birx recommends Thanksgiving travelers get tested 5 to 10 days after returning home and avoid higher risk relatives in the meantime. Now, here in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, there was a large demand for testing leading up to the holiday, and they're all bracing and expecting that higher demand to continue as people return from their holiday activities.
All right, thank you to Fox 5 DC for that latest report. If you are flying, are you getting tested following your travels? Are you requested to COVID-19 test after, traveling in order to go back to work? I know many employers are implementing their own regulations for their employees, especially with the holidays coming up, knowing that they want to see their families and get out of their homes and their states for maybe the first time in a really long time. But on this Monday, November 30th, we are bringing you all the latest coverage from across the nation, specifically involving the presidential transition. I'm going to bring you to a live picture we have of the White House. And again, a dreary day on the nation's capital. Really, it's cloudy. I told you before, we're seeing some rain here in Orlando. I know that DC was expecting some storms, but again, I do want to bring you the latest on the presidential transition. Specifically today, I'm going to pop up this graphic right here. Once again, like Pilar has said, our hosts are the producers, the anchors. We bring you all the graphics. We bring you all the video. So if there is a delay, if there is a little technical difficulty, we promise we will fix it immediately. But again, the beauty of live, raw, unedited news, guys. So I do want to bring you the latest on the presidential transition. Biden is expected to receive a first presidential daily briefing today. That's after he fractured his foot playing with his German Shepherd Major yesterday. So very eventful weekend for President-elect Joe Biden. So we're actually going to bring you to the latest report from our Fox News political correspondent, Doug Luzader, who does have the latest on everything happening with the transition and what we can expect this week.
Joe Biden was said to be playing with his dog when he injured his foot. The doctors say there are small fractures and he'll be wearing a boot for several weeks. If you look closely, you can just make out Joe Biden gingerly exiting a doctor's office last night in Delaware. And the Biden team now confirms that he has small fractures in his foot. It happened, they say, while he was playing with his dog. But transition work continues apace. And this morning, both Biden and Kamala Harris will have access to the same daily intelligence briefings afforded to the president, far beyond what they currently have access to.
It's like comparing a grilled cheese sandwich to a filet mignon. I mean, this is the real meaty information that our commander-in-chief, that our vice president, who, in the event that something should happen to the president, would take over, need to know.
Biden has named his communications team comprised of 7 women, and more appointments are coming. President Trump, meantime, returned to the White House yesterday from Camp David with his grandchildren in tow. And in his first post-election interview, he promised to keep fighting the election results. And his legal team is expected to petition the U.S. Supreme Court.
Well, the problem is it's hard to get into the Supreme Court. I've got the best Supreme Court advocates, lawyers, that want to argue the case if it gets there. But they said it's very hard to get a case up there.
Biden, meantime, is on the cusp of naming members of his economic team as early as today. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Luzader for the latest report on the presidential transition. President-elect Biden fracturing his ankle playing with his German Shepherd Major. For those of you who don't know, when he does enter the White House next year, one of his dogs, I cannot remember if it is Major or Champ, I will have to double check for you, but they will be the first rescue dogs in the White House. So again, lots of election news to bring you, specifically out of Wisconsin. The big news this weekend, the fact that they have certified their recount after many, many days of a hand recount. So we do have the latest from our sister station, Fox 6 Milwaukee. So I do want to bring you that report. Again, thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox, keeping up with us on all the latest election news, COVID-19 news, specifically today, Cyber Monday. But let's head to Fox 6 Milwaukee for the latest on their recount.
With the wrap-up to the 2020 election here in Wisconsin, more than 800,000 ballots recounted in Milwaukee and Dane counties, and the state will move a step closer to certifying the election results today.
Amelia Jones live outside the Wisconsin Center with what both campaigns are saying about the partial recount.
The results of the recount show a 87 vote net gain for Joe Biden. The president-elect's campaign saying that the results show how secure the election system is, but President Trump's campaign is still calling the election a fraud. Dane County wrapped up their recount and certified the results Sunday. The recount there took votes from both candidates, but more from Joe Biden, resulting in a 54% 45, net gain for President Trump. Here in Milwaukee County, both candidates gained votes, but President-elect Joe Biden's margin was bigger with 132 votes. Very differing comments from both campaigns about the results.
In Wisconsin, we have close elections. It's something that we've seen for years. But when we saw even the recount in 2016, it just continues to reaffirm that our process is fair, accurate, transparent, and secure.
There's no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. There's no way Joe Biden beat Barack Obama in the black communities of various cities.
Today, the Wisconsin Election Commission will complete the state canvass of the recount results, allowing the aggrieving party 5 days to appeal. And then tomorrow, Commission Chair Ann Jacobs will finish the state canvass of the entire election, thus certify Wisconsin's results. Live in Milwaukee, Amelia Jones, Fox 6 News.
Thank you to Amelia Jones for the latest on the Wisconsin recount, them certifying their results this weekend. We did bring you that live presser over the weekend here on News Now from Fox. Like Pilar Arias mentioned before, we are a national operation now. Over the weekend, you see our very own Rain Augustine here in Orlando and Stephanie Weaver based in Los Angeles. And before we end today, we pass it along to our Phoenix hub, which is Mike Page, Daytona Everett, Andrew Kraft. So again, expanding, getting bigger and better. We are here in our new studio, which you've been with us in here for almost a week now. So very exciting times for News Now from Fox. Staying on the topic of election, we want to bring you the latest from our sister station, Fox 5 Atlanta, on some heated Senate races out of the state of Georgia. Guys, thank you so much for waking up with us. Here is the latest from Fox 5 Atlanta.
The twin Senate races in Georgia. Contests that will decide party control of the upper chamber. Candidates now picking up their ground game. One of these highly competitive races pits Democrat Reverend Raphael Warnock against Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler.
Georgia is the battleground.
Senator Loeffler appearing with former rival Congressman Doug Collins in his home district in Pickens County Saturday.
We will never get it back if we lose it. So I'm asking everyone to stand with us to make sure that we show the nation and the world that Georgia is a red state.
Reverend Warnock held a community outreach event outside his Atlanta church, focusing on the needy, offering free COVID-19 testing, masks, and flu shots.
Tomorrow we have to ask the tough questions about why so many people are hungry and why so many people have their needs unaddressed.
While the Senate race between Democrat Jon Ossoff and Republican incumbent David Perdue leading to a back and forth on Twitter over the weekend, Ossoff posting these images of him making stops at several metro small businesses, one a popular vegan burger restaurant in Southwest Atlanta. That visit prompting a reply from Ossoff's runoff rival, whose campaign posted this image on their Twitter page showing Perdue and his wife at a Waffle House saying, quote, "Ossoff can have the plant burger. We'll take the all-star special. Pick your side, Georgia." President Donald Trump hopes to give a major boost to the campaigns of Senators David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler with a visit to the state this Saturday. Well, according to President-elect Joe Biden's chief of staff, Biden could make an appearance in Georgia as well sometime before the January 5th runoff.
A major warning for consumers about a product that many of us
All right, everybody. Sorry for those technical difficulties. Again, we do want to just let you know like we do all the time, that our hosts are the producers, the anchors, the one showing you the video. So once in a while there may be a little technical difficulty, but I did want to bring you this video here because we just saw Black Friday happening over the weekend. Today is Cyber Monday, and actually we have found that fueled by online shopping, Black Friday spending hit an all-time high. Black Friday shoppers in the U.S. spent a record $9 billion, over 20% more than 2019. The U.S. has seen spikes in COVID-19 cases in several states, and for the most part, folks elected to shop online rather than in store. According to preliminary data from Sensormatic Solutions, in-store foot traffic fell a little over 50% from last year. A number of major retailers like Walmart and Target were also closed on Thanksgiving Day to try to curb long waiting lines. According to Adobe Analytics, Black Friday 2020 is now the second largest online spending day in U.S. history, behind last year's Cyber Monday. So if you are on the platform that has a chat, feel free to let us know if you are participating in Cyber Monday sales. I know Pilar Arias mentioned several airlines, theme parks, stores, all offering deals on this Cyber Monday. Now, speaking of Cyber Monday, if you are looking to get people a NutriBullet or any sort of really a NutriBullet, we do have a report from our very own sister station, Fox 11 Los Angeles, on some recalls and investigations on NutriBullet. So we do want to bring you that report here on News Now from Fox.
For consumers about a product that many of us, millions of Americans, have in your kitchen. This morning, there are more allegations of exploding NutriBullet blenders. This is a topic Fox 11 has been investigating for years. Our Bill Malugin joins us live from the newsroom. And you know what, Bill? Don't think I didn't go home and realize I have one in my cabinet right now.
Well, you're going to want to watch this story, Michaela. Good morning to you. So in fall 2017, we first started looking into these allegations that NutriBullets were literally exploding during use, causing severe burns and lacerations to customers. But now, 3 years later, some new alleged victims are coming forward to Fox 11 with more of these allegations of injuries, and their attorneys are now claiming that NutriBullet just hasn't done anything to make these blenders safer over the years. These are claims that NutriBullet says science just does not support. A warning, some of what you're about to see this morning is graphic.
Test videos turned over by NutriBullet during litigation, obtained exclusively by Fox 11 in 2018. For the past several years, numerous people who say they were badly injured by the NutriBullet have come forward to Fox 11 to share their graphic and disturbing claims, all of them alleging their blenders exploded during use.
After the explosion, I looked down my hand and there's blood everywhere.
This thing just chopped my hand to pieces pretty much.
That hot liquid exploded onto me and created those nasty burns.
The quicker it heats up, the more pressure that builds. The more pressure that builds, the hotter it gets. And they go back and forth until it explodes.
And now, more than 2 years after our last report on this blender owned by millions, new alleged victims are coming forward with familiar claims.
It just exploded all over the ceiling, burned my daughter's face and burned my arms and my chest.
It opened. That explosion burned my face.
It really is an explosive device.
But NutriBullet is pushing back, telling us these customer claims are physically impossible. And they say they've got the test videos to prove it. Since 2017, our NutriBullet stories have made national headlines with more than 12 million online views. Throughout our reports, NutriBullet has maintained that customer misuse of the product was likely to blame for any injuries or incidents, and that some customer allegations simply defy the laws of physics. They've also argued that their products have clear warnings throughout their instruction manuals which state that customers should not blend hot liquids, shouldn't leave the device unattended, and should never exceed the maximum 1-minute blending time. But several new alleged victims are coming forward saying they followed all those guidelines and still got hurt.
My daughter's face almost gets blown up. So, I mean, I still have scars for my burns.
Chrisandra Hall is a new plaintiff suing NutriBullet since our stories aired. She's a Sun Valley trauma nurse who's currently in Texas helping out local hospitals with COVID-19 patients. But she sued NutriBullet this past March after she says her blender exploded during use, causing severe burns to her and her 9-year-old daughter.
That morning, we made a shake. I put almond milk in it with my vegan protein powder, some raspberries, blueberries, flax seeds. That was it.
But Hall says after roughly 30 to 45 seconds of use, the NutriBullet malfunctioned and wouldn't turn off.
It wasn't releasing like it normally did. And so that's why I was like, well, I don't know why it's not stopping. So that's why I pulled the plug. And then it exploded all at the same time.
Hall says the scalding content spewed everywhere, leaving her daughter Danya with serious burns to her body, including her face and her eyes, while Hall suffered second-degree burns to her arm.
I was panicking. I'm an emergency care nurse, so I deal with a lot of traumas, but it's so different when it's your own baby.
Waldemar Morales is also a new plaintiff. He just filed a lawsuit against NutriBullet this month after he claims he suffered second-degree burns to his face after he says his NutriBullet, a Christmas gift from his mom, exploded during use in May after 45 seconds of being used.
It just was a protein shake, and then I smelled like a rubber or like a plastic burning, so I thought it was the motor, so I took it out. And then when I tried to open it to take the protein shake out of the cup, it didn't want to open. So when I opened, that happened, the explosion.
Attorneys Doug Roshan and Boris Trezon of the law firm Abir Cohen Trezon Salo say they now represent nearly 100 alleged victims of the NutriBullet, all with graphic, painful injuries, and they filed dozens of new lawsuits against the company since our last report in 2018.
This is our evidence locker.
Roshan showed Fox 11 the firm's evidence locker of NutriBullets and showed us a newer model of the blender since our last reports.
And now they have this quick reference guide, which has a bunch more warnings that did not exist in prior models, even though they've changed some of the written material. Maybe they've changed some of the warning. From what we can tell, the product itself hasn't changed structurally. There's no mechanical parts that have been altered that have made this a safer product.
Fox 11 previously obtained these 2017 test videos from NutriBullet's manufacturer in China. This was after the company started facing legal action, and NutriBullet actually went to court to try to stop us from airing them. In one video, water is blended in a NutriBullet for 10 minutes and 19 seconds before it explodes. In another, artificial pressure is added to a NutriBullet blending water, and it explodes after 2 minutes at an approximate pressure of 50 psi.
Those tests show without any doubt that these machines explode.
It has been our position that NutriBullet should have changed the design of the devices, and that has not happened since the case has started.
Specifically, Trezon says the blender should have an on-off switch, a timer, and a pressure release valve. But NutriBullet is pushing back hard. In a statement, they tell Fox 11 in part, quote, "There is no risk if the NutriBullet is used as directed and operated only as long as necessary to prepare a smoothie, which is generally less than 1 minute. The claims made by plaintiffs' attorneys are not possible. NutriBullets cannot defy the laws of physics. NutriBullet is dedicated to the safety of its customers and is of course sorry to hear when anyone is hurt. However, the fact remains that these injuries are caused by people misusing NutriBullet products by not following instructions and warnings that clearly state never blend hot liquids or food or carbonated beverages, never blend for more than 1 minute. As numerous tests and studies have proved, including those performed by an independent university, NutriBullets cannot hyperheat room temperature ingredients in a short period of time." NutriBullet points to this study they had done at UC Irvine in early 2018, where thermal imaging cameras were used to track NutriBullets blending diced carrots and water for 3 minutes and 5 minutes respectively, longer than recommended use. According to the study, while the NutriBullets did heat up to more than 100 degrees Fahrenheit, they did not explode, and the more powerful NutriBullet model reached a maximum temperature of 109.4 degrees after 5 minutes of blending. That's a temperature NutriBullet says is equivalent to a hot bath and not hot enough to cause serious burns, as claimed by customers. As for the plaintiffs and their attorneys, they say these injuries are very real and are the result of a company trying to protect its bottom line rather than its customers.
besides my daughter and myself being injured by it, I know there are a lot of other people out there, and the companies seem to just not really be interested in doing anything about it.
Now, we've also obtained this letter that the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission sent to NutriBullet last year. This is after they launched an investigation into the blenders in 2018 after some of our first reports. Now, in this letter right here, the feds essentially tell NutriBullet they don't feel they have to take any action based off the information that NutriBullet provided to them. Well, the plaintiff attorneys say the CPSC hasn't contacted any of their clients in nearly 3 years to ask about their injuries. So now they question just how thorough that federal investigation was. We did reach out to the CPSC to ask them about this, but they told us they got no comment. Michaela?
I feel like this is not going to be the end of it for you. Bill Malugin, terrific reporting. Thank you so very much. Great investigation on behalf of citizens and consumers of this product.
All right, everybody, you were just watching a very extensive investigative report from Fox LA's Bill Malugin. We do want to switch gears here, very close to the top of the hour, and it is a big day for the latest news regarding the COVID-19 vaccine, specifically Moderna. The Massachusetts-based biotech company Moderna said it will request an emergency use authorization from the Food and Drug Administration for its coronavirus vaccine on Monday, as well as conditional approval from the European Medicines Agency. Moderna CEO Stefan Bancel told Mornings with Maria on Monday that the FDA is expected to consider the vaccine at a December 17th meeting and that he hopes for approval in the next several weeks. He says, quote, "Our goal is to start vaccinating Americans within 24 hours after the FDA gives approval." There were 30 severe cases in the study. All 30 were on placebo. Now, Moderna said its vaccine efficiency against coronavirus was 94.1%. And efficiency against severe coronavirus was 100%, according to primary efficiency analysis involving 30,000 participants. Bancel said the company expects to start a clinical study on teenagers in the next week. He says, quote, "I hope to have that data by the end of the spring so they can go back to school starting next September." The phase 3 study of the vaccine has exceeded the minimum 2 months of post-vaccination follow-up as required by the FDA. That's what Moderna said in a recent press release. The vaccine has presented, quote, "no serious safety concerns identified to date, and the most common adverse reactions are injection site pain, fatigue, arthritis, headache, and redness at the injection site." So Moderna said the FDA told the company to expect a Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee, that is the VRBPAC meeting for its vaccine, on December 17th. Bancel previously said that the November 25th date would be the date the company would have enough safety data to put in an emergency use authorization request with the FDA. So that will happen today. He also said in August, pricing for smaller volumes of the vaccine will likely range between $32 and $37 per dose, while larger volumes could be lower. At a dose level of 100 micrograms, Moderna said it can deliver 500 million doses per year and perhaps as many as 1 billion per year in 2021 as it works with Swiss drug maker Lonza for its manufacturing needs. So that is the latest from our Fox Business team. Again, all the latest live, raw, unedited news here on News Now from Fox. Thank you so much for waking up with us on this Monday, November 30th. Following this news about the Moderna vaccine, I do want to bring you the latest update from the World Health Organization that we saw over the weekend. Just in case you're tuning in to us now, we'll be on the air for about another couple of hours. We do have New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio expected to speak around 10 o'clock this morning, as well as other live events following that. So we will bring you them here on News Now from Fox as we get them. In the meantime, Pilar Arias will be hopping on with you shortly again. So I will say goodbye. And I do want to bring you again the latest update from the World Health Organization. Guys, have a great rest of your Monday. Good start to your work week. Christmas is just less than a month away.
But 1 in 4 adults and 4 in 5 adolescents don't get enough physical activity. The new guidelines recommend between 150 and 300 minutes of moderate to vigorous activity per week for all adults, and an average of 60 minutes per day for children and adolescents. COVID-19 has resulted in restrictions of many types, but everyone can remain active, whether that's doing a workout at home or going out for a walk, a run, or a ride. It's one way all of us can add years to life and life to years. Every move counts. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tedros. I will now open the floor to questions. I should let you know that I omitted to mention that we also have joining us remotely Dr. Mariangela Shumau, our Assistant Director General for Access to Medicines and Health Technologies, Dr. Bruce Aylward, Senior Advisor to the Director General who leads on the ACT Accelerator, and Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, our Chief Scientist. So once again, remember you have a wealth of expertise here to answer your questions. It will be an hour, so if I do not get to everybody, I apologize in advance. We will start the questions with Simon Ateba from Today News Africa. Simon, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret, for taking my question. This is Simon Ateba from Today News Africa in Washington, D.C. Pfizer has applied for emergency use of its COVID-19 vaccine from the FDA here in the USA, and is likely to be approved soon. But the Pfizer vaccine has to be kept at minus 70 degrees Celsius and needs special storage requirement not found in many hospitals, even here in the USA. With Africa having other problems, such as lack of constant electricity in many hospitals, what needs to be done between now and then for the Pfizer vaccine to be shipped to African countries? Or is it even realistic to distribute the vaccine in countries such as Nigeria, where there has never been a constant electricity in the past 50 years? Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Dr. Kate O'Brien will answer first, and maybe others will join.
Thanks for that question. The Pfizer vaccine, as you indicated, does require what we refer to as an ultra cold chain, so very, very cold temperatures. And we do have one other vaccine that has required that degree of temperature, very cold temperature, and that's the Merck Ebola vaccine. So we do have experience in a number of countries, specifically in Africa, of being able to deploy a vaccine with that ultra cold chain requirement. It has not been deployed across every country in the world, of course. So as we anticipate the use of the Pfizer vaccine, the intention is certainly to be able to use it along with other vaccines, because no one vaccine is going to have adequate supply, nor will any one vaccine necessarily be suitably have suitable operational characteristics to meet all of the needs. But specifically on the Pfizer vaccine, Pfizer has developed a special shipper for the vaccines, and even without the use of in-country ultra-cold chain freezers, that shipper can actually maintain the temperature of the vaccine for a substantial number of days, in the range of 10 to 15, depending on how often you open the box. And furthermore, the Pfizer vaccine can be maintained at refrigerated temperatures for 5 days prior to the final use of the vaccine. In addition to that, we do have technology that can help with the delivery of ultra-cold chain. There are portable freezers referred to as ArcTech and other products that don't require electricity and that can maintain the temperature of the vaccine at this minus 70 degree for a period of days. And finally, with the use of dry ice, there are ways that we can maintain vaccines at this low temperature. But you do make a very important point, which is this is not a strategy that is in place already in countries, including high-income countries. So every country is going to have to work very hard and is going to have to innovate around systems to actually deliver vaccines that do have an ultra-cold chain. And part of the approach that many countries may take is to choose to use vaccines that require an ultra-cold chain for only certain portions of the population that need to be vaccinated. For example, using that vaccine among healthcare workers where facilities might be the place where immunization would take place, and therefore installation of a minus 70 freezer would be more simple, recognizing also the need that you described about the need for electricity to be maintained in those facilities. So I think the main message is that we do have technology. There is demonstrated experience of delivering ultra-cold chain vaccines, even in some of the most difficult and remote areas. But that has also taken enormous resources to do that. So what we do need is we need a variety of vaccines that have different characteristics, and as you know, in the past several weeks have been through press release, the release of efficacy data on other vaccines that are either kept at minus 20 or at refrigerated temperatures, which will certainly ease.
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. News Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Do we have anyone on the line who would like to add? No. Okay. So we'll go to the next question, which is for Helen Branswell. Helen, could you unmute yourself and ask your question?
Hi, thanks for taking my question. Hello to you all. Can I ask about vaccines and herd immunity? Now that we're starting to get a sense of how efficacious these vaccines could be, are we able to sort of calculate how many people in a population would need to be vaccinated to get to herd immunity? Is it something that is, achievable at this point?
I can do that. Another great question. So the concept of herd immunity, of course, is the idea that there can be people who have the appearance of immunity, in other words, are protected against disease, but themselves are not actually vaccinated. And the way that that happens is that it's at some point the number of people around them in the community are themselves immune, and as a result the non-immune people are protected because the virus or the pathogen simply has very limited ability to move around in the community. So just for those who maybe aren't familiar with what herd immunity is, I'll just clarify that. And so, Helen, the point about herd immunity is really what is the performance and the ability of the vaccines, or frankly natural infection, to protect against future infection and therefore acquisition and transmission to somebody else. And what we really need to know is what the vaccines that are being developed, each of them, what their ability is to interrupt the acquisition of infection. But it's not the only way that herd immunity can be achieved. We do want to know about whether there's a reduction in people getting infected in their nose, in their respiratory tract, even without getting disease. But also, do the vaccines change the amount of time that you're actually infected? Does it change the density of the infection? And does it change the transmissibility to another person? And those are all really important characteristics. we don't know the proportion of the population that would need to be immunized because we haven't observed that yet. But the answer to that can come from modeling studies that would that tell us under certain conditions what proportion of the population would need to be immunized. And so those modeling studies, a number of them have been done, and under a variety of conditions have concluded that somewhere around 60 to 70% of the population would need to be immune, or presumably through immunization, in order to achieve a reduction or an interruption of transmission of the virus. Now that's, of course, predicated on what the performance of the vaccine would be. So it's really important that we actually start to get more information about what the vaccines do, not just for preventing disease, but for actually preventing the acquisition of the virus, an infection, and the characteristics of that infection.
Thanks, Kate. Really clear. And just maybe to add that we also need to continue our understanding of the transmission dynamics of the virus, because it does not spread through a community like a common linear wave. And herd immunity concepts are built around that idea, that the disease spreads evenly through the community, and then everyone's absolute risk of being infected is about the same. And then if you have lots of protected people surrounding those who are unprotected, there's a barrier, there's a firewall around someone who's not vaccinated, a firewall of vaccinated people. And therefore you can achieve control and eradication sometimes without vaccinating everybody. That's the principle, I think, of herd immunity. But what we've seen with this virus is, I won't assign it cleverness, but the virus is very opportunistic. And we've seen that the virus can spread in particular circumstances. We've seen in many clusters that only 20% of the cases go on to transmit to others, 80% don't transmit to anybody else. We've seen super spreading events, certain contexts and certain groups who mix and the disease can explode. So it may be that it will take some very clever vaccination strategies to highly target people in our society who are more likely to carry, transmit and super spread with this virus. So just using an absolute number, Helen, may not be the best. I think we'll need some numbers to guide us in terms of policy, but I think we'll need to be much more surgical and precise in exactly who we target for vaccination. It may be much more important to target certain sections of the community than it will be to necessarily target some others who may not be participating in transmission as much. So I think the answers will come based on what Kate has said, but we also, I think, will need to remain vigilant. As long as there's a potential for super spreading events, there's always the chance that a very small incidence can lead to a large cluster of cases, even in the context of high levels of transmission or high levels of vaccination. And I think we'll need to be very, very careful to make sure we send the right messages to people. Vaccination will have a major impact on mortality, we hope. We hope it will have a very major impact on transmission and control. But I don't think anyone can promise eradication of this virus until we understand much more about the vaccine and much more about how the vaccines work in the real world, and until we understand much more about the details of transmission of this virus.
Yeah, let me just, that's such a great point, Mike, and I just want to give an example to sort of bring it to life a little bit. Last year we had 2019, we had a terrible year of measles outbreaks around the world. And many of those outbreaks were happening in countries that had very high measles vaccine coverage. But it wasn't about the whole country's coverage that was important. It was about the sub-communities, the sub-national coverage. And so you absolutely can have lower vaccine coverage in a community that is a big enough community where a virus can spread. So I think Mike's made a really good point that we shouldn't be anchoring on a hypothetical number from modeling that somehow is going to be the whole country's coverage, but it's really about where is the virus at any given time and how much of a firewall is there for the virus in that community at that time when there are infectious people in the community. So I hope that gives an example of what Mike was trying to explain.
Thank you, Dr. O'Brien. Dr. Ryan, I think Dr. Sumia Swaminathan would like to add something as well.
I wanted to make a very quick point, Helen, because we were talking about vaccines with over 90% efficacy here. That's what we've seen from a couple of the early results. Just to point out that the mRNA vaccines are particularly good at stimulating innate immunity. And so what you see in the short term, we've only got data, for 2 months of follow-up, could be the effect of a non-specific innate immune response plus specific immunity. So while we hope that these vaccines do have over 90% efficacy, it would be wise to wait a little bit to look at the follow-up results from people in this trial. And that's why it's so important that the trials are continued, that they continue as placebo-controlled, double-blinded trials as long as possible, as long as it's ethically and practically feasible to do that, because there are a lot of questions that we still need to understand, and particularly, as I said, about duration of protection, about the impact on severe illness and on transmission of infection, and about the efficacy in different subpopulations, including the older age adults. So just something to keep in mind, especially when we see these very, very high efficacy readouts, is that we do need data over longer periods of time to make sure that those are actually the long-term protective effects. I just wanted to make that in addition to what's been said by Mike and Kate. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Swaminathan. So our next question goes to Jamil Chade. Jamil from Brazilian media. Jamil, unmute yourself, please, and ask your question.
Yes, thank you, Margaret. Thank you for taking my question. This is a question to Dr. Ryan. Could you tell us a little bit of the scenario for Brazil at this current stage? Can we talk about a second wave already in terms of Brazil, or the first wave has never ended for us to?
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. I do want to let you know we just got word from the Fox News headquarters exactly what we can be expecting a little bit later today in terms of live events. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio was scheduled to have a news conference in 45 minutes. He's usually late. John Ossoff is going to be holding a news conference on Senator Perdue's stock training. Los Angeles Unified School District is also going to be speaking to the media today. The President Trump legal team and Arizona GOP members is having an event that's at 1 Eastern, 11 a.m. Arizona time. So Mike Page and the crew in Phoenix will have you covered there. And then the Arizona election results are also going to be certified by the Secretary of State. So that's the live events on tap right now. If anything happens, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. But again, some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you in a little bit.
Of action to try and reduce community transmission. They've managed to turn that curve around, but that's taken quite a deal of cooperation from people in terms of understanding the need to do more physical distance and to really focus on mask wearing, to focus on hygiene, and in some cases to accept restrictions of movement and so-called lockdowns. That's a very difficult thing to enact, particularly in highly populated areas where many people are dependent on going to work and on day salaries, where poverty is an issue, and it's very hard to expect people to give up their only access to socioeconomic gain by staying home. So I think the lessons we're seeing, I think now in Europe certainly, is countries that act early and act decisively get a benefit, and that the transmission turns around relatively quickly once you're able to make a community-based intervention, and particularly when the community come on board with that. And we've seen a significant shift in behaviour in countries towards people really working not only on avoiding transmission in large settings or in the public environment, but really looking at transmission in the household and trying to reduce the risk of secondary transmission at home, which has become a major factor in Europe and North America for transmission. Focusing on protecting yourself and protecting others, that individual education, individual knowledge transfer, and getting that clear and consistent messaging out. I think Europe this time round has done a much better job in having consistent processes across all of its, let's look at the European Union, the member states of the European Union, have aligned better on the types of measures. They've looked the same and how they've approached things much more. There's been a consistency in that messaging, and if you see the European Union as a sort of a federation of states, and you look at a very large country like Brazil or other large federated states, that ability to negotiate with and reach consensus with subnational entities and find consensus on how to move forward together so that populations get clear and consistent messaging, clear decisions on public health action, clear decision on mandates that are to be implemented by government. I think that's what we've seen. And we've also seen previously, for example, the Brazilian Health Service reacted wonderfully to the last surge in cases, and certainly so many brave frontline health workers in Brazil, but they were pushed to the very limits of their capacities, both in terms of equipment and their own fatigue, and therefore it's going to be very important if, as numbers increase, that they are protected, that the health system is protected from a large surge of cases. You cannot assume that a health system can take the same beating a second time round. And what we have seen too, as case fatality rates have dropped, and in every age group, and what we've seen is higher recovery rates for all age groups, and that's been over the summer, and that's been very much down to doctors and nurses having more time with patients, having more time to give clinical care. If we get back to a situation where intensive care units are overwhelmed, we will see the death rates rise again unnecessarily. So all of the things we've said before, what we need now is to do it quicker, to do it more consistently, in a more coordinated way, because we've learned what works. There is an excuse the first time around. We're all learning, we're all adapting, we're all testing what our populations will accept or won't accept. A second time around, you need to have done that learning and understand how to do better this time. I think countries in Europe have really tried to look at how they can improve what they are doing, and I think they have improved this time around. Hopefully there are lessons there and learnings there for countries who may now be entering a second surge or a second phase. Maria?
Yeah, I'd like to add to what Mike has said there. As he said, there's a lot of lessons to learn. I think one of the messages we need to continue to say is, even as case numbers are coming down, all countries need to remain vigilant. You've heard us say this before, but we really need to emphasize this again. Do not let your guard down. It is good to see the measures taking effect and transmission going down, but it is not time to let up. And it's time to even scale up. So in situations where you're bringing this under control, it is time to scale up your public health infrastructure still. Work on making sure that you have adequate workforce to do active case finding, to conduct those tests, to use those tests strategically, as you heard us say many times, and the Director General emphasize again today, to work to have your health systems be ready for any potential resurgence. That includes making sure you have ample hospital beds, ICU beds, supplies, PPE for your staff. It is still time to scale up. I know that sounds like it's probably not, doesn't make sense. If case numbers are going down, why do I need to scale up? It's just use the time appropriately to prepare. And to revise, as Mike has said, we're learning, and so you can tailor your approach to be more agile to where is needed and use those resources best if you have any resurgence. And be very quick and decisive when there is a resurgence. So the earlier the action you have, if you have that resurgence, the quicker you can prevent clusters of cases becoming clusters, and clusters turning into community transmission. But what we don't want to see is situations where you're moving from a so-called lockdown state to bringing the virus under control to moving to a so-called lockdown state. And it's really important at that time, when transmission is brought under control, that we don't give up. We don't let our guard down. We still need to ensure that everyone remains vigilant. Everybody knows that this is not yet over. We're working towards bringing this over altogether, but we still need to think about what we do every day. We still need to take a risk-based approach throughout the actions that we have every day until this pandemic is over. And I think that we just need to make sure that we just don't let up. And I think that's something that we have to hammer in because there is no reason to have a second surge. There is no reason to have another wave or another surge. It is within our power to be able to keep transmission low. And we've seen dozens of countries show us that it can be brought under control and it can stay under control.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ryan and Dr. Van Kerkhove. The next question goes to Bayram from Andalou. Bayram, can you unmute yourself and please ask your question?
Thank you, Margaret, for taking my question. According to certain sewage samples in Marseille, France, it seems the cases of COVID-19 already started to decline before France put the current lockdown, which could mean that the lockdown was not really efficient. Some specialists even said getting people confined in closed settings at home increased the cases after the start of lockdowns. And that is also visible in sewage samples. Do you have any comment on that? Thank you so much.
So your question was about whether or not lockdowns work and do they exacerbate transmission by confining people. Is that correct, Bayram?
Yeah, it is correct, yes.
So thanks for that question. It's a very important one because if people are asked to stay at home and there's stay-at-home orders and there is virus circulating in the community, if there is somebody that is infected and they're put in the home, there's the possibility that the virus can transmit within the home. That's why one measure alone is not enough. We need to make sure that in addition to any measures that are put in place, we still are conducting strategic testing for any cases who are suspect cases. They receive a test and then the public health actions are followed. So if a case is identified, make sure that they are isolated in a medical facility, and all cases need to be isolated in a medical facility or at home away from others. In the situation where people are going home all at once, we need to make sure that if we're feeling unwell, that we stay away from others within our home. We wear a mask in the home and others in the home wear a mask, especially if people are feeling unwell. But there is a risk that by putting people all at home, you can put the virus there and it could spread. But again, we need to make sure that these confinement measures or these stay-at-home measures are not used in isolation. They have to be used with other measures as well. The stay-at-home measures do take the heat out of transmission in some respects in terms of transmission in the community, but it is possible that it brings it to home, so you have to take the precautions at home as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Van Kerkhove. The next question goes to Shane Zhu from CCTV. Shane, could you unmute yourself and please go ahead?
Okay, thank you, Margaret. My question is for Dr. Ryan. It's actually a follow-up question about his last time comments on virus origin. So, Dr. Ryan, as you mentioned during the previous briefing, there are increasingly more and more evidence about the existence of this virus on other species and in wastewater or patients around the world. You also mentioned some cases were not directly linked to Wuhan seafood market in the first outbreak, and not sure yet where the first case of breaching the species barrier. And maybe the market was only the place for amplification. And there are also new evidence these days suggesting that the virus existed long before the outbreak in Wuhan. For example, the Italian researchers found the virus in samples from last September. Does it mean that the case zero or several case zero could be outside of Wuhan, outside of China? And is
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will see ya. Excuse me, I can't talk this morning. It's Monday kicking in. We will see you when you return.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we need to be careful with our speculation here. There are lots of different observations that have occurred around the world, but the idea that humans can infect minks and minks can infect humans is very clear. But there's no evidence that mammals in a European environment were the source of this disease originally for humans or outside China. The issue for us, and from our perspective, and again, Dr. Tedros, myself, and others have been clear on this since the beginning, and this is why we sent an advanced team to China. This is why we've been discussing this issue since February, since the first research and development roadmap, where the animal origins studies were seen as the top priority. This is why the World Health Assembly discussed this and issued a World Health Assembly Resolution 73.1 identifying the origin studies as a very important issue, which was consensus between all member states. This is why we sent an advanced team to China to look at the issues and negotiate on the best possible way to move forward with studies. We identified in terms of reference 2 phases of studies. Phase 1 studies really identify many of the questions you've actually laid out there are laid out within the Phase 1 studies that we've agreed with our Chinese colleagues. We've had a high level of engagement with those colleagues at a virtual level, discussing, and Peter Bremberek is here, and I'd ask Peter to give you an update on the natures of those discussions. But it is clear from a public health perspective that you start your investigations where the human cases first emerged. In that regard, and the first cluster of cases, and again, the astute clinicians in Wuhan picked up a cluster of unusual atypical pneumonia, and to an extent probably because there was an association in time and a geographic association with the market, it triggered in their minds a suspicion, and they reported that disease to the appropriate authorities, and then there was a subsequent investigation. So from that perspective, that was the event which triggered the response and the investigation. And that's very important, and the physicians and others and people involved in that initial detection deserve credit. The question then is, what was the original origin of the virus? And nobody has that answer. And that is what the Phase 1 studies were to be about and are about, and there's a series of Phase 2 follow-up studies planned once we have the answers to those questions. So we believe we need to make progress on those studies and understand what our Chinese colleagues have investigated, the results of those investigations, and we are working with them to send a team to the ground to both review the results of the Phase 1 trials and look at other studies that may need to be done. After that, the evidence should take us where we need to go. But to speculate on where the virus emerged precisely without starting where the human disease emerged, for us, doesn't represent the best way forward. However, at the same time, we are working with scientists all over the world. We are open, we receive information. There are publications being made almost every week on animal studies, and we will continue to track that, and we will take every detection in France, in Spain, in Italy, very seriously, and we will examine each and every one of them. And we have taken action directly with researchers, Maria may speak to that, and how we've engaged with researchers who've published unusual results from other countries to try and validate those results as well. So I think it's highly speculative for us to say that the disease did not emerge in China. What we do know is the first clusters of human cases that were detected were in Wuhan in China. There was a massive response to contain that disease there, and we look forward to working with our Chinese colleagues, our Chinese scientific colleagues, to understand better the origins of the virus within China or beyond China, wherever that leads. Peter.
Thank you, Mike. And yes, as you said, the international team has started to work with their counterparts in China, updating each other on existing and past studies and ongoing studies. And we are starting now to discuss the famous Phase 1 studies, the studies that need to be conducted in and around Wuhan to look back at what happened back in late 2019. We need to push back our understanding of what happened before the detection of the initial cases. We have to make the link between that event and the original animal that was the source of this virus. We know that the virus belonged to a group of viruses that have their natural niche in bats, in certain families of bats, but between bats and the event in Wuhan, we have a big gap, and that's the purpose of all these studies, is to fill that gap and understand what happened between these two events and where it happens. But for the time being, we have to start where we have the first solid clues, and these are the first detected human cases in Wuhan in late 2019. Thank you.
Thanks. Just a couple comments to add on to what Mike and what Peter has said. So there's some additional work that is ongoing as well, looking at some wastewater studies. Some countries have looked at retrospective samples of wastewater. There was a study that hasn't been published that had one sample that they found RNA, but that hasn't been published. And there are other studies that found RNA in December in Europe. In Italy. There's one study that was published very recently looking at it's a serologic study, seroassay study, looking at some samples from Italy from a cancer screening institute in the fall, and they found seropositive samples in September using an ELISA test, and in October using microneutralization. We've reached out to these researchers, and they have generously offered to work with us and to collaborate with us on some further studies looking at those samples, just making sure that we can do some further studies with samples from that cancer institute. In addition to that, there are a lot of analyses that are ongoing looking at genetic sequences. So as you know, there are more than 200,000 full genome sequences that have been made available, and this is an incredible global collaboration of researchers all over the world. We still need more, so please continue to share those sequences. And there are phylogenetic analyses, and there are really incredible scientists that are looking at these to look at how this helps shape our understanding of this virus and the way that this virus moves. So there are a lot of sources of information, but as Mike has pointed out, as Peter has pointed out, the studies need to begin where the first cases were detected, in Wuhan, where those first cases were detected in December. And then we follow the science, wherever the science leads us in terms of further investigations and studies that need to be undertaken. But there's a wonderful global collaboration that is ongoing, and these studies will be conducted.
Thank you, Dr. Van Kerkhoff. One more. Sorry. Dr. Tedros.
So on the study of the origin of the virus, one thing that has to be clear is the study will start from China, Wuhan, where the first report came. And then from there, based on the findings, we can go anywhere. So I think it's better to really underline that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. So the next question goes to Stephanie Nebahay from Reuters. Stephanie, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. I wondered if either Kate O'Brien or Dr. Soumya would like to comment on this, the AstraZeneca results and the idea of needing further a new trial in effect to check the findings of the lower dosage, the efficacy with the lower dosage, that first part. So I wondered if you think that is necessary, and whether the current results are reliable enough to give regulators a full picture. Thank you.
I can start and then pass over to Soumya. I think the first thing to say is what we've seen is a press release. And what is really the next most important step is that the data really needs to be evaluated based on more than a press release. There's only, first of all, a limited amount that can be said in a press release, and secondly, it really needs to be reviewed in terms of the data and questions asked about the data that may come up in the course of the review. So it's difficult to weigh in on this. I think what we can emphasize, though, is that from what we understand about the press release, the there is certainly something interesting that has been observed, but there are many reasons that could underlie the differences that were observed. And so certainly more information is needed, and that includes evaluations of the immune response in the trial as well. So I think it's too early for us to say anything about what we make of the data and what is needed next. What we really need to see is more than a press release, and to really see the data and have a chance to ask the questions that are needed. I'll pass over to Soumya.
Yeah, thanks, Kate. Maybe just to add to that, again, what we know is what we've seen from the press release, and it appears that less than 3,000 people were given the schedule with the half dose followed by the full dose of the vaccine. And we've also understand that those people were all under 55, so it didn't have anyone over 55 in that group, whereas the other group of about 8,000 plus people who were given the full dose and the full dose, actually there were larger numbers, and it also included different age groups. So it's very hard to compare these two groups, and I would say the numbers are still small to really come to any definitive conclusions. Now, of course, the advantage of using a smaller dose, particularly if you're getting a higher efficacy, is great. You can save on the vaccine, and at the same time, you're benefiting from higher efficacy. But I think it would be speculation at this point. We've heard from AstraZeneca that they would like to do a full trial of this schedule, because the other trials that are ongoing now are the 2 full doses. And so if we are to explore this hypothesis of having perhaps a better efficacy with a lower dose, then it would need a trial. And so the last point I'd make is that this is the reason that WHO actually convened experts very early on in the pandemic to really start thinking about what should be the benchmarks, the target product profiles for a good vaccine, and also thinking about what would be a good trial design, really to answer the questions around efficacy in prevention of disease, prevention of severe disease, and prevention of infection as a secondary endpoint. And we worked with statisticians, with experts to really come up with what a trial design would look like. And I must say that it's been very encouraging to see that many of the manufacturers and developers have actually published their protocols. So you can see exactly how they're going to do it, what they're going to do, at what steps they're going to do the interim analysis, when they're going to unblind the data, and what the endpoints are, primary and secondary endpoints, both for efficacy and safety. So I think that transparency and sharing is extremely important for scientists to evaluate, to compare also between different vaccines, because let's not forget, we have dozens of vaccines in the pipeline, and we are going to be in a situation where we might have a variety of different vaccines with a variety of different results, and people are going to have to make decisions and choices. And so it's really good to have apples to compare with apples, and therefore for all trialists, and perhaps this is a plea to those who haven't yet published their protocols and made them available. It's good. It's easy for the regulatory agencies as well. It's good for organizations like the WHO that have to make decisions based on comparisons. And it's good for citizens also in general. It generally builds a trust in the process of vaccine development. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swaminathan and Dr. O'Brien. The next question goes to Shoko from NHK. Shoko, can you unmute yourself and ask your question?
Hello, Margaret. Can you hear me?
Very well. Please go ahead.
Thank you for taking my question. So Dr. Tedros just mentioned the study of the origin of the virus will start in China, but is the international mission going to the field in Wuhan? Thank you.
Yes, it's correct. It will go to Wuhan. It will travel to Wuhan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was an easy question. The next question goes to Musa from Al Mayadan TV. Musa, please unmute yourself and go ahead, ask your question.
You listen me?
Very
Hello?
well, please go ahead.
Okay. My question is in Arabic, please. السؤال للسيد تدرس.
The question is for the Director General. You always ask for vaccines to be spread out fairly, to be distributed fairly. Are you asking for help for poor countries from rich countries, or from industries that produce the vaccines? Is the WHO able to offer all or part of these vaccines freely to poor countries? And a question for Ms. O'Brien. What about the Russian vaccine compared with other vaccines? Do you have any data on the Russian vaccine? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, this sounds like a question. The first question is about COVAX, really, about distribution of vaccines, and the second one is specifically to Dr. O'Brien. Dr. Aylward, are you online? If not, we can start with Dr. O'Brien and then move over to Dr. Aylward. How about that? Dr. Mariangela Shimau as well will be able to speak to that as well, I think, yeah. So we'll start with Dr. O'Brien.
Thank you. With respect to the, I'll start with just some comments on the fair allocation of vaccines. There is, as I think people are aware, WHO has, through the ACT Accelerator and the COVID vaccine component of the ACT Accelerator, is a partner in the COVAX facility, which is the global mechanism for all countries around the world to aggregate demand and the financing for vaccines and to assure that there is fair and equitable access through the WHO Fair and Equitable Access Mechanism, which can be then applied to those vaccines that are procured through the COVAX facility. And that facility has a component of the facility for the 92 countries or the 92 countries that will be supported for the procurement of vaccine, and it also includes a part of the facility where countries who are wealthier countries would themselves pay for vaccines that are procured through the facility. So there is a mechanism for all countries to have fair and equitable access, and for those countries that are not able to themselves afford vaccines to be supported to do that. Though that support is coming from overseas official development assistance and from contributions from other sources. And there is, of course, a relationship for entering into contracts with manufacturers, and those discussions with manufacturers are well underway for the facility, with a number of agreements made already and others that are fully being developed at this point. And perhaps Mariangela would like to say a little bit more about the allocation. We have developed an allocation mechanism that WHO has led, and that really is about allocating vaccine in a fair and equitable way across all of the countries. For the first 20%, all countries would receive vaccine and in an equal rate, and following that, for vaccines beyond the 20% of the population, for countries that want to go beyond that level, there may be consideration, if we're still in supply shortage, about the pace that countries would get vaccines would.
Only about 9 minutes left in this World Health Organization COVID-19 update. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute break, as you can see now on the right-hand side of your screen. Stocks started trading about 15 minutes ago, and so far they're down about 250 points to start the day and the week.
See from this viral vector vaccine. And this is also very welcome news, along with the other 3 manufacturers that have reported efficacy data. But I want to emphasize again what we emphasized before is these are data that have been reported through press releases. And what is really important and critical at this point is for those data to be reviewed by regulators and reviewed at WHO also for policy reasons and for regulatory reasons, for WHO pre-qualification or emergency use listing, and for those data to be in the public domain through the usual mechanisms that are used, which is through the peer-reviewed publication process. So we're really eager to see the results of all of the reports and of any vaccine that is able to report results from phase 3 clinical trials on the prevention of disease. So I'll see, I don't know if Bruce is on the line or if Mariangela would like to join in or Sumya. Thank you.
Dr. Mariangela's on the line, I believe. So over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate, for a very, I almost have nothing else to add except on the allocation, because I think Dr. O'Brien has explained quite well. But I would like to add regarding the vaccines, the Russian vaccine, and because WHO, we have mentioned in weeks before, WHO has issued an expression of interest to assess for emergency use listing candidate vaccines on phase 2B and phase 3. And this expression is still open. There are several of these the advanced candidates on phase 3 that have expressed interest and are in discussions with WHO, exchanging information. And like Dr. O'Brien has mentioned, we still have to see some of the not only the clinical data, but also the good manufacturing practices data that are part of when a country does an emergency use authorization or WHO does an emergency use listing, it's based on a series of important information, non-clinical, clinical, and referring to manufacturing practices. So this is work ongoing, and I think Dr. O'Brien has explained quite well the allocation. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you very much. Oh, and Dr. Tedros has something to add.
Yeah, thank you. So with regard to vaccines, when we started the ACT Accelerator, we had two objectives. The first one is accelerating or speeding up development of products. And the second objective, fair distribution. So based on that, we have been working, and now there are three critical elements for the success of the ACTA. One, finance, and I think we have said it many times. We need $4.5 billion immediately. And second, it's political commitment. Probably you have followed the G20 summit and the UN General Assembly. Many countries are committing to use vaccines for COVID as global public good, meaning to share it fairly. So the political commitment is important. We have it now, of course, a pledge, but that has to be translated into action because we're going to have the vaccines now. So the political commitment will be real when we see it in action. So that's the second. Third, we have to prepare countries for vaccination, and strengthening the infrastructure will be important. As one of the journalists asked, some of the vaccines need minus 70 degrees centigrade refrigeration. So we may have those vaccines, we may have other vaccines that could be refrigerated between 2 to 8 degrees, but we have to prepare the system for any eventualities or the infrastructure of countries. And that's why we have co-signed a letter with the World Bank, UNICEF, Global Fund, to our country offices to prepare and support countries for vaccination. So these are the critical issues: finance, political commitment that can be translated into action, and preparing the infrastructure. And this will result into sharing. Sharing of the vaccines fairly means faster recovery for the world. And this is in the interest of each and every country. It's only together that we can recover faster. It's through sharing that we can recover faster. And it's only through sharing that we can take care of lives and livelihoods. Thank you.
Just add one thing, because I think something, Dr. Tedros, I think we should say, because in my experience in emergency response and in other infectious diseases, in situations like this, we tend to be unfair first, inequitous, and then eventually the glaring gap is so big, and with activists from community level and others, the world has to turn around and find a way to be fair. In my experience, my professional experience, this is the first time that fairness and equity were built into this project from day one. And that was under the leadership of Dr. Tedros and other leaders who came together and implemented by people like Dr. Mariangela and others, and a wonderful team. But that would not have happened unless someone had stood and said, no, this will be done, but it will be done with fairness and equity as its central tenet. And in my view, that has then created and driven one of the most effective public-private partnerships in the history of science when you think about where we were 10 months ago. And we're not there yet, as Sumia says. We're on the, you said that we're at the base camp, we have to climb the mountain. But the very fact that we have the opportunity to climb that mountain and bring everyone with us is incredible. And we thank you for your leadership, Dr. Tedros, and for the way in which you've reached out to partners all over the world to deliver this. In addition, as someone who works on humanitarian response, this is definitely the first time, in addition to that fair distribution, that there's a specific allocation of 5% for the humanitarian situations in which we may not be able to access people through normal programs. That has never happened before, because it is the refugees and the displaced of the world who are the most forgotten. And it is just wonderful for me as someone who works in the humanitarian space, and we thank you on behalf of all of those people we serve, for that being at the forefront of the decision making in this regard. So thank you, Dr. Tedros, for your leadership.
Thank you. And on that note, this is the moment to close the press conference. I think a very, very important point has been made here. I would like to thank everybody. Those who did not get questions, please contact us via media inquiries, and we will, of course, post all the audio file, the transcript, and everything else on the web as soon as possible. I'll now just hand back to Dr. Tedros to say goodbye.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Margaret. In my statement earlier, I said COVID-19 is an even pandemic, and 70% of cases and deaths are in just 4 countries. But I would like to correct this, and I would like to thank Kai for keeping us on our toes. And what I should have said is that almost half of all cases and deaths are in just 4 countries, and almost 70% of cases and deaths are in top 10 countries. So apologies for the error. I'm really sorry, and any confusion we caused. But thank you, Kai, for keeping us on our toes. Thank you. And I would like to also thank all our colleagues here, starting from our interpreters, and also to the media who have joined today. Thank you so much, and see you in our upcoming presser. Thank you.
All right, everybody, good Monday morning. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Hello from our Orlando, Florida studio, our new News Now from Fox East Coast hub. I'm going to show you a beautiful live picture that we have right now. This is in New York, right outside of our Fox News headquarters. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. It is so gorgeous out there, and they're getting some rainfall, but it's not as cold as you would expect. But look at that tree. When you talk about such a quintessential holiday look, I mean, it is filled with lights, and there's even presents, and you've got a nutcracker or 2 down there, some large gifts, mind you, and that beautiful star on top. And it's not just the Christmas tree itself that's festive. You've got all the other trees next to it that look absolutely positively gorgeous. Hey, us here at the East Coast Hub, we're only going to be with you for about another hour before we pass things off to our friends and colleagues out in Phoenix, Arizona, the News Now from Fox headquarters. As you can see here, we are on standby for New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio to provide his daily COVID-19 update. We can also take a live look at how stocks are doing right now. Dow Jones Industrial currently down about 220 points. Nothing but red on the big board to start the day and the week. We will continue to monitor the markets for you because economy news is very big and it certainly impacts all of your lives, your pocketbooks, your wallets, your purses, everything, anything, all the time. So we'll certainly cover that for you right here on News Now from Fox. Right now, we're going to take you out to our sister station, Fox 13 in Tampa, to kind of talk about how COVID-19 testing is going out there. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Thank you so much for being here.
Talking to this site's coordinator, she tells me that in the past few weeks, on certain days, they've seen the volume of people coming to get tested either double or triple what it normally is. So they've gone ahead and expanded their hours, now offering testing Monday through Friday here, hoping that it's going to take strain off of other local sites, but also preparing for what they expect to be a big demand for testing as we approach the holidays and as more people look to get tested after the Thanksgiving holiday. Now, sites across the Tampa Bay area have seen a big bump in demand for testing in the last few weeks. And of course, part of that was due to so many people wanting to get tested before seeing their friends and family on Thanksgiving. But the other factor being that cases are on the rise in Florida. And so a lot more people are sick. A lot more people are getting exposed to the virus. And now disease experts are, of course, bracing for another surge in cases after so many people traveled and held big Thanksgiving get-togethers. Now, Florida is expected to hit the 1 million case mark either by today or tomorrow based on the trend in our data. And our state trails California and Texas for the most positive cases in the country. We're still not seeing the surge levels that we saw over the summer, but that's unfortunately where health experts are worried that things are headed. On Friday, Florida reported a new single-day record of 17,344 new cases, and the average positivity rate in our state has crept up to around 8%. Hospitalizations also on the rise. Health officials here are warning that if you did travel or you held a big gathering, definitely monitor your symptoms over the next few days and get yourself tested as soon as possible if you even suspect you might have coronavirus. Not only do they want you isolating and not exposing other people, but if you're in a certain age group, if you're in one of the more vulnerable groups, the earlier you begin treatment, the more effective that treatment will be if you are indeed positive. In Tampa, Kelly Cowan, Fox 13 News.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much for that update there. Again, everyone, my name is Pilar Arias. You're watching News Now from Fox. If you didn't know, I'm here to let you know that the News Now from Fox hosts, whoever you're seeing, whoever you're hearing, they control the entire show. That includes the graphics, the audio, the video. We try to do our best to keep up with all of it for all you News Now from Fox viewers worldwide. There's currently almost 600 of you watching on the platform that has a chat feature. We're coming up to the top of the hour, our last hour here at News Now from Fox. I'm going to get you up to speed with at least one or two more updates. Again, we are on standby for New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio's COVID-19 update after the holiday. Unfortunately, even though health officials asked, they begged, they pleaded for people to stay home, to not travel, to not gather in large groups, they still did for the Thanksgiving holiday and the long weekend as well. So that was some great advice from our sister station. Monitor your symptoms. If you're feeling ill, please quarantine, please get tested, and do what you need to do to recover before you safely return to the public. And that includes work. Some of us are still on the job like we are here at News Now from Fox. So this next update I have for you is from our sister station in Detroit. It's talking about vaccines, and then we'll get you all up to speed with a parent-kid update from our sister station, Fox 2 and KTVU in the Bay Area. Again, my name is Pilar Arias. You're watching News Now from Fox. Please search for me on social media and let's stay in touch even when I'm not hosting the show.
Pfizer put out the call to more than 30,000 Americans who wants to be a test subject for this new vaccine they came up with. Well, one person who decided to do it is a Metro Detroit native, originally from West Bloomfield. We're talking about Marla Kaminsky. She's moved down south with her husband for her job, but she still has family here. Marla, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. How did you get involved with this study?
I actually had a friend talk to me about it, and she knows I'm really into something that we call repairing the world. And that means giving to charity and doing anything you can to make the world a better place. And so this was an opportunity to do something a little bit different, to repair the world. And I thought it was really kind of a cool thing.
All right, Marla, now I understand there are two groups that basically are involved with this study. The one group is getting what's known as a placebo, which of course doesn't have the vaccine in it, getting those shots. And there's another group that's actually getting the vaccine. And there were pages and pages of documents that you had to fill out agreeing to do this.
They were very careful to make sure that you understood absolutely everything that you were getting into. So I didn't feel like I was undereducated at all by the time we went to actually get the injection. And they took actually, I think, 4 or 5 vials of blood at that point.
All right, so I know that they involved a lot of different steps in this. You had to take several trips in to get these different shots and injections. Take us through the process of that.
After the first time, you went in a second time where they just took blood. And then the third time you went in, you got that second injection. So the first injection, the injection would have been the same thing. If you were in the vaccine group, you got the vaccine both times. If you were in the placebo group, you got the placebo both times. And then after that, they took, I believe they took blood one more time. And then you had a total of, we've committed to a total of 6 visits over several months.
Marla, did you feel anything after taking these injections?
The only thing I can say is that after I received the first injection, I did have some arm pain, just like when you get any sort of vaccine, like a tetanus shot. And I ran a low-grade fever after, which I probably would have never known about, except for I went to another doctor's appointment and they took my temperature and I had a fever. But I didn't have a lot of, some people have said they've had a lot of flu-like symptoms. I didn't really have any of those.
All right, Marla, so at some point you're going to find out that either you had the actual vaccine put into you or it was a placebo. What then?
If the vaccine is put into production and used in the population, that we will be told that we were in the placebo group and we will be given the opportunity to be put into the vaccine group and they will study us. So we can choose to be put in the vaccine group or we can choose to exit the study.
All right, Marla Kaminsky, good to see you, a Metro Detroit native right here from West Bloomfield. You know what? Come back and check in with us. Let us know how you're feeling and what the next step is as we move through the next few months here.
Unfortunately, in the very beginning of the pandemic, one of the youngest members of Michigan to pass away was our little cousin, Skylar, at the age of 5.
And that's just one of the reasons Henry Ford General Surgeon Kelly McFarland decided she needed to do something to help her community during this ongoing battle against COVID-19.
We were really pretty devastated by that information that she developed a rare complication from COVID.
Now, as coronavirus cases top 11 million in the U.S. over the weekend, 1 million of them recorded in just the last week. It's another breakthrough. Moderna announcing Monday that early data shows its new vaccine is 94.5% effective.
All of the trial data so far for these vaccines have shown that our bodies do make very good levels of antibody.
The trial measuring the effectiveness of the vaccine in roughly 30,000 people, 10% from the African American community and 20% from the Hispanic and Latino communities at 89 sites across the nation.
We really want to make sure that we have complete representation of all the diverse demographic groups in the United States. And of course, where we are here in Southeast Michigan.
The study randomized and double-blind, meaning physicians and patients did not know who was receiving 2 doses of the vaccine and who received placebos.
Knowing what we know from the trials, it is a 2-dose vaccine. And in the trial, we've been administering the vaccine 28 days apart.
This news coming roughly a week after competitor Pfizer announced its own COVID-19 vaccine with 90% effectiveness, though experts say it needs to be stored in sub-zero temperatures and that could present shipping problems.
The vaccine has a refrigerator storage temperature. It also is stable at some room temperature for a few hours, so it has some major advantages.
So how soon could we see this vaccine available widespread? Officials say it could be within just a few weeks.
If an EUA application is approved, then we would be able to release vaccine in the month of December.
Erica Erickson, Fox 2 News.
With Pfizer's announcement of their vaccine for COVID-19 on the horizon, there's a lot of hope, but also a lot of questions. The company said they think the drug will be 90% effective. But who gets it first? Dr. Julie Swan is a health systems and supply chain expert.
Initially, vaccine will go to some prioritized groups, those who are at greatest risk of being exposed to COVID, like frontline medical workers, and those who are at greatest risk for severe outcomes, such as populations in nursing homes.
The first step is following those who initially got the vaccine to make sure there aren't any bad side effects. Then the first dose will come out in December and January to those who need them most. Dr. Swan says the masses will get the vaccine by springtime.
There are a number of places that will receive vaccine to distribute to different populations. It may go to commercial pharmacies, mass vaccination clinics coordinated with local health departments. It could go to employers or to schools.
Keep in mind the COVID vaccine by Pfizer requires not 1, but 2 doses, so more will be needed. This is going to be a road paved with some real challenges. One of them is all about how cold they can keep the vaccine while being delivered.
The infrastructure that's needed to keep these vaccines cold enough, especially because some of them have some special requirements on how cold they need to be. This may imply that some locations for distributing the vaccine are more appropriate than others, and we may have to drive a little bit further for some populations to receive those vaccines. A second big challenge relates to all of the information in the system. So consumers are going to want to know, can I get the vaccine? Where can I get it? And they are also going to need to come back for that second dose. And then on the back end, the supply chain is going to need to be tracking where the vaccine is, where it needs to be sent, what kind of impact it's having.
Another big issue is who's going to be willing to actually take this vaccine first. There are many people in various minority populations who are weary about vaccines because of past experiences. By the way, I asked Governor Whitmer yesterday whether or not she would ever think about mandating a COVID-19 vaccine. She says it's simply too early to have that conversation. Roop Raj, Fox 2 News.
Big thanks to our sister station there for providing us those COVID-19 vaccine updates. Let's all take a deep breath. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will see you when you return. Meanwhile, for the rest of us, this is Daytona Beach right here in Florida. I love living on the East Coast. I've been here for more than 2 months now. There's lots to see, lots to do, and that includes beaches, hitting up the beaches, getting your toes wet in the sand, chillaxing, soaking up the sun, all about being stress-free, right? We've got tons of beaches here in Florida, not too far from Orlando even. So I wanted to relax you all, and that's because our sister station KTVU Fox 2 has this next update about parent-child mental health. A lot of people could use help with mental health right now. Again, this is News Now from Fox. My name's Pilar Arias. Happy Monday. Thank you for starting your day and your week with us right here.
My family, we spent a lot more time together. I mean, just over the past year, and as stressful as it's been and challenging as it's been, you have to appreciate all those great moments we've had together that we wouldn't have had otherwise. It's sort of strange to look at it that way, right? Where you're like, if not for this pandemic, we wouldn't have we've had this great, time together. Isn't that?
Otherwise, we're just Uber drivers and Lyft drivers, right? As parents.
Yeah, it's true. But yes, you're right. Focusing on those positive moments and that time we do get to spend together. All right. Good advice. Appreciate it. Have a great Thanksgiving. Nice talking to you as always. And we'll talk again soon. Dr. Hansa Barkova, Senior Medical Director at WebMD and also a pediatrician as well. Happy holidays. Thanks for doing it.
Happy holidays too. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Yeah, different moments that would not have been had were it not for coronavirus. Here's a live look at how stocks are doing. Dow Jones Industrial Big Board currently down about 260 points. I'm going to bring you right back out here to our sister station Fox 35 in Orlando, everyone, and that's because Amy Kaufelt is talking with Dr. Oz about the latest COVID-19 vaccine news from the morning.
Moderna is expected to ask the FDA for emergency use authorization for its COVID-19 vaccine today. The company saying it has proven its vaccine is 94% effective against the virus. And joining us right now with more on what that means and the race for the vaccine is our good friend, Dr. Oz. Hi, Dr. Oz. How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Happy Thanksgiving. It's a big breakthrough to have a second company just hours ago announce that they finished their clinical trial. They've now enrolled the 30,000 patients they were going to finish studying. Enough of them have gotten COVID-19 that they're confident that the vaccine works to the point you made, 95% effective. They're going to go to the U.S. government in the next 2 weeks. We'll have vaccines by the end of this month from that company as well. It's great to have two companies, very similar approaches, both having similar results. So it reinforces that we're dealing with a real advance in medicine.
And Dr. Oz, I imagine they have a very diverse group of people they tested on, right? So they're able to tell you how effective is it on certain age groups, races, genders. Is that right? Do they break it down that way?
They do, and they actually delayed the final enrollment in the trial in order to get representation from all the different groups that need to be in there, especially minority populations, people of color. But there are older folks in there because we want to make sure it works for them. Their immune system is not as reactive. It does seem to work. And the side effects were pretty minimal. I mean, I've had a bunch of people on my show who actually got the vaccine as part of the trial, and they got soreness in their arm with the first dose. About a month later, at the second dose, they had a little bit of a fever for 6-8 hours, and they were done. And that kind of a side effect profile is pretty supportive. And I got to say, there are a lot of people watching right now who are saying, there's no way I'm going to get a vaccine. Well, it's okay, because there's a line anyway. So let the other people go first. And by the time your neighbors and your relatives get vaccinated, if you're feeling more comfortable after 100 million Americans have gotten the vaccine, then come on board and get it as well. But we actually can get herd immunity with 2/3 of the population getting vaccinated with these kinds of high efficacy numbers. And that's what the number of people who say they're going to get the vaccine is. So I feel pretty good about it.
Doc, what about kids? Do you think that we're going to see a big push for kids to get vaccinated?
There's going to be a push for kids, even though they don't seem to get the virus as side effects, and they don't even seem to pass it as much as initially had feared. I know that people are going to be pushing for them. I suspect a lot of parents are going to say, let's get the older folks vaccinated first, which is what the U.S. government is saying. Let's get those numbers out there. That'll be 25, 30 million people vaccinated who really need it, frontline healthcare workers. And after that, I think a lot of parents will get more comfortable with their kids getting vaccinated. But we have to keep kids in school with or without the vaccine.
Are you concerned that we're going to see a bit of a fallout from Thanksgiving and from Christmas travel over the next couple of weeks?
There'll be a fallout, but I read some of the hyped messaging around this. I mean, Thanksgiving travel was higher than any other time we've had since COVID started. That is true. It was also down about a half from what it was last year. So a lot of Americans are doing the right things. And when they do get together with their families, they're social distancing, wearing masks, staying outdoors, all the things you can do. In this part of the country, it's more difficult to stay outdoors, but it was still feasible because it was pretty warm. So I think that's the goal for us. Do the things you can do while still living your life. We're almost there, folks. We've got probably 3-4 months of tough times, but by the time we get to the spring, this vaccine will have affected this virus's behavior dramatically.
Doc, real quick, while we still have you, the AstraZeneca vaccine, they admitted that there were some issues, mistakes. So what do you make of that?
This is a real problem for this company. They did not do the trial correctly. They mislabeled some of their products. They were half the dose they were supposed to be. Therefore, they basically did 2 trials, neither one strong enough to prove to the U.S. government that their drug is effective. It also doesn't seem to be as impactful as the mRNA U.S. vaccines, the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. So I don't think that vaccine is coming to this country. It'll be used elsewhere. The Russians also have a vaccine that they're selling, and the Chinese have one. So other parts of the world are already getting vaccinated.
All right, Dr. Oz, always a pleasure to have you, my friend. Thank you so much. Stay healthy and safe.
Everyone stay healthy and safe. Again, everyone, my name is Pilar Arias. You're watching News Now from Fox. Thank you so much for being here. It's currently 10:15 on the East Coast. We've got about 45 minutes until we pass things off to our colleagues and friends at the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. Regardless of where you are watching from, thank you so much for being here. You probably see, hey, Pilar looks down, she moves around, and what I'm seeing on the screen changes. Yeah, that's because the host here at News Now from Fox, whether it's me, Regina, Rain, Mike, Daytona, Andrew, soon Christy, or Stephanie Weaver, we're in total, complete control of the show. So you've probably heard of a multimedia journalist reporter before, someone who goes out, shoots a story, edits themselves, and then fronts it either live or what we call a look live. Well, we're controlling the entire show right here from the News Now from Fox set, our brand new digs in Orlando, Florida, and we are pretty excited to be able to show you around this gorgeous facility made by our coworkers here at Fox 35 Orlando pretty soon. But as of right now, we only have this camera vantage point to show you. So we're continuing on with our top stories from across the country, thanks to our sister stations as well. But here's a live look at the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board. I was hoping to get a live look at the White House, everyone, but I just got word as to why we can't right now. And that's because Supreme Court oral arguments are on the feed that is usually the White House. So we might be listening into that a little later. But there is some news that I wanted to get you up to speed with here really quickly about the first presidential briefing that President-elect Joe Biden is set to receive today. Now, let's see if this story has an estimated time as to when that's supposed to happen. But the latest information from our sister station, Fox 6 Milwaukee, is reporting that President-elect Joe Biden's transition team announced that Biden will receive his first presidential daily briefing today. VP-elect, that's Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, will receive one as well. Biden got notice of his meeting a week after the General Services Administration declared him the quote-unquote apparent winner of the 2020 U.S. presidential election. So that's the latest news there. Again, our sister station has a full article on that right there. And matter of fact, they have even included our News Now from Fox coverage of President-elect Joe Biden's update, his Thanksgiving address that we had right here when you had Rain Augustine and you had Regina Gonzalez over the holiday weekend. Huge team effort here at News Now from Fox to bring you all these updates. So we're going to head on over to our sister station, Fox 32 in Chicago, to get you all up to speed with Cyber Monday scams. So a lot of people are going to be doing shopping today, and you want to protect your pocketbook, your wallet, your purse, however you refer to it. You want to protect that money, and you want to protect your identity.
Yes, and that's what we want to tell retailers and consumers about, is that when you're buying these things, you are definitely buying something that maybe is a false apparel, false handbags, whatever the case may be. I mean, we've seized AirPods and iPhone cases and Apple Watches this year, and those things can cause a definite health scare because it may ignite. You don't want to be wearing an Apple Watch on your wrist and all of a sudden it starts burning your skin. Obviously, makeup is another thing. If you purchase that from a site that you are unaware of, you could definitely go ahead and put on some beauty products that may scald your skin because there is no regulation overseas from these makeup companies.
Wow, you don't think about things like that.
Yeah, Stephen, to those who would say, hey, I got scammed, I'm blank out of luck, there's nothing I can do, they're in China, or wherever, what do you want people to know about any recourse that they might have?
Definitely want you to go ahead and log on to our site. It's cbp.gov, and you can go on to /fake goods real danger. And you can go ahead and read about there, and there is a site there that you can go ahead and make a report about this that we can go ahead and put into our database and keep an eye out for.
Well, Stephen Bansbach with the Chicago Field Office of Customs and Border Patrol, thank you so much for coming on this morning. It's the time of year when we all, like to think that we're getting the gift for our friends and our family, and certainly don't want to be scammed. That is great information. Appreciate it.
Happy holidays. Thank you.
You too.
Yeah.
We do not want to see anybody scammed at all. Again, we are on standby. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, he's about 20 minutes late this time. Always slated to speak at the top of the hour. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute break. We'll see you when you return. As for the rest of you, we're going to head on out to Milwaukee, Wisconsin for their latest updates on voting. We are on standby for anything live, anything breaking, anything that impacts your lives. We're raw, unedited, unfiltered here at News Now from Fox.
To our staff, we should not have done this without them. They were extremely dedicated to this process. To all of the other municipalities, I truly thank you. And as I say, when you have a great team, that team makes the dream, a dream team makes it work. So they did make it work for us today. And
All right, everyone. I forgot that this update had some pretty poor audio. If I can, I'll bring it to you here a little bit later on News Now from Fox. Meanwhile, we're going to head on over to our sister station, Q13, in the Seattle area, talking about changes to visiting Santa this year.
600.
Sir, we are honored to have you. Good morning.
Oh, I'm honored to be here. Thank you. Good morning.
All right. So, I mean, it's kind of a sad thing to report this year that you will not be at Nordstrom this year. However, talk a little bit about where you will be.
Oh, well, things are different this year, but I can still talk to all the wonderful boys and girls. They can visit me at Nordstrom.com/festive. And it's so wonderful that they can do that. And we can visit each other. They can talk to me and I can talk to them. Just as always before. They won't sit on my knee this year, but they can still talk to me.
Which is so nice, because I think we need a little bit of extra joy this holiday season. That's for sure.
Oh, yes, that is true. That is true. So each visit is going to a worthy cause as well. So Nordstrom.com/experiences. And they can still visit, and it will be for a worthy cause as well.
Okay, so one more time, give us the Nordstrom website where parents and kids can find you one more time.
Nordstrom.com/festive experiences.
Okay, all right. And you did mention, and I want to go into this, this is for a good cause. Can we talk a little bit about that?
Yes, there are a couple of organizations that Nordstrom will be donating to. Operation Warm, and that's a national organization that manufactures coats to give to needy children to keep them warm and to build confidence. And the other organization is Big Brothers, Big Sisters, and they work so well with the youth, and that will be for training programs as well, and certain things, some small things even, as well as maybe ties for interviews, providing those kinds of things. Small things, but things that in the end mean so much.
Oh, absolutely. Those things add up to something very big. Those are great organizations, absolutely. So, Santa, I have to ask you, what do you say to maybe kids and maybe even us adults who are worried that you won't be able to get to our houses this year?
I say, have faith in Santa. Santa always finds a way. We will still be making our travels. Oh, my elves are hard at work in the workshop right now. Mrs. Claus is there at the North Pole directing them, and the reindeer are preparing for our trip on Christmas Eve. And we will be making our travels just as always.
Which sounds great, absolutely. And I like the shout out to Mrs. Claus as well. You can't forget her. She's been very busy as well.
We couldn't get the job done without Mrs. Claus. She is the backbone.
Well, Santa, thank you so much, and have a great holiday season. Thank you for still finding a way to talk to all the kids and, getting to their homes this year. And it sounds like it's going to be a really fun experience.
Well, thank you.
Fun for sure. Again, thank you so much, Santa. As you guys can see on the right-hand side of your screen, we have New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio speaking live now. Let's listen in right here on News Now from Fox.
Quarantine rules. But again, the best way to address everything is through testing. So whether you traveled or you didn't travel, we're encouraging people to get tested. And to make it easier, we have more and more health and hospitals testing locations, more mobile sites that we're moving around. 25 new locations opened in the last week. We're continuing to make it easier. One of the things I've heard from so many people is they really want to get tested, but they're concerned about long lines and the turnaround time for the tests. Well, again, at our public hospitals and clinics and mobile sites, the health and hospital sites have been really good about quick turnaround times and providing people great service. But we do want to address the wait time, so now H&H will be posting updates 3 times a day on Twitter. You can follow at NYC Health System and get updates about each site, and it will direct people to where the waits are the least, so you can go to the place that works best for you. Also, later today, there'll be a new online tool, testandtrace.nyc, We'll give you wait time updates at 51 health and hospital sites, so you can really plan carefully where you want to go get tested. But the bottom line is, get tested. There's still so many people who have never been tested or only been tested once. This is how we fight back this second wave, by getting tested. Now, what happens when you get tested? Well, if you test negative, that's great. If you test positive, you get to work with the nation's largest and best test and trace corps that's going to help keep you safe, your family safe, your friends safe, everyone you came in contact with safe. And it really works. And making sure that when people do test positive, that they know how to safely separate, that is the key. But we're not just telling people, hey, go figure it out. We're saying, no, we're going to help you every step of the way. We're going to be right there with you and provide you all the support you need, and it's free. Here to talk to you about this amazing effort and how it continues to grow, and I want to thank her and her team for all they do, and thank her for her leadership, the director of the Take Care Division of Test and Trace, Dr. Amanda Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, New Yorkers. I'm pleased to be back here to talk to you a little bit about COVID-19 and household transmission, as well as how the Take Care program can help you prevent the spread of the virus as we face the second wave. COVID-19 transmission is common in households and happens fast among families and roommates who are living together. As I mentioned before, emerging evidence from the CDC shows us that the vast majority of secondary infections occur within the first 5 days. Household transmissions will continue to be a significant factor in the spread of COVID-19 here in New York City, where people live together in small spaces and where we're going to be spending even more time indoors as we approach the colder months. At least 1 in 5 cases investigated by our own contact tracing program in recent weeks has been found to be due to household transmission. The implication of this is clear and urgent. If you have symptoms of COVID-19 or you've been exposed to someone with COVID-19, don't wait, separate. The Take Care program can help you with either a free hotel room, which includes free meals, medication delivery, and on-site clinical supports, or the resources that you need to safely separate at home. Call 212-COVID-19 for assistance now. And in these challenging economic times, as we've mentioned before, don't let concerns about missing work be the barrier. If you test positive for COVID-19 or have been exposed, you have the right to seek paid sick leave without fearing consequences from your employer and regardless of your immigration status. Again, call 212-COVID-19 to learn more. As a city, we've done a good job. We've been wearing masks and more New Yorkers are getting tested all the time. But we need to add a third step to this equation, to protect each other from the spread of COVID-19. Keep wearing your mask, continue getting tested often, and if you have symptoms or have been exposed to someone who is sick, don't wait, separate. To reach as many New Yorkers as possible, and with our simple message of don't wait, separate, we've launched a citywide campaign including digital broadcasts and print in multiple languages. Many New Yorkers have already heeded this call. To date, more than 3,000 New Yorkers have been served by our hotel program. We've sent over 65,000 Take Care packages to people's homes, and our resource navigators have reached out to more than 51,000 New Yorkers who are quarantining or isolating in their homes to help them connect to resources such as food, medication delivery, including methadone delivery, medical care, and paid sick leave. We still have work to do, and it all starts with you. Remember, if you feel sick or have been exposed to someone who has COVID-19, the Take Care program urges you, don't wait, separate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Johnson. And listen, everyone, I mean, what the doctor went over is a very compassionate, kind approach to helping folks. And this is the New York way. We don't just leave people out there on their own. We're really going the extra mile to make it possible for people to get all the support they need and get through this very brief period of time when they have to separate. But here's what it's doing. We already know Test and Trace Corps has saved thousands and thousands of people from getting infected. And it's more important than ever. But what really matters is your cooperation. So again, if you feel those symptoms, if you go and get tested and it's positive, the important thing is to reach out, to get the help you need, to accept the help when it's offered, to communicate, because Test and Trace Corps and the Take Care Initiative are there to help you and make this go well so we can all turn the page and move past the coronavirus. All right, before we go to our daily indicators, just a quick update, something that New Yorkers care about a lot and we love a lot, and it's part of our tradition, the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree. This is something that in normal years we all go to see in person. This year, I'm going to tell you to watch a different way. And on December 2nd, live and on television this coming Wednesday. You're going to see the ceremony, the tree lighting, and that's the best way to see it. To feel that moment that we cherish every year when the lights go on, and it's another reminder of the beauty of the holiday season. This is going to be a challenging holiday season in a lot of ways, but it's still going to be a beautiful one in so many ways because so many people care for each other and are looking out for each other and are taking that spirit of the holidays and making it come alive in so many ways. So tune in on Wednesday to see the tree lit. Now, that's the best way to do it. I know some people are going to still want to go in person. I'm going to tell you up front, please, if you can make the decision to watch it on TV, that's so much better. But if you choose to go in person, there's going to be a lot of specific rules in place to make it much safer than normally would be the case in a typical year. There will be a reservation system. Groups of no more than 4 people at a time will be able to go up and view the tree. It's a timed, socially distanced approach. And obviously it means it will be limited, the number of people that can get close. This is what we got to do to protect everyone. And if you want to see the wait times, they'll be available at rockefellercenter.com. A different approach, but an approach that will keep people safe. And I keep saying it, I'll say it again, so we can get through to next year. Next year, I look forward to so many of our traditions coming back so we can be there in person and enjoy them the way we always have and that we cherish. But let's stay safe this year so everyone can get through to next year and enjoy those traditions together. Okay, let's go over our indicators. And I will say at the outset, we had lower testing levels over the last few days, meaning many fewer New Yorkers went to get tested. So some of our numbers may be skewed by that. I just want to offer that caution up front. We had a few days with much, much lower testing levels, obviously because of the holidays. We'll get a better sense in the course of this week as testing levels return to normal. But let's go over the indicators. Number one, daily number of people admitted to New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19. Threshold 200 patients. Today's report is 96 patients. Confirmed positivity level for COVID of 47.06%. Number two, new reported cases on a 7-day average. Threshold 550 cases. Today's report, 1,620 cases. And number three, percentage of people testing positive citywide for COVID-19. Threshold 5%. Again, knowing that we had some aberrant testing levels, today's report for the daily, 4.69%. For the 7-day rolling average, 4.03%. Let me say a few words in Spanish. La temporada de fiestas ya está aquí. Y el mejor regalo que nos podemos dar es no bajar la guardia contra el virus. Ahora es más importante que nunca hacerse la prueba con frecuencia, así no se tengan síntomas. Debemos seguir luchando fuerte para mantener este virus bajo control y proteger la vida de todos los neoyorquinos. With that, we turn to our colleagues in the media, and please let me know the name and outlet of each journalist.
Hi all, we'll now begin our Q&A. With us today is Senior Director of the Test and Trace Corps, Dr. Amanda Johnson, Schools Chancellor Richard Carranza, and Senior Advisor Dr. Jay Varma. With that, we'll go to Juliet from 1010 Wins.
Oh, hey, good morning, Mr. Mayor and everybody out there on the call today. My first question is regarding the school testing. What are the logistics for the weekly testing now for the schools? Is it going to be in schools, outside? Do people get tested and bring the form in? How is this going to work?
Yeah, Juliet, first of all, I want to wish you, I hope you had a really great Thanksgiving with your family. And Juliet, look, the idea here is to go to weekly testing, 20% of the school community. And that testing will be at the schools. In some cases, there are clinics and other facilities very, very nearby that could be used, but typically it'll be right at the schools. And that'll be done on a weekly basis. Go ahead, Juliet.
Okay, and another topic. There have been reports that there have been large parties, like every weekend, hundreds of people attending, and probably not just in Manhattan. They have been shut down, but is there any sort of proactive thing that's going on to prevent these gatherings from occurring in the first place?
Thank the sheriff and the whole team at the sheriff's office, but also a lot of other agencies have been participating.
There's going to be some changes in New York City this Christmas, everyone, in particular with viewing the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree. The Rockefeller Christmas tree. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute break. We're 25 minutes away from our colleagues in Phoenix, Arizona at the NewsNOW from Fox headquarters, taking over.
Because we have been shutting down those events, we find them. I would say if the sheriff were here, he would tell you that we do not believe there's a really large number of them. We think we're getting a lot of the ones that happen. But they still do happen, and we've got to immediately shut them down whenever we see them, and that's what we'll do.
Next is Narmeen from Pix 11.
Mayor, can you hear me?
There you go. How are you?
Oh, sorry. Good morning. I'm doing well, thank you. I just want to follow up on Juliet's question in regards to the mayor. The governor has said a few times that the Department of the Sheriffs is not quite as large enough to handle what we're seeing in terms of enforcement. Do you have that same sentiment? Is there any discussion of having an expansion of the Sheriff's Department in any way?
Narmeen, I think they've done an amazing job, and they've been where we needed them to be. And, you know, other agencies are helping with their uniformed personnel, and in certain situations, of course, we use NYPD as well. So, no, I think the Sheriff's Office has done a great job moving resources where they're needed, and it's made a big difference. Go ahead.
Mayor, my next question has to do with rapid testing. I know as the city has expanded its testing efforts and expanded its sites, and surely so many New Yorkers taking advantage of it, we've talked to a number of infectious disease experts over the past few weeks who've cautioned about the overuse of rapid testing, the margin of error that exists sometimes with false positives and false negatives. I wonder if there's any concern on the city side of whether that skews our numbers in any way, and maybe even in some cases sends out somebody with a false negative out into the public.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's rapid testing from the beginning has been an area where it's a very appealing concept, obviously. And the question of accuracy has been real from the beginning, although there's been some real improvement. I'll turn to Dr. Johnson. Obviously, test and trace is on the front line of this, and Dr. Varma for them to comment. But I'd say that, you know, we are careful about rapid testing, and we still don't see it as the same as the diagnostic PCR tests. Dr. Johnson?
So we've been incorporating rapid testing specifically into our point of care testing sites, part of our hyperlocal response, because we know that when people are armed with information, they're going to behave differently. We've taken great pains to ensure that as we bring new testing technologies into the fold of services and testing modalities that we're offering, that we believe that they meet the standards that we need to continue to protect the city and give people the information they need to safely separate and continue contact tracing. To that end, we've also included both the rapid test along with the PCR test so that people can follow up if there's a discordant result. And so, you know, I think this is a debate that we've had as we've continued to incorporate new modalities. And it's not unlike arguments that we face when we've thought about the point of care testing for HIV and hepatitis C. I would consider it another tool in our armamentarium rather than one thing that we're going to lead on to the exclusion of other testing modalities.
Thank you, Dr. Varma. You want to add?
Sure, yeah, I think Dr. Johnson has covered most of the important points. I would just make two quick points really quickly. The first is that not all rapid tests are equal. Some of them use different types of technology and produce different types of results. And as Dr. Johnson said, we have taken a very cautious but appropriately cautious approach to making sure that we validate each of these tests before we use them and we feel confident about the use. And the second thing I would mention is that you know, the landscape is changing dramatically, so that you know, what we know today may change tomorrow. So as we learn more about these tests, we're going to continue using them. And one of the things we have learned is that it's very, very important for the person using the test to be fully trained in how to read the results. And we found that as long as we have that training in there, we can get results that we believe in.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Next is Henry from Bloomberg.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Henry. How was your Thanksgiving?
It was very nice, thank you. My questions have to do with the school restarting and the fact that so many students are not going to be participating in in-school instruction. So what is the city doing to improve and serve and teach these, the vast majority of students who will be at home trying to get instruction?
Yeah, it's a really important question, Henry. I'll turn to the chancellor in a moment, but just to say this. We've always said from the beginning that nothing is as good as in-person education. The thing that I think will be very helpful with the new plan is that we will be able to move a lot of schools for the kids who did choose, for the families that did choose in person, we'll be able to move to 5 days a week or at least more days a week in a lot of schools. And that's going to help a lot for those kids. But for the kids who are all remote, there's constant work going on to try and make it better. The most important work, I would argue, is what we all need to do to just get by this crisis in general, what everyone can do, the testing and the other precautions, to link up to the time when we get the vaccine and then get it widely distributed. Because even in this school year, we have the real possibility of bringing back a large number of kids once the vaccine gets pretty widely distributed. And remember, we're still in November now. There are 7 months of the school year ahead. The vast majority of the school year is still ahead. So I don't want to leave that out of the equation, that could be a huge difference maker down the line. But in the meantime, this is a constant effort, whether it's at DOE headquarters or school by school, to try and find every way to improve on remote learning. And I do think in the schools that go to the 5 day a week, they'll actually have, in many ways, an easier time using their staff towards that goal as well. Go ahead, Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Henry, I will only add that everything the mayor said is right on target, but we are continuously building capacity by building out curriculum, building out the platforms that students and teachers use for instruction as well as the resources. And, the true experts on remote learning are the teachers that are doing it. No one's ever had to do this before, and our teachers actually have developed a lot of capacity. So part of what we're doing, it's not sexy sounding, it's not big newsworthy, but we're actually taking what teachers are doing and sharing those best practices with other teachers, while at the same time building our device distribution network and getting more devices, while at the same time making sure that we have trauma-informed approaches, because all of our city has been impacted by the trauma of the pandemic, and then at the same time develop more of those curricular.
Interrupting here to let you know, some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We are less than 20 minutes away from News Now from Fox, being controlled by our headquarters, our colleagues in Phoenix, Arizona, and I know they're going to have an update on a recount, matter of fact, out of Georgia, a little bit later for you all. But as for now, we're in New York City with Mayor Bill de Blasio.
A middle school, the first day middle schools were open. And Chancellor, remind me, is it One World in the Bronx that we visited?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
One World Middle School, and just an amazing place. But what I want to emphasize, Henry, is that was day one. And of course, the school had been through the spring having to be all remote. But it was really amazing watching the principal and the teachers, how they had tried to create a consistency of the whole school community between the kids there in person that we were standing in the classroom with versus the kids that were home remote, and trying to get a lot of commonality going. I think we really have to honor how much our educators have innovated to make remote as vivid and positive as possible for kids. Even though it's imperfect, I think there's been a lot of amazing innovation that deserves respect. Go ahead, Henry.
Well, I guess my next question is that to hear this kind of optimistic description of the way things are proceeding, and then the disconnect between that and the complaints and the disappointments I hear from teachers and from parents and students, I'm trying to figure out, why is there such a disconnect when we reporters speak to parents and teachers and students about the quality of this remote instruction, the fact that a lot of people don't have devices or the internet doesn't work well enough. I don't know. I guess my question is, are you missing something? I mean, who is wrong here? Where is the disconnect?
Henry, look, I mean, I really do appreciate the openness of the question, but I'm gonna push back on a values level. I don't think anyone's wrong. I think a parent or a kid who either wishes that remote could be as good as in person, which is a very fair feeling and painful for all of us. We wish everyone was in person too. Or sees something specifically that needs to be improved. We got to act on it every time, because this is not like a model we have lived with for years and years where you could say, why, if we know how to do this so well and we've done it for so long, is something wrong? No, this is a model still in evolution because it's never had to be done on this vast scale in an ever-changing landscape. But I'm trying to emphasize, I don't think it's two different perspectives. I think it's looking at all the educators out there who are constantly trying to make it better, despite its imperfections. And I want to give credit to the Chancellor and the DOE on the devices. Again, I don't know about the rest of the country, but I would challenge you to look anywhere and everywhere. I mean, it's over 350,000 devices have been given out for free, brand new top-of-the-line devices. Service, if it's for any reason not working as well as it should be, literally the DOE will switch the provider to another provider for free. They'll go, as we've had in homeless shelters, into the shelters to work with families one by one to get the service right for them. I'm sure there are still some people who need help, but all they have to do is call 311, and as quickly as possible, we're going to get them the help. So I truly believe there's an amazing effort going on to try and make it better every day, and that's what we have to do in the middle of this crisis. Chancellor, you want to add anything? Chancellor, are you on mute?
Well, I think you covered it all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Next is Rich from WCBS Radio.
Hey, Rich. We're having tape delay day here. Rich, are you there? You got it?
We're having some trouble with Rich. We're going to come back to him. Next is Nolan from The Post.
All right. No.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good, thank you.
On the restoration of 5-day-a-week learning, do you guys have some measure of how many schools will actually be switching back to 5-day-a-week learning? How many schools have capacity to add students to 5-day-a-week learning? And will there be some opportunity for parents, now that their kids can go back to school Monday through Friday, to get their kids back into in-person learning?
Okay. The Chancellor can help us on the first question, but what I'd say, based on the meetings, the war room meetings at DOE I've been a part of, I'd say most schools, of the ones that we have announced, let's be very clear, elementary, K-5, pre-K, 3K centers, District 75 special ed, most will be able to get to 5-day over time, some as early as Monday, December 7th, some will take more time. There will be schools that can't get to 5-day, but certainly can improve the number of days that kids will be able to come. Why? Because we now have a specific number. In the categories I talked about, it's about 190,000 kids. And we also have to be really clear that kids have to show up or else we're not going to keep that seat for them. And that's something we talked about back during the opt-in. So we now, just doing the math and seeing what capacity we have in schools, it's evident that that's what we will be able to do now on a pretty broad scale. In terms of the last part of your question, the plan we have is to stick with what we've got now in terms of the people who were originally blended or signed up during the opt-in. Those are the folks who are going to be able to have their kids go to in-person learning. When the health situation improves, and particularly when we start to see some vaccine distribution on a broader scale, and we think we're in a much better environment, then we'll do an opt-in because we'll be in a position to do an entirely different approach to our schools. But for now, this will be the universe of folks whose kids will be in in-person learning. Chancellor, you want to add on the first question of how many of the schools?
Yeah, so we're in the process right now of working with principals, and they're doing their analysis. They now know how many families have additionally opted for in-person learning, and that taken into consideration with the students that were already coming in person, and then obviously superimposing that on the space availability that they have in their building. So they're doing that analysis right now, and we hope to have much more detailed information later this week.
Go ahead, Nolan.
Secondly, the State Assembly is going to be holding a hearing examining mayoral control. Comes after Mike Mulgrew said he'd like to see an end to it. I wonder if you believe your handling of schools reopening has put mayoral control at risk for the next administration.
Not at all, other way around, Nolan. I talked to Michael Mulgrew, and he simply reiterated the position that he has held and the union's held for, I think, a decade or more. There's nothing new there. The legislature made the decision originally to create mayoral control. It worked. It has been renewed constantly. Since it began, it has always been renewed. What has happened because of mayoral control? Graduation rate in New York City has gone up about 50%, 50%. Education has improved. We can see it by so many measures. We achieved pre-K and 3K because of mayoral control. I could not have done it without mayoral control, guarantee it. And being able to reopen the nation's largest school system in the fall, we could not have done that without mayoral control. There's just no way. So, so many families benefited because schools were open, and now they're going to be open again on Monday. That's because of mayoral control. And I think a lot of the legislators in Albany see that and recognize that. So I think mayoral control is going to be an important part of our future, and it's about accountability, holding one person accountable so things actually happen and happen quickly. Go ahead.
Next is Gersh from Streets Blog.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. I hope you had a great Thanksgiving.
Have a little bit of time here, everyone, to take one more break here from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub. Coming up on 7 minutes at the top of the hour, 11 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Arizona time, where Mike Pace will be taking over News Now from Fox from the headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. So me and Regina Gonzalez will see you again bright and early tomorrow morning. Don't forget, the goal is to always launch at 6 a.m. Eastern. We'll see you then, everyone. Have a great day.
Is the most wonderful time of the year, but it's also a time when sidewalks become crowded with trees that are being sold. So I'm wondering if the administration is going to build off of Open Streets and Open Streets restaurants to create some sort of Open Streets Christmas plan so that tree sellers can use curbside spaces instead of crowded sidewalks.
Well, it's an interesting idea, Gersh. I'll tell you, my personal experience is that the way it's been set up over the years with folks selling Christmas trees has worked pretty well in New York City. And, it's kind of part of the magic of the season. But we'll certainly look to see if there's any ways we need additional space. I think you're right the way you opened up. We have found, and I'll give you credit, you and others were urging this from the beginning, that we've been able to really innovate and have some wonderful new experiences by using our public spaces differently. So that's something I think we're going to keep looking at, keep evolving all the time. I don't know if we need it immediately with the Christmas trees, but it's something we'll look at right away.
And just a very short little follow-up. You mentioned the Rockefeller Center plan, but I didn't hear whether that also included vehicular restrictions as you did last year. I think you closed a couple of lanes up Fifth Avenue and some of the side streets to cars. Is that part of the plan this year? I just didn't hear it.
Yeah, no, you didn't hear it because I didn't mention it. I know there will be, let me say it carefully. What I understand at this moment, our team will confirm it to you today, is that 49th and 50th Streets between 5th and 6th Avenues will be closed off like last year. And there will be some lane closures as well, in terms of the avenues. But the idea here, again, different from last year, is to not allow crowding. So that's where I have to get a fuller update on how it's being approached, because we have a reservation system to see the tree, small groups, socially distanced, different reality, and we do not want to see a bunch of crowds forming. So I think that's going to affect how the streets have to be handled, but we'll get you that update today.
We have time for two more.
No, you still have Rich out there.
We're still working to get Rich back.
You have time for three more if you get Rich. Okay.
Gloria from New York 1.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask you a question specifically about schools in Staten Island. We just want to get some clarity. Staten Island and parts of Harlem, if I'm not mistaken, that currently have schools that fall into the orange zone. So with schools opening next week, is there a plan to get those schools to test out of the zone, or what happens to neighborhoods that are in these zones in terms of schools going back?
It's an important question. Thank you, Gloria. Look, obviously the vast majority of New York City right now is not in an orange or red zone. So for the vast majority of neighborhoods, what we announced, the timing for the schools to open next week, K-5, pre-K, 3K, and District 75 special education. That's moving on the schedules we announced. The only orange zone, I believe, is right now is in the South Shore of Staten Island. Of course, that can change daily. What we're going to do there is make sure that we follow all state guidance. We intend to work to reopen those schools, hopefully as early as next week, but we have to follow all state guidance. We have to focus, of course, to make sure everyone in those school communities is safe. So that's the plan. That's how we'll proceed from here. And this plan, again, that I laid out yesterday is what we intend to use for the duration, all the way to the vaccine. Go ahead, Gloria.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is about some of what you said this morning on CNN regarding middle and high school students going back. And I know this has been, you've mentioned this throughout the morning, but you seem to suggest that plan is still in the works. What is the expectation here? And could high school and middle school students really be looking at perhaps not going back to in-person until this year is over with all the holidays and everything else that's going on that kids would usually be out?
At this moment, that's what I see, that the focus will be over the next few weeks up until the Christmas break, getting elementary, District 75 special education, and pre-K, 3K up and running, making that go smoothly with a whole lot more testing. And then, we're going to come back after the holidays. We're going to be able to assess the situation then. We're going to keep building up our testing resources. I want us to move to middle school and high school as soon as we can, but we have to do one step at a time.
Rich Lim, if you're out there, you'll be our last question. But in the interim, we're going to go to Dana from the New York Times.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Dana, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you. I'm curious whether you think we're in a second wave or whether we're not, and even how you define a second wave. Yesterday, the governor said we're not in a second wave. The second wave is a mutated virus. And what are your thoughts on sort of our status?
Dana, I think these are fair questions, but everyone who's involved in this work has a right to their own interpretations. What I would say, I was asked this weeks ago, my interpretation is looking at our indicators, and particularly looking at all of our indicators. That means hospitalizations, and going deeper into that, what's happening with ICU admissions, what's happening with the quality of care that we can give people, how many people are we able to save, certainly compared to the spring. We're getting actually some very good news from our hospital system. Even though we did see some increase in admissions, nowhere near as much as we might have feared to date. Obviously, we're going to watch it every single day. We're also not seeing a huge uptick in ICU admissions, and we're seeing much more effective treatments and many more people coming out of the ICU, even if they've been intubated, coming out alive and making it through. So I'm watching all of that, and I'm also watching the way New Yorkers are participating, and they still are. I mean, the mask usage has been very strong. People have been going out and getting tested in record numbers. We need them to keep doing that. So I think a second wave is still bearing down on us, but I think we're fighting it back. And the question is, can we marshal our forces and get everyone involved and keep fighting it back? Go ahead, Dana.
Thanks. And secondly, as I'm sure you're aware, Los Angeles has imposed some very severe restrictions. I'm curious how likely you think it will be that New York City will enter some sort of similar lockdown in the coming months.
Look, obviously, as I've said many times, that's the state's decision. Ultimately, this is a conversation I've been having with the governor in recent days. But I think we have a chance here still with lots of testing, with lots of precautions, lots of mask wearing. We have a chance still to avert some of what we've seen in other parts of the country in terms of restrictions. But we have to recognize that if we don't beat back this wave, we could very well end up with them. So I don't have exact odds for you at this moment. We know it is something that may end up happening. We know we have to be ready for it. But so far, again, I want to accent the positive. The fact that folks are getting tested, the fact that mask usage is high, the fact that our hospitals are doing as well as they are, these are all really important indicators of how we're faring.
For our last question, we'll go to Rich from WCBS Radio.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I lost the feed for a few minutes, so I hope I'm not repeating somebody else's question. But I'm just wondering if there's, given the sort of partial opening you're going to do on December 7th on the schools, is it purely going to be school by school?
Yeah, Rich, no,
grade by grade.
It's a very good question, and it's not repetitive because I want to really make it clear to people. Chancellor and I have worked on this with our teams and with the health leadership. This approach is what we want to use for the duration. Unlike in August, September, when we came up with the original approach, then we did not know what the specific reality in the schools would be until we took all of our plans and put them into action. We were confident we could keep people safe, but it's been amazing. It's been extraordinary how safe our schools have been. And that's because of all those layer upon layers of health and safety measures and that situation room, key part of the equation. That's been really great at making sure each school handled any case it had really quickly and effectively. So we know that schools can be kept very, very safe. We also know, of course, how much parents want kids back in school and how much kids need it. So what we worked to do was come up with a new approach. We need to reset the equation to something new and sustainable. This approach now, with more testing, with mandatory consent forms, we believe we can sustain and take it through to the point when we have a vaccine. And then, as I said, when we get to that point and when the vaccine has been distributed enough that we really think the situation is much safer, then that is also the time when we can bring a lot more kids back and do another opt-in. Go ahead, Rich.
So I guess just to follow, it sounds to me like you're saying, no, you would not close down the whole system again.
Right. The goal here, look, Rich, obviously with the coronavirus, the level of unpredictability has been extraordinary. So I want to be always careful to note that. But our plan is to use this approach all the way through to the vaccine and not have to shut down again. All right, everyone, look, it's a perfect note to conclude on because the vaccine is coming. And this is, I think, the most wonderful holiday gift for all of us. We know it's here. The question, of course, will be how quickly can it be made available in large quantities and how quickly we can distribute. Well, the one place you want to be is in New York City in terms of the ability to distribute a vaccine quickly and get it to people who need it in every corner of the city. Our Department of Health is ready. Health and Hospitals is ready. We have extraordinary apparatus that can get that done. So we need to get to that point. And again, every single New Yorker can help us get there. Every time you wear a mask and every time you get tested, every time you take those precautions, you're helping us link up to that moment when the vaccine is widely available. So that positive day is coming. That day when we get to live a much better life is coming. Let's all do what we can do now to get ourselves there safely together. Thanks, everyone.
That was the update there from New York City. Welcome everyone here to News Now from Fox. As we continue to roll on here after this holiday weekend, we are expecting many more states and cities to be offering up their COVID-19 latest updates, and we will be featuring that for you in full when that does happen across the country right here today on News Now from Fox. Some of you are going to be going to a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us as we have more coverage from across the country. We are now going to go out to Los Angeles right now, where we are getting an update from the school district out there on the latest what they are seeing with their COVID-19 crisis, and we will be featuring that for you right here on News Now from Fox, everyone.
Here at Garvanza Elementary, our mission is empowering leaders by educating hearts and minds. During this pandemic, it has become more important than ever to bring joy, connection, and creativity to our students and families. We have done this in a variety of ways. First, our teachers work tirelessly to bring virtual field trips, meetings with authors and other field experts, and even virtual drama lessons to the students. Our student and families love weekly assemblies where we highlight student work, celebrate diverse cultural backgrounds, celebrate birthdays, and engage in fun challenges such as the Piñata Challenge in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month, the TikTok Dance Challenge in honor of Digital Citizenship Week, and the Gratitude Challenge to celebrate Thanksgiving. We also have several student enrichment and leadership clubs, including the Tiger Tech, who host podcasts with local community members, Snap the Gap, where students use computer science skills to build devices, and my favorite, the Sunshine Club, where students and staff collaborate to plan school-wide events such as the Thanksgiving Storytime. We love our school community and know these connections are a lifeline for many of our families.
At Griffith Steen Magnet Middle School, pride, excellence, and family are values. Being part of the Griffith Steen family means you're part of a school community with enduring traditions and rich history. Early into the school closures, we knew that we would need to offer our students more than a robust instructional program. We would need to build in social emotional supports to bolster students and engender a sense of school belonging. As educators, we know that when students feel good, they are more apt for learning, and when they feel like they are part of a school community, they are more apt to perform. We began the school year with an interactive virtual orientation that all students and parents participated in. By the end of day one, every student knew their schedule and got to know their teachers because every teacher posted on our website introductory welcome messages for students and parents. In the advisory class, teachers purposely introduced lessons and activities designed to create community, build social emotional capacity, and teach self-care. At the beginning of classes, teachers begin with check-ins, providing an opportunity for students to get to know each other and to express themselves. We supported these classroom practices with a variety of student activities, including virtual field trips and student clubs, including the Anime Club, the Griffith Bookworms, Pride Pals, and Book Club. We've held events that included author guest speakers, College Awareness Month, Lego Lunch, and weekly STEAM challenges. Our virtual library has become an activity hub for our students, providing daily activities, including grab-and-go book checkout. Our student body leadership class has sponsored Spirit Weeks, the Dia de los Muertos altar contest, the Hispanic Heritage Month contest, virtual dances, a Halloween virtual parade, and keeping the 80-year tradition of the red and blue game going with the Red and Blue Virtual Olympics. This year, we formed the Student Advisory Board. These students meet weekly with the principal to discuss issues affecting their school and their community at large and taking action to address these problems. Their work has manifested into the Bulldog Broadcast, a weekly broadcast by students, for students, about issues concerning all of us. This year, in response to the food crisis created by the pandemic, we launched our Griffith Community Garden that will supply a food pantry and provide opportunity for students and parents to work together on growing their own food from home and then eventually transitioning to campus once schools reopen. Our students run a late team, trains independently, and do periodic check-ins to celebrate their successes. The academic pentathlon trains and will complete virtually this year. Student recognitions are frequent. Students are rewarded weekly with the Positive Attitude Awards for class participation and exceptional work. Our teachers are also connecting with our students in person, providing one-on-one tutoring supports. What's also become more important than ever is the need for our students to know that we miss them, that they are a bulldog, and with that comes pride, excellence, and the entire Griffith family behind them. Once a bulldog, always a bulldog.
Here at Taft Charter High School, our community of schools has played an essential role during the COVID-19 crisis. It has helped us reach out to our students and school community in a number of ways. We've had town hall meetings, bi-weekly newsletters, and programs like our virtual read-alouds, where our high school students read children's books for elementary students in our community of schools. We've had a variety of virtual activities for students, including a virtual pep rally at the start of the school year.
Welcome back, Taft Toridors. We're so excited for this school year. Woo!
We've had the Toridor News Show, which airs twice weekly to keep students informed on all that is going on at Taft.
Good morning, Taft High. My name is George Alex Chicha, and I'm the junior class vice president. And I'd like to introduce you to Toridor News, this program right here.
We also communicate and share updates through our Taft Instagram accounts. At Taft, we have over 100 clubs and activities, and our virtual attendance has been greater than when school was in person. Our football coach, who is also a history teacher, has football players engaged in art and other projects to build a sense of team. And we also offer the Mary and Veronica Show during our advisory classes, which promotes a variety of social and emotional supports for students, including self-care, motivation, and a growth mindset.
And today we are going to talk a little bit about motivation. We would also love to feature some students on the show. So if you are a student and you feel like you have a topic that you're passionate about that relates to mental health, and you would like to be a guest on the show, we would love, love, love to have you.
As you can see, the Taft Charter High School community of schools is playing an important role in our school community.
Dr. Buckley, you've been helping lead this effort now for months, a year and a half, whatever it is. We're making progress. Give us a sense of what the next chapter of this looks like. What else can we expect? What can a family expect to see, a student hope to see, a teacher in a classroom hope to see with this effort to take everything we have and put it in that school?
I think what we see is all of the different needs that are out there being met locally. Everything that's needed lives at the school. We're seeing this in different ways, from COVID-19 testing to a flu shot. It's rethinking the role of schools and communities in meeting the needs of students. So I think we would continue to see those wraparound supports grow. We also see acceleration of student outcomes. It's about learning. That's what we do. So we want to see every student achieving at high levels, whether it's one-on-one tutoring that it takes to meet that need, whatever's needed, we're able to figure that out and make sure all of our students, all of our families are taken care of.
In the midst of a global pandemic, LA Unified recognized the need more than ever to support the health and wellness of our school community. For this reason, we launched several services and programs. Our mental health and wellness hotline provides our students, staff, and families with access to counselors. Our COVID testing program provides free testing to our school community to help everyone gather much needed information to keep us safe during this crisis. Our flu vaccination clinics provides our communities with the opportunity to be vaccinated from the seasonal flu at a time when experts have informed us of the value of this vaccination. LA Unified is committed to these health and wellness services to continue to support our school communities.
Our students and our families being connected with having their tablets at home and their laptops at home, along with their connections of hotspot, has really created a wonderful sense of community. It's been really amazing to see all of our parents coming out, of course, distancing and being safe, and picking up all of their devices. And when they're in need of more connection because they may not have, currently in their homes, internet or wireless access, our district, our schools were able to give out hotspots for so many parents. And it's amazing the work that our district has done to assure that our students are connected. And not just our students, our families. Building community this way has been different, but our children and our parents, our wonderful parents, they've been doing amazing work. And it all started with them having the tools that they needed to be successful at home. And I'm really proud to be a part of a district that has supplied this, because it really shows how much we care and how much we really respect our parents and want them to know that we're here for them and they're really being here for us. So this opportunity to just have our students working together, working with our teachers, and being connected through all the resources the district has provided has been amazing. And I'm just glad to be a part of it too.
Well, listen, in this time of the season of gratitude, I just want to give my thanks. You've been tireless in your leadership. You've been focused on what we need to do. And each day, each week, each month, we see more and more progress. So thank you for that. I hope that you feel proud to be part of the Los Angeles Unified School Community as I am, alongside all of our hardworking colleagues. And if we just keep our focus on that student, making sure she or he has what they need, each day we're going to make it a little bit better. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thanks to the thousands and thousands of educators who are working so hard each day. We're all in this together as a community.
We hope today's discussion gave you a little bit better sense of the work in schools to make sure we do all we can to serve the unique needs of every student and their family. Thank you for your continued patience and support.
All right, that was the update there from Los Angeles Unified School District on this Monday as we continue to roll on here on News Now from Fox Live. Look, at the White House, some of you will be taking a 2-minute break. When we come back, we will take you out to Georgia from the Secretary of State news conference that just wrapped up. We want to play that out for you in its entirety right here on News Now from Fox Live, raw and unfiltered. We thank you for joining us here today.
Back from Thanksgiving, so I hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving weekend. I want to talk to you today about where we stand on the recount, lawsuits, and the upcoming elections on December 1st and January 5th. The truth matters, especially around election administration. So the recount is going on schedule to be completed by our assigned Wednesday date at the midnight deadline. Once that is complete, our office, continuing our work to be transparent as possible, will be releasing the recount results online as quickly as possible. That is the great thing about our paper ballot system. It is auditable, it is recountable, and can provide voters the confidence that the outcomes are correct. Once this recount is complete, everyone in Georgia will be able to have even more confidence in the results of our elections, despite the massive amounts of misinformation that is being spread by dishonest actors. There are those who are exploiting the emotions of many Trump supporters with fantastic claims, half-truths, misinformation, and frankly, they are misleading the president as well, apparently. There are 2 suits in federal court right now. One was already shot down and is being appealed. The other is just beginning. That is the due process afforded to us, all of us as Americans. As we move forward in the process, we will, as we always have been, we will continue to investigate credible claims of illegal voting and violation of state election law. There are currently over 250 open cases from 2020, and we have 23 investigators to follow up on them. Some of these include a charge in Gwinnett County that absentee ballots outnumber absentee envelopes, This is the kind of specific charge that our office can investigate and ascertain the truth. We have multiple investigations underway surrounding absentee ballots in Fulton, Gwinnett, Cobb, and many others. We continue our investigations into potential dead, double voters, and non-resident voters. As we move to the December 1st election, which is tomorrow, and the January 5th federal runoffs, we have to remain vigilant. That is why I'm announcing an investigation into third-party groups working to register people in other states to vote here in Georgia. We have opened an investigation into a group called America Votes, who is sending absentee ballot applications to people at addresses where they have not lived since 1994. Vote Forward, who attempted to register a dead Alabama voter, a woman, to vote here in Georgia. The New Georgia Project, who sent voter registration applications to New York City. And Operation New Voter Registration Georgia, who is telling college students in Georgia that they can change their residency to Georgia and then change it back after the election. Let me be very clear again. Voting in Georgia when you are not a resident of Georgia is a felony. And encouraging college kids to commit felonies with no regard for what might mean for them is despicable. These third-party groups have a responsibility to not encourage illegal voting. If they do so, they will be held responsible. Let me emphasize this again. Casting an illegal vote in Georgia is a felony. Casting more than one vote in Georgia is a felony in one election, obviously. This office will continue to take steps to protect the voting rights of the legally registered Georgians of this state, Republican, Democrat, Independent, and whatever other party you may be a member of, and whoever you align with. Upholding the law matters, truth matters, and your vote matters. Anyone telling you to boycott an election is not on your side. Your right to vote is sacred. Don't let someone con you out of it. Everyone in my office is doing their job. We'll continue to follow the law, and we will continue to follow the process. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, glad to be back out of COVID quarantine and see all y'all in person again. Just basically wanted to go over a couple of extra things because we are moving on. Obviously, we're out of the recount process soon. The ENR page will likely be launched today. We're working with the counties right now to make sure that that gets done properly so that people will see that, because this recount result will be the certified result, which may require having a few counties recertify, investigations in the states recertify. Just the presidential is the only thing that's going to change on that. So we're having to go through the efforts on that. Another thing is, if we look at January 5th, beginning, we're at 940,000 absentee ballots will be a part of that process so far. Included in that total is about 84,000 that are still on the elections dashboard from the online ballot application tool. The counties have to go through and verify that they are actually the proper requestors. 1,040 ballots have already been accepted, voted, and sent into the counties so far. It's a small trickle. We expect to get a lot bigger soon. Let's see. That's basically where we stand. So any questions you'll have right now? Justin.
Yeah. The Secretary said 250 investigations underway.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any indication that there's evidence in those investigations that would in any way change the results of this election?
It's an unknowable unknown at this point because there are 250 of them, and until you dig into the details of them, you can't know for certain. There's nothing that has jumped off the page at us as saying, yes, there's that amount right now. Like the Gwinnett one's very specific. If there's more ballots than there are envelopes, that's obviously an issue, but we don't have any idea if that delta even exists, let alone the amount of that delta yet.
Was there evidence provided for that Gwinnett allegation?
A board member, a Republican board member, filed an affidavit stating that she thinks from her observations that that is the case. So that's the kind of specific charge with a specific person making a specific, charge that we can binary go and do. We can say, yes, this is true. No, this is not true. It's better than the sort of generalized thing we see in many of these, which is like, we think there's lots of issues and you need to look at that. It's very hard to then investigate that, but a specific charge that can be looked at in a binary way, it either is or it isn't, that's the kind of thing we're built to try to do. Or if you can get even a specific issue around, we believe this person did something wrong or this county did something wrong on these days. There's things we have to have. A generalized, let's look at it all again. I saw Twitter's not exactly the best place to have these kind of discussions, but somebody said, you know what, I don't believe, I think we need to go back and recheck all the voter IDs again for all the in-person ballots to make sure those are okay. I mean, you can't follow up on a lot of these things in a real way like that. Yes, ma'am.
Secretary of State said that there announced this investigation to third parties registering voters. Does that have to do with the general election, or is that just ahead of?
This is moving forward right now. This is new information that we've received of these outside groups attempting to register people illegally, potentially, in other states. That's for the January 5th election. Yes.
Maybe follow up on that.
Yeah, Doug.
The Secretary specifically mentioned college students.
Yes.
If an individual moves into Georgia for the purpose of going to a college and establishing residency here, is there anything wrong with that person?
If the person's actually establishing residency, but as we discussed, the way that these people are presenting it to them is like, hey, you can switch your residency here and switch it back after the election. They're literally saying, hey, it's okay to commit a felony.
But I mean, isn't there...
If they chose to be here after the fact, obviously, because it's really part of a state of mind, but if they're going in and being sold, hey, you can do this just to do this purpose and switch it back right after, it's very specific. That is literally the definition of the felony we're discussing. What else we got?
Okay.
Yes.
Hey, could you describe and elaborate on these Dominion issues in Fulton County?
Here's the thing. There were no Dominion issues in Fulton County. There was a Dominion server that crashed because Fulton County literally ignored the basic instructions and the directions of the vendor on this one. They were given what is called an express server to do LNA, which is logic and accuracy testing, on the machines they're going to be using for the election tomorrow, basically. And they instead decided to, hey, we're going to use this for the recount, when they should have been using their central server. So what happened was they built the first cards out of their central servers. This is going to get deep in the weeds, and I apologize for that. So they built, I think it was 7 cards. I'm not exactly positive, and they were intended for absentee by mail scanning. You have to set up each one of the tabulators differently in order to keep the bucket straight of the 4 different types of ballots. Let's go through those again. There's election day ballots, provisional ballots, early voting, which is absentee in person, and then the absentee by mail ballots. There's 4 basic buckets, so that's the tabulators they had to do. So what they did, kind of cutting a corner, their intention was, we're going to use the express server as the one we upload all the stuff into. And there was a Dominion employee there that says, you can't do that because it will crash that server. So they said, okay, well, we're going to put the database on here and we're going to get tabulators off of this. But then they didn't follow procedure and did not back up that thing. Actually, I take that back. They did back it up, but they did it on the same drive. So when that server crashed, that computer crashed, it's really just a computer like this. It's just a simple laptop computer. And it crashed, so they could not get that database off. Because once you make the tabulator on the new database, the timestamp is different than the original database you had. So you can't then upload it because that's a security measure, because you don't want to have something that wasn't created in the right place that can then upload into your existing election project. So again, Fulton County, with one particular technician, ignored the directives of our office, ignored the opinion and directions from the vendor, and caused this situation by ignoring that and choosing to go their own path, even though they were told don't do that. So now they're going to be forced to rescan ballots. It has nothing to do with servers being wiped. Nobody directed that. That's just a lie. It's made up out of whole cloth, and it's the kind of stuff we're having to deal with. So that's the situation we're in right now, but that's what really happened. Does that give you a better clarification as to what happened? It won't impact the results, just more work and more man hours and more time, which is the kind of thing you often find when you cut corners, you end up adding cost and time because you cut corners. And that's what happened in this case in Fulton County, which every other county managed to pull this off pretty well. Fulton County on this one particular thing didn't get it right because one technician was there. And then they compounded the error by sitting there for 4 hours yesterday and not explaining to the press and to the observers there what was happening, which led to rampant speculation, and where we get some of these lies about the secretary ordering servers to be wiped, because it's just not true. All right, yes, sir.
Just to clarify, the organizations that the secretary named, do you have specific evidence that they are encouraging people to move to Georgia to register to vote? Specifically,
not question to move to Georgia. Some people are here, and the other ones, they're literally sending it to people in other states to register here. They tried to send registration stuff to a dead woman in Alabama. I mean, so things, we have specific evidence, which is what I've repeatedly said at this podium. If the office gets specific evidence to follow up on, we will follow up on it.
Is it possible there's an explanation that will be turned out to be perfectly legitimate? Or have you seen evidence of this?
I'm going to assume they're all going to say it's perfectly legitimate. It was an accident, but that's why you investigate. You got to see what the underlying thing was. And the specific one where they're saying, hey, you can switch your registration back, that shows intent, which is a little bit different, a little higher standard.
Are all of them doing that?
I do not know the answer to that question, but that's why you investigate. Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, you mentioned people having issues, but other counties are doing well. Do you anticipate it all being done by Wednesday?
I have confidence it will all be done by Wednesday at midnight, but it is 2020, so I'm never going to say, yeah, we know it's going to happen, but we're pretty sure it's going to happen.
Yeah, Doug. About the Dominion system, if I may. President Trump and his supporters have attacked Dominion a lot over the last few days.
Mm-hmm.
And the Secretary of State's office obviously made a decision with the publicity of the legislature to choose Dominion. Could you talk about how defensible it is to abuse that system, given the sort of vulnerabilities that all computers have with regard to the kind of things that these folks want?
Here's the reality. Again, there are people who are upset with the outcome of an election. Dominion, let's start the full timeline again. In 2019, the legislature passed a bill that required BMDs, a ballot marking device, to be the machine of choice for the state, regardless of vendor. I think the day after the legislature passed it, after both houses passed it, we released an RFP that the office has been working on essentially since before the secretary was sworn in. That RFP process followed the Georgia procurement law, and we worked in coordination with the Department of Administrative Services. There were 3 bidders. There were potentially 4. One bidder, Hart InterCivic, missed the deadline by, I don't know, they had uploaded stuff, they didn't hit the final upload, so they were cut off out of the gate. Then you had ES&S, which was the incumbent vendor who had taken over the old Diebold machines. You had Dominion, and then you had another one called Smartmatic that partnered with another company that's name escapes me now because it's been over a year ago. So we went through a process and they were scored. There was 32 main questions, and I want to say there's something like 250 or so sub-questions from that were all scored by a group of individuals. There were 7 people on the committee, and they were not just Secretary of State. In fact, I think there was only 2 from Secretary of State's office, but we had a disability advocate there. We had 2 elections directors on there. We had, a security expert from the Georgia Technology Authority. So we had a multi-faceted group of people doing these evaluations. So all 3 people did their written bids, then all 3 of them came in and did in-person demonstrations. From those, the initial scoring came in. The ES&S was number 1 in technical, but they were bad on pricing, and Dominion was best on pricing and just a little behind ES&S on technical. So then we moved into a negotiation phase with both ES&S and Dominion. And there's a lot of security questions throughout all of this thing, and so everybody answered those things equally. And we put price down at only 25% of the overall amount, so that was only part of it. And it was a smaller part, because we were trying to say, what are you balancing off on this for the taxpayers versus what you're getting on the value side? So at the end of the day, they had their initial bids, and all of this is available on the Department of Administrative Services website. It's all public and transparent. You can see the initial bids, you can see the contract. It's all there in black and white. It has been there since we signed the contract, which was in the summer of 2019. So Dominion, both ES&S and Dominion lowered their prices a lot. So we did a good job protecting the taxpayers on that front. But Dominion still came out ahead. So Dominion, following our procurement law, was the one that was chosen. And if you remember at the time, there was a lot of, some of these same people who are complaining now are complaining that, the bid is being rigged for ES&S because there are people who Kemp knew who used to do that, even though Kemp's office had 0 to do with this. None, 0, nada, zilch. So we chose Dominion, we executed the contract, and we started doing something that nobody said we could do. We got all the equipment out from the initial order by Valentine's Day of 2020. That was our first big lift that we did. So we got those out the door, and the Dominion system, anything with a computer has quote-unquote vulnerabilities. The ridiculous things claimed in some of these lawsuits are just that. They're insanity. It's fever dream, made up, internet cabal. I can't, however many words I can use to say how crazy some of these things are, Nothing was shipped overseas. No votes were switched. We did a hand audit that proved no votes were switched. I mean, that in and of itself should have been enough to make people understand that. So the idea that there was a machine flipping votes didn't happen. So once that's out of the way, then they shift gears on some of these things to talk about the system itself, but there's no proof of Dominion's system having any flaws like that. The situation in Texas that some people have related back to this was they literally had a light they wanted to plug in to an open USB port so a voter could press a button to ask for help. And they said, well, that's an open USB port. That's a security risk. We don't have that issue in ours because we don't have that. All of our stuff is sealed and taped in and not accessible on those fronts. I said the other day, it's like playing a game of whack-a-mole. Every time we knock down one, there's a new crazier one. So we are doing our best to be transparent and answer all these charges because there are people out there who people respect and are believing some of these things. And it's difficult and it's frustrating. And I'm sure y'all can see that from my own tone of voice on this. But Doug, does that kind of get you to the answer?
You gave a good answer to a question I don't think I asked.
You did, but you said Dominion security, which I went right into.
Just briefly, you said that all computer systems have, or arguably have vulnerabilities. There's raised questions about whether states, not just Georgia, ought to be rethinking the extent to which they use computers.
No, you can mitigate all these things. It's always going to be that way because if, let's say we go to the Luddite version and you do hand-marked, hand paper, hand counting, we would still be counting. It's an insane thing. We're a nation of 300 million people. And you have to have systems in place. And actually, these systems provide extra guardrails and extra checks to make sure that everything is being done properly. Imagine going to your bank and saying, I only want to do things with checks and cash now. You couldn't do it. I mean, we don't live in that kind of society. And there's nobody shown any actual real vulnerabilities that have ever been exploited. And I'll quote Chris Krebs, and said, this is the most secure election in the history of the United States. And I can guarantee you this is the most secure election in the history of the state of Georgia. Are there going to be bad actors? Are there going to be mistakes? Are there going to be people who try to exploit issues sometimes? Absolutely. That's why we investigate double voters. That's why we investigate potentially dead voters. That's why we investigate people trying to illegally register things. But nearly every single one of those has zero to do with the system and 100% to do with individuals trying to game the system. And it always comes down to that. What else? Yeah.
I just want to make really sure that I describe accurately what y'all are saying with the investigation. Would it be accurate to say that in at least one case, a company or one of these organizations who moved to Georgia temporarily to vote?
No, I didn't say move to Georgia again. What I said was there's people outside of Georgia that were trying to register and or people who are in here who are temporary residents who they're trying to say, hey, you can vote this way and then flip back. And that's where you get to the intent of you're really trying to game the system at that point. So we're not saying they're trying to encourage people to vote here. There was a lot of Twitter activity, and we've seen some other internet move to Georgia and vote. So we do know that exists too, and we're trying to track that down as well. But these 4 specific ones had more to do with trying to register people illegally directly. All right.
You specifically mentioned the New Georgia Project.
I didn't. The secretary did.
What's the specific allegation about that?
And that specific one, they sent voter registration forms to individuals in New York City, and obviously not living here. What else? Anybody? All right. Well, thanks, guys. Holler at you later.
That was the update there in Georgia. Now a live look right now. Governor Andrew Cuomo in New York giving a COVID-19 update. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break and then take you right here on News Now from Fox.
This is not working. There you go. I hope you all had a good Thanksgiving weekend. And a safe one. I hope you were not a turkey. We've been spending a lot of time talking to hospital administrators, local officials all across the state this weekend to design a strategy going into this new phase because we're all seeing new facts. Today is day 275. And it's a new phase in the war against COVID. The war against COVID, because I think of this as a war. It's a war of attrition. It's a war in terms of preparation and mobilization. It's a war in terms of mindset. COVID is an enemy that we're dealing with. It's attacking people. It's killing people. So I talk about it and think about it in terms of a war. And the war changed. Sun Tzu. Just as water attains no constant shape, so in warfare there are no constant conditions. He who can modify his tactics in relation to his opponent thereby succeeds in winning. When the facts change, when the attack changes, change your situation and your defense or offense. COVID is shifting the battlefield dramatically, and we have entered a new phase. Came with the colder weather. All the experts talked about what was going to happen when we reach the fall, right? Cold weather, more people indoors, more people are now traveling. There has been a change in behavior among people. They've been informed, they've been educated, they've learned, they've changed their behavior. We have government policies on what businesses operate, how they operate, and that has had an effect. So the chessboard has really changed. And then we are coming into the holiday season, and the holiday season is going to have a profound effect. It already has. When people started to travel for the holiday season, when they started to travel for Thanksgiving, when students started to go home, when people started to shop, when they started to move around, increased mobility, increased social activity, increased viral infection rate. It is directly proportionate. And we talked about this before Thanksgiving. You are not just going into the Thanksgiving weekend, you're starting a 37-day holiday period. That's why Dr. Fauci over the weekend was talking about there's now going to be a surge on the surge. So we had a fall surge, my words. We now have a holiday surge on top of the fall surge. That's Dr. Fauci's surge on top of the surge. And it's not going to be a 1 or 2 day affair. It's going to be the entire holiday season, which is 37 days. Now, the mindset for the holiday season, all right, we're now all happy and cheery, and we're going to come together, and we're doing gift buying, and we're going to do holiday celebrations. We're going to start to have meals together. The family's coming back together for the holiday season. Students are all coming home. Religious celebrations during the holiday season. Yeah, COVID is the Grinch. Think of it that way. And the COVID Grinch is an opportunist. And the COVID Grinch sees this as the season of viral transmission. All those things that the holiday season brings, they all increase social activity, they all increase mobility, and they will all increase viral transmission. So this is the season of the COVID Grinch also. When you hear that holiday music, Marcia, dun, 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 think. Did you sing it again? Dun, 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 dun. Think COVID Grinch and be on alert, because that is part of this holiday season. We've also seen behavioral shifts by the policies that we put in place and by the data that we have received. The bars and restaurants protocols, we've seen a reduction in the level of spreads from bars and restaurants. We've seen a reduction in the level of spread from personal services, hair salons, etc. Gyms, we have seen somewhat of a reduced spread, not as dramatic as bars and restaurants or personal services. Mask wearing, great. New York, first state in the nation to have a mask mandate. Our mask compliance is up near 98%. Great. And all social action. The school protocols and the school testings, great, highly effective. astonishing how low the levels of infections are in schools, especially K-8. Really bad news, family gatherings and smaller social gatherings have exploded as places where the virus is spreading. So we understand the cause, we understand the effect, and we understand the effect is dramatic. And this is the bottom line on all of this. COVID rates go up. When the COVID rates go up, what happens? The hospitalization rate goes up. And the hospitalization rate is increasing dramatically. End of June, we're about 900. We're now at 3,500, okay? Since the end of June. And that is before feeling the effect of the holiday season. So, this, my friends, is the problem. And we are seeing the rise in hospitalizations all across the state. And it's not a situation where it's only happening in one part of the state, and then we can shift resources from one part of the state to the other. Remember, the first go-around, it was primarily New York City downstate. We had upstate resources that we could share with downstate. That is not the case this time. It is statewide. So we will have a limited ability to bring resources from upstate to downstate, like we did in the spring, or from downstate to upstate, because literally every region is dealing with a hospital issue now. And you look at those curves, they're all going up at an alarming rate. So in the new battlefield, hospital capacity is the top concern, period. It's about hospital beds, it's about ICU, and it's about having enough staff and enough equipment. That is the effect, and that's what we're going to have to deal with. We have 5 strategies that we are announcing today and that we are putting in place. First, we're going to shift the focus to the number of hospitalizations and hospital capacity. We're going to add to our zone designations, the yellow, orange, red. The hospitalization rate, we know by address where people are coming from who are going into the hospital. The death rate, the case rate, the available hospital beds in that community, the available ICU beds, and the available staff. We are now worried about overwhelming the hospital system. And if those numbers continue to increase, which we expect they will, you will see serious stress on the hospital system. So we're adding those factors into the equation. Also, the patient load management of that community, how effectively they're dealing with the patient load. Also, PPE and equipment availability. Everybody remembers the nightmare of what we went through with PPE and equipment. We are going to set specific metrics for each one of those factors. I want to wait and see what the numbers are post-Thanksgiving. We don't know what the Thanksgiving effect has been yet. You sat at the dinner table with your in-laws. They said, don't worry, I've been very careful, I haven't been quarantined. Yeah. Doesn't have to be your in-laws. In-laws can be nice people. They're not the only people who can infect you. Thanksgiving, you'll see 3, 4, 5, 7 days until you see people who were infected during Thanksgiving or during Thanksgiving travel. So there'll be a week to 10-day lag before we see that number come to effect. We're also talking to the hospital administrators across the state. We want to know exactly where they are with their hospital today, with their capacity, with their PPE, et cetera. We learned this lesson the hard way. We have about 54,000 hospital beds in this state. We were told that we would need 120,000. We lived this nightmare. We learned from this nightmare. And we're going to correct for the lessons we learned during this nightmare. It was the first time ever the hospital system, which is essentially a private hospital system, needed to be managed governmentally. And that was a very difficult transition, but we learned from it. We're going to add, on top of yellow, orange, red, an emergency stop provision where if we hit a real hospitalization crisis, we could potentially do a New York pause. California just did a California pause, which is basically a stop, or move one zone to another if we have a critical hospital situation. Today, New York State Department of Health is going to initiate emergency hospital measures. Number one, every hospital has to identify retired nurses and doctors now. We're already experiencing staff shortages. Staff just gets exhausted after a while. They've had a horrendous year. To now go through this again with emergency rooms and a high number of COVID patients coming in, they start tired, they start sick. Start identifying retired nurses and doctors now. We did this last time, it worked very well. We're going to stop elective surgery in Erie County as of this Friday. Erie County has the most critical hospital situation in the state. So Erie County must stop elective surgery. Catholic hospital system in Erie County voluntarily stopped elective surgery just to be responsible. I thank them. It's now mandatory. They must all stop elective surgery as of Friday. Let's start to free up those hospital beds. If the situation continues to get worse, we'll stop elective surgery in other parts of the state also. Elective surgery are those surgeries that don't have to be done at that time, and we want available beds for COVID people, so stopping elective surgery does that. The individual hospital network load balancing is mandated as of today. Let me explain to you what this is. Talk about learning a lesson the hard way. There are hospital systems in the state that have a number of hospitals in their system, and they can be private or they can be public. Northwell has a number of hospitals in their system. Montefiore, ECMC, Erie County, URMC, Rochester, Kaleida, New York City, H&H. They are systems unto themselves, and they can have 7, 8, 10, 11, 30 hospitals in their system. It is mandatory as of today that they balance the load within their system. They balance patient load. So you distribute the patients among your hospitals in your system. The nightmare we went through last time was a hospital would be overwhelmed. But that system had other hospitals that had capacity. Well, then why didn't you shift patients from the overwhelmed hospital to the hospitals that had capacity in your own system? Well, that's not how we operate. Yeah, I get it. I learned that lesson. Forget how you operate. This is a mandate from the State Department of Health. You must distribute patients across your system so one hospital does not get overwhelmed. Well, the patients don't want to go to other hospitals. Then let's just end elective surgeries now, and we'll make it simpler. But no patient wants to be in an overwhelmed hospital because you're getting less care, the staff is stretched thin. It's in the patient's best interest, distribute the patient load over the system. We're not going to live through the nightmare of overwhelmed hospitals again. So those individual systems, they must do that now. If a hospital gets overwhelmed, there will be a state investigation. And if the result of that investigation is they did not distribute the patients, that will be malpractice on their part. This was a serious issue last time. It was a case of first impression last time. This time it's not a case of first impression. I don't mean to be difficult, but difficult is when people die because they didn't get the right health care. That's really difficult. So preparing for that is important. That goes into effect immediately. We also have to prepare emergency.
We continue to roll on right here for you on News Now from Fox. Some of you will be taking a quick 2-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We're bringing you all the updates regarding COVID-19 from across the country today.
150 beds. We did this last time. It was highly effective. We brought a system from 50,000 to a system of 75,000. Prepare to implement statewide Surge and Flex. Statewide Surge and Flex moves patients among systems, right? What I was just talking about was movement within the system, moving Kaleida patients within Kaleida facilities. Statewide Surge and Flex moves patients among different systems. So theoretically, a patient could go from NYU Langone to Mount Sinai. You move them among different systems. That's a different level of coordination with a different level of emergency. And prepare to staff the emergency field hospitals. Also confirm the PPE stockpiles. Department of Health did regulations as to how many PPE you needed. 90-day stockpile of PPE. Confirm that you have those PPE stockpiles in place because we don't want to run through that again. We'll be announcing a hospital capacity emergency tracking system that's going to track these metrics statewide. And that's the first initiative. Second is on testing. We do more testing than any state in the nation. We have the highest amount pro rata. I'm very proud of that. You can't do enough testing. The more testing you do, the more you know. And the more you know, the better you do. It is just that simple. Local governments, the state, hospitals have to work to increase the gross amount of testing. And we have to have a balanced distribution. We're trying to serve a lot of needs in a lot of populations. We have to test healthcare workers. We have to test the nursing homes. We have to test schools. We have to test essential workers. We have to test the business professionals where we put in a protocol that they have to be tested. We have to test the personal services protocols. And you have general population of students who come home. They want to make sure they're not infected. People just went to Thanksgiving. They get a cough. They want to know if they're infected. The localities have to distribute the testing equally or fairly among these groups. Essential workers, they're out there every day. The police, the fire, they have to be tested. There's not enough tests to go around. I get it. But we have to be fair in the distribution. And local governments have to work on coordinating that. Third, keep schools open. All the testing says schools are safer than the surrounding community. We focus on special ed K-8, doing testing in schools on a sustainable basis for long-term operation. If they're in an orange or a red zone, the state mandate is 20% over a month. Red zone 30% over a month on a rolling basis. They're doing weekly testing. They can pool test. Again, we're very aware of the need to balance the tests because a lot of people need tests. The local district can exceed the minimum state testing level, but they have to make sure that they are meeting their other needs also. It's not enough to test all students and not test essential workers. Test all students, but not test all nursing homes. Test nursing homes, but not test schools. You have to fairly distribute the tests. We've talked to all sorts of experts all across the country. No state has the testing school protocol that we have in place. No state and no city. So we feel good about that. We have a mandatory close level for school districts. School districts can close lower than the state threshold. We've gone through that in various parts of the state. Our advice is you don't. We believe in keeping especially K through 8 open. The schools are safer than the surrounding community, and children get an education, and parents can work, etc. But we understand local school district prerogative. They can close below our level. The small gathering spread is now the #1 spreader, about 65% of all cases. This is a dramatic shift. Part of it is the holidays. It's what happens during holidays. Part of it is reduced social options. I can't go to the bar and hang out. I can't go to a restaurant and hang out. I can't go to the movie theater and hang out. Come over to my house and we'll hang out. It's just an adaptation of social behavior to the circumstance. We have a rule in effect, no more than 10 at an event. These are all the states that have rules of no more than 10. People say, oh, I can't believe the New York rule, no more than 10. Many states have a rule of no more than 10. And by the way, Kentucky just announced they're going to a rule of no more than 8. This is a nationwide problem. I understand that people say, I don't like the restrictions, I have COVID fatigue. How can you say I shouldn't have more than 10 people in your house? Look, the truth is government doesn't have an ability to monitor it. But you want to know what is smart, what is reasonable, what is protective of other people and yourself? This is where the spread is coming from. It's a small gathering spread. We have to communicate this now to people the way we communicated masks. Seemingly the safest place, my home, my table, my family. Yeah, even that place is not safe. And we're going to have a new public education campaign that speaks just to this. This is not government being overly dramatic. These are just facts. And look, I've heard the political back and forth. Oh, this is Democrats saying this. First of all, this is probably the only issue President Trump's people and Joe Biden's people have agreed on. Both of their health advisors say small gatherings are the problem.
All right, that was just some of the updates from the governor there of New York, Governor Andrew Cuomo. It's going to be a busy day, everyone, here on News Now from Fox, as we will be taking COVID-19 updates across the country, live, raw, and unfiltered, of course. So it's going to be busy, obviously, the Monday after the holidays, a lot of updates to get to. So we're going to keep on switching around here and providing you the best live coverage that we can here today. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. We're going to keep our live coverage going right now. Now take you out to Florida. The governor there, Ron DeSantis, talking about COVID-19 updates as well as school updates as well. Let's bring that to you right here on News Now from Fox.
Announcement is this: schools will remain open for in-person instruction, and we will continue to offer parents choices for the spring semester. And every parent in Florida can take that to the bank. Now, I'm going to let Commissioner Corcoran go into detail about his updated order, but the long and short of it is it continues the requirement that districts offer in-person learning and also contains the protections of school district funding. Now, there is one, I think, new addition, which I think is really important, and I think it was very well considered, and is this. Parents must be notified if a student is struggling with virtual learning. Still providing the parent the option to do virtual learning if they want, but they need to be notified, and then the student must return to in-person instruction unless the parent affirmatively opts out and says they want to still remain virtual. And the reason why we're doing that is because the data and the evidence is overwhelmingly clear. The virtual learning is just not the same as being in person. And I think teachers in Florida have done a great job of trying to improvise, and really, particularly in those early days, the fact of the matter is the medium is just not the same as being in the classroom. So we wanted to figure out a way to still offer the parents the choice, but to really put the onus on the school districts to be monitoring this, and when they see students fall behind, to really be affirmative and engaging with the parents. So I think it's a good model going forward. We're now 11, we really started looking at this issue of coronavirus in January, so we've done 11 months of this, and I would say that closing schools due to coronavirus is probably the biggest public health blunder in modern American history. The fallout in communities that are still chafing under school closures. We have some of the biggest school districts in our country that still do not have in-person instruction. Incidentally, of the top 10 school districts population-wise, 5 are in Florida. All 5 offer in-person instruction. But the harm from this is going to reverberate in those communities for years and years to come. And the tragedy of all this is that the evidence has been remarkably clear since the spring that closing schools offers virtually nothing in terms of virus mitigation, but imposes huge costs on our kids, on our parents, and on our society. Now, we looked over the summer as we were making the push, working with both Commissioner Corcoran as well as a lot of our superintendents. The experience, if you looked at the actual data and got away from the politics, was abundantly clear. Places like Sweden, Germany, Denmark, Switzerland all had positive experiences by keeping kids in school. There was actually a study out of Iceland that got virtually no coverage here in the United States that was published in the New England Journal of Medicine. They did genetic sequencing of their positive PCR test samples and were able to determine which directions the infections were going. They identified 0 infections going from a kid to an adult, and that was one of the reasons why they thought it was important to have kids in school. The Prime Minister of Norway said that closing schools in the spring was a mistake, and that it may have actually increased viral spread in their community. And I think that since August, as states like Florida reopened schools for in-person instruction, I think the U.S. experience has tracked with the European results. And I think tellingly, even as Europe has recently experienced a very, very sharp outbreak in countries like France, in Switzerland, and Belgium, closing schools was simply off the table as a viable response. Some, like France, chose to shut down businesses. Others, like Switzerland, didn't do that. No one was talking about closing schools. And I think that is reflective of what the evidence has shown us. So as we stand here today, people who advocate closing schools for virus mitigation are effectively today's flat earthers. They have no scientific or evidence support for their position. Now here, when we were doing, the commissioner did his initial order over the summer, we were working with school districts. We thought really 2 things. One, we had to provide students and parents the option to return to in-person instruction. We did, I'd say, as good a job as any state in the country with virtual learning in April and May, and we've put resources into it. It's something that we've focused on. But there was no way you could look at the results. All you had to do was talk to a teacher. They all said the same thing, that it was not the same and that kids were falling behind. So we needed to give parents the ability to get their kids back in school. We also wanted to preserve their ability to remain virtual if that's what they were comfortable with. The other thing we wanted to do is to recognize that the school districts were facing unique challenges in the environment that we were in, and we wanted to provide them with flexibility. We wanted to provide protection for their funding, and we wanted to make sure that we were giving them the tools they need to be able to succeed. And so I think that we've had a lot of people perform very well. No one can look at, it's not just Florida. I mean, Florida, people have worked very hard here. They've worked hard other places. You go back and look at that debate over the summer, some of the things that were said. I mean, I remember when Baker County was one of the first school districts to open. We had Good Morning America showing up in little old Baker County trying to say that, oh, these yokel Floridians are putting kids back into school. What's going to happen? And so we kind of got beyond the politics of it, but that's really what it was. It was not an evidence-based debate. It was really about a political debate. We cut through that. We're able to get the kids back in school. The vast, vast majority of parents have opted to put their kids in person, and I think the superintendents will tell you that tends to increase as people see the success that's happened, and really how much happier our kids are that they have the ability to do some of these things. I have parents, every time I'm out, someone will come up to me and say, when my daughter got back in school, things got so much better. And I think you see that all across the state. And I also think that obviously the schooling and the academics is paramount, but we also had a debate over the athletic season. There was a movement to try to shut down athletics for high school in the state of Florida, just like there was in other states, and many other states still have no athletics, like California, some of these other ones. You had credentialed people saying there was going to be all these problems. Again, that's not what the evidence told us. So we thought it was really important to be able to provide those opportunities for our young people. I've been proud to be able to attend several football games this fall. So we attended a volleyball game up in Hernando County, and we tend to do some more. My wife and I think it's very important. Brought my daughter to her first high school football game on Friday. She wants to go back. She really had fun. Everyone treated her very well. But just things like that, if you were in some of these other states.
Stay right here with us, folks. News Now from Fox continues in just 2 minutes.
For the kids to be able to do it, we haven't seen any major problems. And so I want to thank Commissioner Corcoran for his work. I want to thank Superintendent Mike Grego, who is familiar in this neck of the woods. He's doing a great job in Pinellas County. Superintendent Deborah Pace has done a great job. You know, we work with them. I remember talking, Mike was out preparing. Deborah was as well. They really worked hard, as well as all of our superintendents and administrators. So I want to thank them for their work over these last many months. Also want to say a special thanks to all of our teachers. You listen to some of the debate, and there's certain organized interests that had certain perspectives on this, but the vast majority of teachers in the state of Florida wanted to get back in the classroom. I mean, they understood how important it was. They understood what it meant for their students' future, and this is what drove them to do it. They're passionate about the kids' futures, and they've worked very hard. It was very difficult to do virtual and then have to come back in a little bit different environment here. So I just want to say thanks. It's been very, very important to the well-being and the development of so many kids throughout the state of Florida to have a teacher that they look up to in the classroom over these many trying months. And finally, thanks to all the parents out there. It's not been easy when you're having to juggle virtual learning to get thrust into that. If you look back in March, the second week of March, you had people like Fauci telling people to go on a cruise. All of a sudden, the world changed like the next week. So it was a pretty dramatic shift, and it's not easy. And I really felt that, one, the schooling in person was good for its own sake for the kids, but I also understood, particularly for single parents, a lot of single working moms that have to put food on the table, to have to do that and be a teacher or be supervising the virtual was very, very difficult. And so we understood what was happening with a lot of the parents. We understood how trying it was. And so we understood, well, this would be good for the students first and foremost. It would relieve a burden on parents under very, very stressful times. But I just want to thank them for hanging in there. I know it was difficult over those months in the spring, and we think that things are going in a much better direction now. So I'm going to let Commissioner Corcoran come up, go a little bit more in detail about the updated emergency order. But we really believe that that this is something that's really, really important. And we just thought it was important, one, that the school districts kind of had their roadmap as they submit their plans, but also as you see news of this area shutting down a school or this, that parents in Florida would know, we're going to have our schools open. We understand it's very important. Okay.
Thank you, Governor. I want to echo just a couple of the points that the governor did say, and I think it's important because we're 100 days into what Florida actually led the entire nation in getting our kids back into school and making sure that instruction was available and giving parents that choice. And so it wasn't that far long ago where, and I think Superintendent Grego said it best in a letter, and that is we should all be thankful for the sure, strong, and fact-driven leadership from Governor DeSantis. You have other governors out there who spend, pandemic time writing books, and we have one, thank you, that is reading and studying the data and looking at what's happening in other countries. And it's so important as that as a backdrop because education, you look around, this elementary school and you see all the quotes, but education is distinctly that thing that makes us human beings. And it is that thing that gives us dignity. And that's such a powerful concept and word. And if you're going to take that and rob that from our school children, that threshold has to be really, really high, and it has to be 100% certain. And we had none of that going back into the throes of the summer. And when the governor announced we're going to have face-to-face instruction, we're going to open schools, and there's just this litany of outcry, unscientific, non-fact driven, not even taking the time to read the research that was out there, the studies that the governor has quoted, whether it's Iceland or other ones. And now we move forward 100 days, and now the studies are coming out. Everyone's like, okay, even these national, epidemiological experts are, back 120 days ago, it's too soon to open schools, it'll cause community spread, and now they're saying open the schools, close everything else. And how can you be respected in a sense when you're making opinions that are 180 degrees different from what you said just days earlier? And so to be able to push through that and push through the rhetoric of we were leading kids into some sort of death march, and when the reality is the opposite was true. And now you have a study, Jama just wrote about it, where this is an elementary school. So if you take elementary students in the nation, 24, give or take, million students. Now they're saying, and this was schools only being closed for about 50 some days or 11 weeks, and they're saying that's 5.5 days of life that could have been lost from those 50 days. Loss of life, 5.5 million days of life just for elementary school kids. And yet just willy-nilly people are saying there's shut down the schools, and yet here in Florida, thanks to the governor, we had the governor, he had our office, he had his own staff digging through every single study, every single research, working in partnership and collaboration every step of the way with our superintendents. And we had the opening in the fall, supported by all 67 superintendents. Only one entity out there sued us, and that entity today, 100 days later, is begging us to continue to do what we did so well. I just say that as a backdrop because it's important that when you're dealing with children's lives, you're dealing with human beings being who they are, and you're dealing with dignity, you should not just emotionally, willy-nilly, without scientific evidence, put them in harm's way, which was what was happening absent a governor who was willing to stand in the gap. And I think that needs to be said. I also want to, before I get a little bit into the order, The Association of Superintendents, Kurt Browning, and now Mike Grego, Deborah Pace, obviously. There has been very few days I could think of where we have not, our offices, staff's been in constant communication. What you're seeing in this order today, as much as I'd like to say it was something that we came up with, or our staff came up with, it was working in collaboration with them, but these are their ideas because they're on the ground and they're seeing what's happening with students. They're seeing who's in jeopardy, who's in this different mode. And so all of these changes that we've made were really recommendations with a heartfelt thank you to the Association of Superintendents, because these are their ideas on the ground, seeing, talking to their teachers, talking to their parents. This is how we can improve the executive emergency order. And so those are the improvements. But basically, it's again, as the governor said, we have the full parental choice, continue to maintain all of those things in the initial emergency order of schools have to be open, face-to-face instruction has to be offered, continue with the progress monitoring so that we can make sure that we're not losing these children. And if we are losing them, new additions, thanks to the superintendents, is, as the governor said, if you're a parent and you're in a mode and the district's is saying to you that your child's not doing well in that mode, then we want you to move them out of that mode into another mode. And if the parent, for what maybe they have health concerns or reasons, but as you heard from the superintendents, the growth in our enrollment in face-to-face instruction every day grows. And as a state, this is an astounding stat. We're up, give or take 17,000 students year over year, more students in our schools than in the previous year, because we even have parents who have dual residences and now they've made Florida their home because our schools are open and they have that face-to-face opportunity. And so we're seeing that growth, but when we see that that mode's not working for that child and that parent, we want them to move into a different mode, or if that parent, as the governor said, says, no, I'm going to keep them in that mode, then we do something even more. For all of those kids that we're looking at and we're seeing at risk, the superintendents, we're going to do massive interventions. And we're going to, and in the order, we talk about, who is it that needs the interventions, where, when, how are you going to do it, all of that. They're going to submit plans to us. In fact, Superintendent Pace has already given some great ideas in her plan that she's shared with the district that we love and tweak here and there. But if you have these kids in virtual, trying to get them more and more into that face-to-face instruction because we know it works. And then we have the financial stability. If you are a growth county, 24 of our counties had growth in student population. And so we reward them with full funding. And for the districts that were not having growth or below growth, what we did was we took everybody, put them into the pool, and spread that loss among everybody. I think the total is like 17 million among all the counties, which is staggering considering what it could have been. And the governor was very gracious. Working with the superintendents, we had excess funds from turnaround that were unspent. That was poured in to mitigate some of the losses to the folks below the line. So it's a total of 17 million, but we still have, I want to say, almost 500 million in unspent CARES funds for the districts that they're going to be able to plug those holes. So it's going to be a complete victory across the board for all 67 counties. And when you think, if we didn't make these changes, if we just went back to the statute as it existed, there could be $3 billion worth of losses for the districts. If we said that all of those folks were just virtual and not in these innovative distance plans, it was almost $1 billion worth of losses. So to be able to have these innovations, have these improvements, and only have $17 million, spread among the districts, but having that CARES money to backfill it, is just a great opportunity for us to continue to work with our parents, work with our teachers, work with our administrators and the whole school family to, again, be #1 in the nation in the delivery of education for our school children, because it is that, all the great philosophers would say, show me, you want to know what your future looks like as a state? You want to know what your future looks like as a country? Show me how you're educating your youth, and I will tell you the future. Well, in Florida, thanks to the great leadership of Governor Sanders, we are educating our youth better than any other state, and that's a great day. So I want to thank all of you guys for your participation, and Superintendent Pace.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you, Governor DeSantis. Thank you, Commissioner Corcoran, for your amazing, strong leadership and your advocacy for students and families and teachers and principals all across the state, particularly here in the school district of Osceola County. Not only have you studied the science, but you've listened to the concerns that we brought to you, the ideas that we shared about how we can make learning better for the kids here in the state of Florida. We do know that learning happens best in a classroom with a caring teacher, surrounded by their peers, but we also know that that's not the right option for some of our families, some students who've been successful in the digital learning world. So we're very, very appreciative of being able to continue to offer that option, to be able to rest at night with a little bit more fiscal stability than we otherwise would have had. And again, we just greatly appreciate your leadership, your advocacy, your passion for making learning a priority here in the state of Florida. So thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, Governor DeSantis and Commissioner Corcoran, and for this announcement, a very important announcement. As president of the Superintendent's Association, I can say to you that I am thrilled that the Commissioner of Education and the Governor reaches out to each of us as an association to FADS and ask our opinion. And that's not always been the case. And so I just want to publicly say thank you. These are difficult times. These are unprecedented times. And the fact that we have leaders who reach out to ask about, as the Commissioner said, what is it like on the front line and what and how can we help you means all the difference in the world, makes all the difference in the world, and will get us through these times. But I also want to thank specifically the governor for championing public education. And that is, as you'll see in the emergency order, that the opportunities for families has been mentioned many a times to have choices. Families who are desperate in the needs of bringing and returning their students back to our schools, and also families with conditions that have had to stay out and work remotely. I want to say thank you, because we've led as a state with safety, and we've led with safety foremost to our students and to our faculties, to our teachers, to our parents and others. We've listened to them. I also want to say thank you for allowing, it's been said several times, but you'll see the importance of this as districts will, the fiscal stability of our districts. At a time in this country where very little is fiscally stable, our governor and our state is providing stability to our school districts. We serve just under 3 million pre-K through 12 students, and this is critical in this time. Thank you for also providing the schools and appropriately funding those districts that have had growth, and also prorating the districts that need to be prorated by. And I can tell you, as a district that would have been hit very heavily in a decrease in enrollment, the proration share of this is minuscule, very small to do that. And with the CARES Act, as the Commissioner mentioned, is truly a win-win situation for us. Perhaps one of the most important aspects of the order, though, is the accountability section for the academic achievement of our students. And that is, we need to be brutally honest, caring, loving, nurturing, compassionate with our parents and our students, but we need to be honest with how their scholars are doing. And if they're not doing well, we need to establish an educational plan for each and every student. And we need to have that as more of a contract, as you'll see in this order. And I want to end as president of the FADS and Association by thanking the governor, because I think through this pandemic, we've lost sight that we have had an historic increase in teacher salaries. This past year, this past session, $500 million went to starting teacher salaries at a time where teachers really truly need it, and this profession needs it to boost the importance of teacher education and to boost the importance of young people to go into this profession. And so it is also a time where I think everyone in this state would have understood our governor by backing up and maybe reestablishing different priorities, but he didn't. And for that and for the profession, I certainly, truly want to say thank you on behalf of all of our teachers and our districts and our superintendents. Thank you so much for your leadership.
Well, it seems like A long time ago, we were fighting for that teacher pay increase. I mean, lots happened since then, but it was something that we thought was important. I know Richard was really involved in saying, okay, what do we need to do well, obviously you want to reward great teachers, but you also want to, get people to come into teaching that may have other options. And not that it's all about money, but it certainly helps. And so we're, 5th in the country now for average minimum salary, which I think is important. And so we were able to navigate a very difficult budget situation. I did a record vetoes of $1 billion, but I went into it saying we were going to preserve the gains that we made because it really was a historic step forward, and we were able to do that. And so we're happy that we were able to do it. We obviously are going to want to preserve it in this legislative session. I mean, we'll see these budget numbers come in and not. I think it's we've done better each and every month than was forecasted over the last 4 or 5 months, and I think we'll continue to see that. So we want to keep that momentum going. But again, thanks to everyone who's working in our school systems, our school districts, the other schools that we have. Thanks to the teachers and thanks to those parents who have had to endure a lot. So I really think that we've done it the right way. We're going to continue doing it with some minor adjustments that will, I think, help ensure more accountability. And I'm looking forward to the strong finish for this fall semester and then a very good spring semester. So it's good that our parents and students have these opportunities here. With that, I'm happy to take some questions.
Sarah Putman with WFTV in Orlando. 2 questions for you. One, as cases have gone up, many people are wondering where have you been? And number 2, are you working with local communities about how to curb the increase of cases? I know some local mayors have asked for a statewide mask mandate.
So, a couple things. One, we've been doing a lot of work on preparing for the vaccine. So, the week before Thanksgiving, I went up to Washington, D.C. I think I'm the only governor that's done this in the country. Met with members of Operation Warp Speed. I met with the Secretary of HHS, CDC director, other people at HHS to make sure that obviously we want these effective vaccines approved, but they need to be distributed efficiently, and we need to be able to apply those. And for me, we're not going to have unlimited the first month. I think we pretty much will have one for every American within a few months, though. If the J&J vaccine, see the Pfizer and the Moderna, you need a booster, so you need 2 shots. And I just think Floridians should understand that it was these initial vaccines roll out. If you're in those target groups that we're going to try to get right off the bat, you will need to get a booster. But I think as we get into the new year, if the J&J vaccine ends up being effective, which I think it will be, that's 1 shot. And so you're going to be able to get that widely distributed. So we've been working very hard on that. The long-term care facilities, I think, are a big priority because that's where 40% of the mortality nationwide has occurred for residents of long-term care facilities because they're in congregate settings where the virus can spread more if it gets in, and they're obviously usually have 2, 3, 4 comorbidities and advanced age. So we've been working with CVS and Walgreens, who have contracts with the federal government, for them to go in and do this. Now, we obviously are going to decide where the vaccine's initial allotment goes, but we really believe that that's very, very important. So we've been working very, very hard on that, and I think it's a game changer. We could potentially have out of 40 million doses by the end of the month, that's 20 million people. Florida's share would be at least 1 million, maybe as much as 2 million that we'll be able to do. And if you're applying that on key areas, that's going to make a big, big difference. So that has really been a big priority. We're working very hard on that from middle of November all the way till the present. We're going to keep doing it. I may go back to D.C. here in the next couple days. We'll see. Now, in terms of the cases, what was it? 7-day average? We're 44th in the country. So yes, we've seen cases increase, but look at all the other states that have seen it increase way, way more. And so I hear people say, oh, well, Florida is open and they're having increased cases. Well, okay, the states that are locked down are increasing twice the rate we are. If you look at the per capita cases in a lot of these states that have closed schools, businesses shuttered, some of them even posed stay-at-home orders there, you see huge increase in these cases. And so we knew, and I think I said months ago, of course, as the seasons change, we're in respiratory respiratory season. You're seeing it go, but I would say Florida is right now in our hospitals, we have about 4,000 patients who are being treated for COVID, who are COVID positive. At the summer, we were at almost 10,000 COVID positive patients. If you look at the per capita hospitalizations, we're not even close to the top of the stuff. So I just think people should put it in perspective. You know, what I want to do is really work on this vaccine. I think personal mitigation that individuals have done have been effective. So people that are higher risk, make choices about avoiding those situations that may be more conducive to viral spread, particularly if you're in a close contact indoors with poor ventilation. But I can tell you, these business closures have not worked to arrest the spread of the virus. If it was, you would not see what's going on in many of these other states of the country. So, we really believe, we're going to continue to protect our most vulnerable. I just earmarked another 500,000 tests so that every visitor of a long-term care facility, all the contractors, staff, everyone has the ability, they can test to make sure, because if we can get through the next few weeks without seeing more outbreaks in these facilities, we're going to be basically where we need to be, because that first dose, while it's not protective forever, it does, we think, offer some protection. So we think in a couple weeks, if we have shots going in, that's going to offer protection for vulnerable people. They still need the booster to have the...
Stay right here with us, everyone. We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
We also want to focus on continuing to work with our hospitals to make sure they have capacity. They have abundant capacity. If you look, influenza has dropped off the map. You're not seeing influenza hospitalizations. We would start to see that now because we're in the respiratory virus season. You're just not seeing it. If you look at the ED visits overall, they're down year over year from where they were for all causes. If you look at the hospital availability, I think this morning census I looked, I think there was between 16 and 17,000 empty beds. And so their census is lower than it was. There's abundant capacity. That's obviously been an important thing. Remember, the 15 days to slow the spread, no one thought you could eliminate the virus. No one thought there'd be 0 cases. It was don't let hospitals be overcrowded, and then that obviously causes a lot of problems. So we're in really good shape there. We've helped get more therapeutics to the hospitals. I mean, earlier it was the convalescent plasma and the remdesivir, which, I think is, excuse me. Excuse me. I'm talking about what we're doing, so that it was how much that affected. I'm not sure. We have 2 emergency use authorizations for monoclonal antibodies that have happened over the last couple weeks. You have the Eli Lilly monoclonal, and then you have the Regeneron monoclonal. So Florida hospitals are getting about 6,000 a week between the 2 of them. So those are really for people who are higher risk, 65 and up, or have 2 serious comorbidities. If they are infected and they present prior to really needing to be in intensive care, it's a 1-hour IV treatment. We think it's reducing hospital admissions. I think we're going to need a couple more weeks to really understand that. But that was one of the reasons I went to D.C. to make sure that we got all the monoclonals to all our hospitals. And so they have the Eli Lilly. We think most of them have Regeneron now. And then we also have the drug that was used for rheumatoid arthritis that was given an EUA to be used for hospitalized patients. That is being distributed by Eli Lilly as well. So that's going to continue to be something that we're focused on. But in terms of no lockdowns, no fines, no school closures, no one's losing their job because of a government dictate, nobody's losing their livelihood or their business. That is totally off the table. Yes, ma'am.
Virtual class is going to continue.
Excuse me?
Virtual class.
Virtual class? Yep.
Virtual class is going to continue. The message today is that you, as the school, are ready to receive the student back to school. That's the message that the government say, that the school is ready to the kids are back?
Oh, yeah. So look, the message is schools are open. If you see someplace in California or Illinois or New York closing schools, just parents need to have peace of mind. We're going to be here for you in Florida. We are not going to abandon your child. We're not going to abandon you. And these school districts are not going to do that. We are still offering parents to make a choice. If they choose to do virtual, then they have the ability to opt for that. And look, there's different reasons why you would do it. Personally, you know, I think the studies have shown that a school-age kid is more likely to get infected if they're not in school than if they're in school. I think that's what the data shows. But we understand it's a tough time. Parents have different views on it, so we do it. But I think adding this wrinkle that says if somebody's in virtual and they're failing and they're falling behind, school's got to reach out to that parent, lay it on the line for them, and just say, here's what's happening. This is not good. You need to send your kid back, or you have to affirmatively say you want to remain virtual. And look, if a parent makes that decision, they make the decision. But we just want to make sure that parents understand the progress is not going to be the same in 90% of the cases between virtual and between in-person instruction. And so, and look, and we try to measure the academic progress, and I think everyone would admit it's fallen behind. But, you know, also just being a kid and being able to see your friends. And that's really been one of the biggest things about how happy a lot of the kids were to be back, to be able to have some semblance of normalcy where they're not always isolated. And I think that that's really, really important. Yes, ma'am.
The funding per student, you said we have fiscal stability is still there, but if they choose the district version of virtual, does that funding stay, the FTE stays the same as if they were in face-to-face? I think the answer is yes. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, we have virtual education, we have distance learning, which is the innovative options, and then you have the regular face-to-face instruction. And so it's completely all the exact same as the first semester for the districts, with the one little is that we wanted to fund those 24 districts that had growth, because clearly they're doing something right. You know, whether it's, you know, communication, whether it's, you know, giving confidence about what they're doing in terms of COVID, all of those things, but it led to growth. And so we want to fully fund those. So that led to the $17 million for everyone below the line, all of them contributing in their pro rata share. And so it's a de minimis amount, as you heard from the superintendents, easily overcome by the ESSER funds that we got as a result of the CARES package. And so, yeah, I think it's apart from that little nuance, it's the exact same as in the fall.
Growth meaning kids who came back face to face.
Additional growth over your count. So if you said we're going to have 5,000 students and you have 7, we funded you for those extra 2,000 children.
My second question too is, when you say massive interventions for parents, when they hear that, what does that mean? And could parents or students find repercussions if they decide, I know my student's struggling, but I do not want to send them back?
No, they have. The governor has been very clear. They have that choice. We've from day one, he has been completely adamant that we're going to have full parental choice, and we've maintained that full parental choice. From talking with the superintendents and them working with the parents, this is, you know, their frontline innovations, which we think are fantastic at the department, and that is if you have that parent and their child is not doing well, and we're going to leave it to the districts. They're going to submit by December 15th their plans. We'll look at them, but in those plans, we're saying, you know, who are we talking about? What kind of interventions are you going to do? When are you going to do those interventions? Are you going to continue those interventions into the summer? All of those things are going to be taken in, looked at, and you're going to have all of these great superintendents pulling from each other's great plans and saying, I like what, you know, Deborah did there. I like what Mike did that. And so we know by having that discipline to go through that exercise of getting those interventions, our goal is, I think Deborah said, a year and a half of learning is the goal here. We're not going to lose a child. We know from early prognostications from our last semester emergency order, looking at the trends and some of the progress monitoring, we're seeing deeper losses in math than in ELA. But we're going to get there. We're going to catch them up. But the way you do it is you stay on top. You know, in the CARES package, we sent down money to the districts to have a sort of the progress monitoring guru who's constantly tracking that data, saying, okay, hey, this third grade class, we've got to pull up here. We got to do this.
Hey, stay right here with us, everybody. A short 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Get into the summer with those interventions.
Are the interventions going to be the same statewide?
No, the districts are going to submit plans. They're going to submit plans to us. We're evaluating. We'll evaluate them in terms, the reading content, the math content, what they're doing, how they're doing it. But already we've seen. I mean, we've had these conversations with the with the superintendents going 6 weeks. I mean, ever since the first emergency order, we've been talking, okay, what are you seeing? What are the trends? And so we have, as we know, the best superintendents in the country. And just as we did in the fall, I think we're going to see fantastic strategies and interventions by the district, and we're going to make sure those best practices are spread around among everybody and get those kids to where they need to be.
Health experts have said that schools are a safe place. If schools have really stringent health precautions in place, is there anything in this order that says schools have to have things like mask policies, social distancing classroom, that require that for the districts to have that?
No, and I think that it's broader than what you've stated. I think what they've said is even absent that, schools are a safer place. That's where same with sports. The concept of shutting down sports. So we're going to say I have 6 children. All of my kids are back in public school, and I can tell you when they're not in public school, as much as I'd like to think I'm a decent parent, they're down the street playing flag football with each other. They're at the basketball court playing without an adult, without instruction, without discipline, without all those things that happen every day in a school, absent interventions with COVID. But we've done a great job of getting money to the districts for COVID-related expenses, of working with the districts and allowing that flexibility for them to work with what works best for them. But I think the medical studies are pretty clear, and we'll be glad to share them with you. You know, Mike is in Pinellas. He's got Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital. They've testified before their board that, hey, you know what we're seeing now, 100 days in? We're pretty sure schools are the safest place for kids to be. Regardless, they're the safest place for kids to be.
And I think that's true regardless of policy. We don't mandate or not mandate, but, you know, we have charter schools, private schools, particularly for the young kids. They don't do the distancing because it's just, you know, there's no difference in outcome on it. And so I think what Richard said is right. You know, schools are just, in fact, a safe place to be for these kids with this particular pathogen. It's, you know, an influenza, you would see a lot of it being passed around with kids. You don't do it with corona, and that's it. Yes, ma'am?
So I know you said no lockdowns, no school closures, that's off the table. Have you considered or reconsidered a statewide mask mandate? I know the CDC has recommended it as cases are rising again.
How has that worked out in the states that have done it? Has that stopped an outbreak in Minnesota, Illinois, Michigan? What about New Jersey? What about all these states where you have explosion in cases? So, I mean, at some point, does the observed experience matter? I'm opposed to mandates, period. I don't think they work. People in Florida wear them when you go out. I mean, they don't have to be strung up by a bayonet to do it. Fining people is, I think, totally overboard. But at some point, you have to look at the observed experience about what's happening. And I think, you know, respectfully, there's narratives that, like, lockdowns work. And they don't. If you look at the evidence, business closures, all this stuff, look at what just happened in Europe. France locked down, Switzerland didn't. Same viral curve, literally no difference. So you focus on protecting vulnerable people. You provide the resources to our medical and hospitals as they need it, but you don't shut down people because the effects of that are profound. And these are things that are just now going to, I mean, we're only scratching the surface. When you look at everything from mental health, drug abuse, all these other things, they're just really, really harmful. Pretty clear, because remember, over the summer,
All right, looks like we lost that feed right there in Florida, always providing you with the very latest that's happening across the country right here on News Now from Fox. Looks like we do have that shot back for you.
season. So it receded. It receded in Europe. Remember, in July, people were saying Europe did it right, and then they had a big resurgence. And you've seen these resurgences in all these places that have had really restrictive policies. And so my view would be like, okay, would you rather be 44th in cases and be open like Florida is, or would you rather be in the top 10 in cases and be locked down and have continual lockdowns far into the future? And that's another thing. The lie of the lockdown was if you just lock down, then you can beat the virus. Well, why are people having to lock down 2 or 3 times then? If lockdowns are so effective, why is that? And here's what really irks me about it. The costs of the lockdowns are borne by working class people. The benefit, if you say it, are the Zoom class, the upper income people who can work from home. Not everyone could do that. People have to go out, and so that's what ends up happening. And I think you can't look at what's happened over the last several months in Europe and in the United States and say that is a viable path forward. The damage is immense, and I think you have to search long and hard to see really true benefits, that you're for any of this stuff. So targeted approach, I think, is better. That, quite frankly, was what pandemic preparedness had always said. No one advocated society-wide lockdowns before March, never. And so I think going forward, the way Florida has, look, here's what I'd say: people vote with their feet. People are coming here at a higher clip than they were a year ago, and I think part of the reason is. We have schools open, we have people employed. We obviously got a lot more work to do on that, but we really want to have a healthy and stable society, and that's what we've worked hard to do. One more.
Yeah, to your point on employment, our theme parks are about to lay off tens of thousands of people here.
Mostly in California, though.
Yeah, and a lot here too as well.
Well, right, but the bulk of it is because California will not let the theme parks operate.
Yeah. Yes, but is there any talk of extending unemployment or advocating for more unemployment at the federal level or state level?
Well, yeah, look, I think they should have done a relief package months ago. The reason why a lot of people are unemployed is because of federal policies with the 15 days to slow the spread. The theme parks were never shut down by the state of Florida. They did it because of what these federal experts were saying to do. So I think it really, that unemployment's really on the federal government, because I think they're the ones that cause it. But, and so they should do relief. Hopefully they'll do it, over the next month or two. I think it is needed. I think a lot of people have been treated poorly, in this with some of the way the economies work. But I will say one thing that will help, well, two things I would say. One, everyone now acknowledges the theme parks have not led to any type of major outbreaks. Now, I said that from the beginning. Remember when Disney reopened? People were saying they were carping. Oh, my goodness. But we knew, because of the way it's done, they had precautions and all that. It's outdoors, all these other things. And I think Disney, SeaWorld, Universal, all those have done very well. And yet, in California, they're totally shut down. They have no path to reopen. Who knows when it will? And here's what I think should concern Americans. It started 15 days to slow the spread to save hospitals. Then it somehow graduated, well, we just can't have any cases, which, quite frankly, is not possible with policy. Then it was like, well, just shut down everything until there's a vaccine. Now that there's a vaccine on the rise, you say, people, even with the vaccine, social distance until 2022. No way. That is just totally overboard. But it just shows you how the goalposts have moved. And I think innocent people have been caught up in this. One of the things we can do to help Central Florida is, and I think the president wants to do this, let's get travel from Brazil back. Let's get travel from the European countries back. The travel restrictions at the front end of a pandemic, I think, made sense. I advocated in January for the China restrictions. Now, in fact, people had already spread it from China by January, and so it was a little, I think it was positive, but I don't think it was as good. We did some stuff with New York because they were spreading it around the country, but at this point, it's an endemic virus. To have these types of travel restrictions is not getting you any benefit, and I think it's causing a lot of people a lot of harm. So yes, let's hope to do some federal relief. I think that's good. We obviously have worked to put people back to work, let people earn a living, protect their livelihoods, which is important. But we're not immune from everything that goes on in the rest of the world and the rest of the country, particularly when you have these destinations like that.
One more quick clarification. I don't know who wants to answer this question on clarification. I know actually Eric Bonnie gave it to me, so I've already asked mine. You can go ahead and ask it.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Governor, the White House COVID report, as you know, it comes out every week. Specific to each state, your office gets it with suggestions, warnings, in some cases. Generally, it comes out on the weekend. We've been trying to get it less than a week after it's been put out. The delay is always at least a week, sometimes a week and a half. We've asked your office, why the delay? Do you know? Can we get it sooner for that?
No, and quite frankly, I think that if you look at some of the recommendations, they did not want schools open. They were not supportive of schools. You go back 6 months, some of those task force folks were saying, oh, we don't know. We did know. We knew 6 months ago, based on the observed experience and the data and evidence out of Europe, that schools were safe. And yet, you had these things say, well, if you're, I mean, just look at New York. If your positivity is above whatever arbitrary thing, you have to close the school. Really? You're going to shut kids out of an education for literally a metric that's pulled out of somebody's hat. There's no basis for any of that. And so, you know, some of that stuff I think was problematic from my perspective with the schools. And I think that had we had a unified message as a country 6 months ago, I don't think there'd be a single school district that would be closed in this country right now. But I think when you indulge in, oh, this is potentially very dangerous, when you know that the evidence suggests otherwise, I think that gave license to a lot of these places to close with really no end in sight. I mean, there may be some of these school districts certainly are going to be closed, again, not Florida, certainly until January, but they're probably just going to extend it through the whole school year. So that'll be a year and a quarter of no in-person instruction in some of these places. That's going to have a hugely negative impact on millions and millions of families and millions of students. And look, I'm just glad that we have folks here who rolled up their sleeves, put the interests of the kids and the families first. And I think that this emergency order continues with the successful model. I think it builds upon it, and we look forward to seeing having a great spring semester for everybody. Thanks.
And that's the update there in Florida as we continue to roll on right here for you on News Now from Fox, trying to show you always these news conferences in their entirety when they are happening. Some of you will be going to a quick 2-minute break right here. Live look at New York City as the Christmas tree is up and the holiday season is on. More News Now just in 2 minutes. For those of you hanging out with us, we continue to bring you the very latest. We're going to go out right now to John Ossoff, who is a challenger for Democratic challenger for a U.S. Senate seat in Georgia, gave this news conference a little bit earlier this morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Can you hear me all right? Can you hear me okay now? Thank you for being here. Hi, Emma. Hi. Thanksgiving Day, Reverend Warnock and I were at Hosea Feeds the Hungry to help families here in Georgia that are having trouble putting food on the table to feed themselves during this Thanksgiving. There are a lot of people suffering in our state and in our country right now. This is a really tough time for families and businesses. And our senator, while he's been blocking desperately needed financial relief for ordinary working people here in Georgia and for businesses, has been using his office to enrich himself. Last week, reporting by the Associated Press, the New York Times, the Daily Beast, has revealed not just one incident, but a pattern of misconduct and self-dealing by Senator David Perdue. He aggressively traded stocks in the financial services industry while he sat on the banking committee. As he took the chairmanship of the Sea Power Subcommittee for the Senate Armed Services Committee, he was trading stock in a defense contractor to which he then directed taxpayer dollars before cashing out at a profit. He was dumping shares in Cartalytics in January after what appeared to be private conversations with senior executives of that company. And as we know, he was buying shares in manufacturers of vaccines and medical equipment and dumping his casino shares while he had access to classified briefings on COVID-19 and was claiming in public that this disease was no deadlier than the flu. And most revealing of all in what's come out in the last week is that Senator Perdue has been lying to the public and to you, members of the press, for the last year about his financial misconduct. Because Senator Perdue has repeatedly claimed that he doesn't control his day-to-day stock trades. But federal agents secured banking records which revealed that Senator Perdue did, in fact, personally instruct stock trading. So for Georgia's senator to be profiting from a pandemic about which he is lying in public, downplaying the risk while he trades medical stocks, and then lying to the people about his own financial misconduct is totally unacceptable. The truth is, Senator Perdue did direct his investments personally. So every time he has said he's not personally responsible for profiting from this pandemic, he's been lying to you. Perdue's misconduct is repeated and flagrant. And now he's been exposed lying to the public and to the press about this misconduct. Senator Perdue has total control over his own stock portfolio. He refuses to this day to place his assets in a blind trust. He was exchanging emails personally about the details of his investment, and he was personally calling up his stockbroker to place stock trades. So Senator Perdue needs to come out of hiding and answer some questions. Senator Perdue needs to answer why he told Georgians that he had no role in trading stocks. If bank records obtained by the FBI show that he personally instructed $1 million worth of sales at minimum during this pandemic. He needs to answer what private conversations he had with senior executives at Cardalytics before he abruptly and personally instructed his stockbroker to dump shares in that company. He needs to answer whether he will make available to the public every document that he's made available to the FBI. He needs to answer whether he personally directed stock trades in a naval contractor, which produces submarine components, while he was directing taxpayer dollars to procurement of their products. And he needs to answer what other stock trades he personally directed after attending confidential briefings on the threat of COVID-19 in the early months of this pandemic. Let me just make this final point before I answer questions. This is not just about Senator Perdue's personal misconduct and his lying about his financial dealings. It's about the fact that he's been holding up relief for the very people he serves while enriching himself in office, opposing $1,200 stimulus checks for ordinary working Georgians, obstructing long overdue financial relief for Georgians since midsummer that's been awaiting passage by the U.S. Senate while he's been looking after himself. So thank you for being here, and I'm happy to answer your questions, and Miriam will call upon members of the press. Yes.
Start with Kian over here.
Thank you.
What do you say to the Purdue campaign and their belief that there was nothing wrong when there were all these investigations and these investigations were closed without charges?
Well, the standard for conduct for a U.S. Senator needs to be higher than that he wasn't criminally prosecuted. This conduct is obviously deeply unethical. And his lies all year that he doesn't personally direct his stock trades have been exposed as lies. I mean, I would ask members of the press who are here, how many of you have been told by Senator Perdue or his spokespeople indignantly that he doesn't place his own trades? They've been lying to you. We have to have a higher bar for those who represent us in office, that they avoided indictment for conduct that is obviously unethical. Thank you for the question.
Liz, what else we kind of broadly question about this race? How are you motivating voters who have record turnout in a state like Georgia to turn out and vote in this runoff when Donald Trump is not on the ballot?
Because this is about the human stakes of this election. This is about, for example, the direct economic relief that Senator Perdue has been obstructing while looking after his own stock portfolio. We all know what will happen if Mitch McConnell maintains control of the Senate. It will be paralysis and gridlock in Washington at a moment when thousands of Americans are dying per day and millions of families and jobs and livelihoods are at risk because the paralysis in Washington right now and the obstructionism of senators like David Perdue is preventing financial relief from flowing to the people. The stakes are very high in the midst of this crisis, and I think that Georgia voters recognize that the capacity of this incoming administration to govern and to enact legislation to lead us out of this crisis depends upon victory here.
Sam?
Hey, Jim Ray with Daily Beast. You previously said that you would, if elected, put your stock ownership in a blind trust. You called on other lawmakers to do the same. You since said that no lawmaker should own individual stocks. So if elected, you confirmed that you would sell off your individual stocks if you were elected?
On day one, I will place my stock portfolio in a blind trust. Senator Perdue still refuses to do this, by the way. Even after all of this, Senator Perdue still refuses to give up control of his stock portfolio, and he's been lying to the public and the press about his personal day-to-day control of that stock portfolio, because we now know that he's been personally directing stock trades. And yeah, my belief, and I'll introduce legislation to ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks. This is unethical. It's a huge conflict of interest, and is part of this deeper corruption in Washington that we have to root out. Thank you.
What else? Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, everybody, as that was the news conference there from John Ossoff. There's some allegations against his opponent, Senator Perdue, and we will continue to bring you the very latest here on News Now from Fox. Here's what we have coming up next for everybody. This is a live look in Phoenix here. At any moment, they will be certifying the results of the election in Arizona between President Trump and Joe Biden. We will be bringing that to you in full once that gets going, but you can see that it's not right now. So we'll keep an eye on this shot here for you, no doubt. Some of you are going to be going to a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on News Now from Fox. And in the meantime, everybody, while we do wait for this to get going, let's show you that just wrapped up the latest COVID-19 update from D.C.
Agenda. Following the chairman's update, we will provide our situational update, and then we will hear from members of my team, including Deputy Mayor Falchicchio, Housing and Community Development Director Polly Donaldson, Executive Director of the DC Housing Finance Agency, Chris Donald, and Dr. Nesbitt and Chris Rodriguez will be available for questions. So with that, I turn to Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Good morning to everyone. So tomorrow, December 1st, the council will be meeting its regular legislative meeting for the month of December, and also an additional committee of the whole meeting that will start at noon. And tomorrow's meeting is important because it's the second to the last meeting of council period 23, which is to say that any bills that have not been voted on at least once by tomorrow will die with this council period and have to be reintroduced. So there are 6 bills that are on the committee of the whole agenda for markup in the committee of the whole, and another 22 bills that have been reported out of other committees. So that'll be the committee of the whole. The bills that are being marked up by the committee of the whole, so this